Chen Ming, what are you still standing there for? It's your turn to awaken. The shout from inside the gymnasium yanked me back to reality. Before I could make sense of what was happening, a flood of unfamiliar memories poured into my mind. This was Jiangnan number 6 high school, and today was the senior class awakening ceremony. As for me, I had just transmigrated to Blue Star, a world connected to another realm. Magic beasts, dungeons, and secret realms could threaten the cities at any moment. Only humans who awakened to class after coming of age were qualified to enter dungeons, level up, and become true awakened. The awakened were more than combat personnel. They also supported the city's transportation, manufacturing, medical care, and defensive lines. Materials dropped in dungeons could be exchanged for gear and potions, while a person's level determined what areas they could enter and how many resources they could access. The original owner of this body had spent all 3 years of high school studying class theory and tactical courses as hard as he could. He had never been fighting for a mere exam ranking. He had been fighting for the right to take control of his own destiny once he became an adult. I was still absorbing those memories when I heard my parents coaxing Chinyu nearby. Xiaoyu, Mom paid a fortune for this talent pill. It can improve the quality of your awakening. My father, Chen Yong, handed him another pill. You want a metal affinity class. This radiant gold pill will raise your odds of awakening a metal affinity to 80%. Chen Yu accepted the pills, then deliberately glanced at me. Thanks, Mom and Dad. But doesn't my brother get anything? My mother, Zhang Yi, answered as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Your brother doesn't need them. I did not argue. The original owner had endured more than enough favoritism over the years. Awakening a class was what mattered most right now. He had consistently ranked among the top students at number 6 high. As long as my class was powerful enough, I could break free from the Chun family's control. I stepped onto the awakening platform and pressed my hand against the stone monument. The moment a chill seeped into my body, a dazzling beam of golden light shot into the air above the gymnasium. S rank. One of the teachers shouted it on the spot, and the discussions around me exploded. The entire awakening ceremony was being recorded. The school, the parents, and the students were all present, and every step from the class's appearance to its final absorption would be documented. I did not rush to enjoy the cheers. I kept my eyes fixed on the monument, which had not yet completed the fusion. The appearance of a class prototype did not mean the class awakening was complete. The final contact was what truly determined who received it. Classes were ranked D, C, B, A, S, SS, and finally the legendary SSR. An S-rank class alone was enough to make the Dragon Nation's top academies compete over a student. As for SS-rank classes, fewer than 5 living people in the entire nation possessed one. My class information soon appeared before my eyes. The Awakening Monument first condensed a class prototype. Only after the person absorbed its energy a second time would the awakening be complete. No one else in the gymnasium had awakened an S-rank class, and every teacher, student, and parent was staring at the platform. Whatever happened next would have witnesses. The Chen family was one of Jiangnan City's 5 great families, and the original owner of this body had consistently ranked among the top 3 students in his grade. I had believed that if I obtained a powerful class, the school and outside forces could become leverage that would help me escape the family's control. At that moment, I saw a real path away from the Chun family for the first time. Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier. Rank S. Affinity, Metal. Role, Heavy Tank, Cavalry. Skills, immovable as a mountain, shatter mountains and rivers, steel bulwark. It combined a heavy tank with cavalry. It could withstand frontal attacks with steel bulwark and launch charges from a mount, making it a class with both offense and defense even among other S-rank classes. Once I completed the final energy absorption, my class awakening would be official. After confirming all the information, I reached out again. A shrill cry from Chun Yu suddenly came from behind me. Wait, you can't touch it. My heart sank, and I immediately moved faster. When my fingertips were only a few inches from the monument, an earth affinity force suddenly pressed down on my entire body and locked me in place. That power came from Chun Yong. Why are you stopping me? I stared at him through gritted teeth. This is the class I awakened. Instead of answering, Chun Yong stood below the platform and darkened his expression. Didn't you hear your brother tell you to wait? What's the rush? Chen Yu forced tears into his eyes and stared at the monument. I only wanted to see this Metal Affinity S-rank class up close. I would never steal it from my brother. That was what he said, but he could not hide the greed in his eyes. Zhang Yi immediately stepped in to protect him. Since Xiaoyu likes it, let him have the class. Your brothers. Why make such a fuss over it? I refuse. Over the years, The original owner had yielded resources, opportunities, and even his parents' attention to Chunyu. But a class determined one's entire life. I would not back down again. Chun Yong shouted furiously. It's only a class. Xiao Yu is going to marry into the Su family. With an S-rank class, the Su family will fully support the Qin family. For the sake of this family, you must give him the class. I finally understood. In their eyes, my future was not worth anything. Chun Yu can fight for his own future. I answered one word at a time. This is my class, and I won't give it up. The pressure from Chun Yong intensified. The Chun family raised you. Everything you possess naturally belongs to the family. Xiao Yu, go inherit it. Chun Yu stepped onto the awakening platform and swallowed the talent pill and radiant gold pill in one gulp. I warned him coldly. Without my consent, he can't inherit it. Chun Yong laughed. You share the same blood, and he has the 2 pills on top of that. Of course he can. Chun Yu pressed his hand against the monument. Golden light immediately surged into his body. The Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier showed no resistance whatsoever and instead began fusing with him of its own accord. The moment I saw that, the last trace of attachment in my heart snapped. If this class had chosen to betray me, then I did not want it. Just as the golden light was about to fade completely, a voice that only I could hear rang out. The host's intense anger and resentment have been detected. The demon system is beginning to bind. Compatibility, 100%. Reward, 100 demon points. Beginner gift pack issued. The golden light completely merged into Chun Yu's body, and he officially inherited the S-rank Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier class. The gymnasium fell silent for several seconds before erupting into uncontrollable discussion. Some people felt sorry for me. Others questioned the Qin family for openly stealing a class. Still others were waiting to see the genius of number 6 high fall into the mud. Absurd. Principal Chui Guoming leaped down from the spectator stands and landed on the awakening platform, placing himself between me and the Qin family. Qin Yong, the laws of the Dragon Nation explicitly forbid stealing another person's class. You forced Qin Ming to surrender his class in front of the entire school. Do you think the law is nothing but decoration? Principal Chui and Qin Yong were both level 40 powerhouses. He had no reason to fear the Chun family's influence. Although it was called number 6 high school, its faculty and academic results had consistently ranked among the top 2 schools in the entire city. Principal Chui had personally watched my grades for 3 years, and he also knew that Chun Yu had always been near the bottom of the class. He did not claim on my behalf that the transfer had been voluntary. Instead, he publicly demanded that the Chun family explain how the class had been transferred. Stealing a class was explicitly forbidden in the Dragon Nation. Qin Yong kept emphasizing that we were brothers and that this was a family matter because he wanted to use our blood relationship to disguise coercion as a voluntary transfer within the family. By denying my consent in front of every camera, I cut off that escape route on the spot. Qin Yong did not look guilty in the slightest. This is an internal matter of the Qin family. Chun Ming voluntarily gave his class to his younger brother. How can you call that theft? I spoke immediately. I never volunteered. Every phone camera around us swung in our direction. Qin Yong's expression stiffened, but he forced himself to continue. Good. There's one more matter. Transfer the guaranteed admission slot that the school gave Qin Ming last month to Xiao Yu. An S-rank class deserves better training. That slot was a formal reward submitted by number 6 high after I placed first in the citywide joint examination. Principal Chui refused coldly. The slot is already registered under Chun Ming's name. No one can change that. Besides, he earned it with his grades. It is not the private property of the Qin family. After failing to get his way, Qin Yong turned toward me. Xiaoming, don't blame your father for being cruel. If a family wants to grow, someone has to make sacrifices. You didn't do this for the family. You did it for Chen Yu. I looked at the man who was supposedly my father and felt no expectations for him anymore. From the moment you pinned down my hand, the only thing left between us was a debt. One day, I'll collect it myself. Qin Yong's face went livid with rage. I am your father. You're only Chen Yu's father. The gymnasium went silent once more. Qin Yong could not continue attacking me in front of so many witnesses. He had no choice but to leave with Zhang Yi and the smug-looking Qin Yu. As they passed me, not one of them asked what I was supposed to do after losing my class. Zhang Yi only cared about checking whether Qin Yu had fused with it successfully, and Qin Yong never looked back. The earth affinity force pinning me down did not completely fade until they were far away. I steadied myself against the awakening platform, my arms still numb from the earlier struggle. Principal Chui approached me and lowered his voice. Qin Ming, there may still be a chance to turn this around. The school will report the matter to the authorities, but the class has already completed its fusion. I can't guarantee that we can recover it. I knew he sincerely wanted to help me, but I no longer needed the Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier. Principal, please let me awaken the standard Warlock class. Principal Chui froze. Anyone whose awakening failed could choose a standard class, but Warlock was only D rank and had an extremely low growth ceiling. Are you sure? I'm sure. As long as I become awakened, I can still enter dungeons. He saw the determination in my eyes and eventually activated the Warlock class awakening. In less than 2 breaths, the energy of the D rank class fused into my body. As I stepped down from the awakening platform, the system panel unfolded before my eyes. Open the beginner gift pack. Beginner gift pack open. Class obtained. Holy Lord. Rank SSR. 500 demon points obtained. The host has completed a class awakening. The fire demon acknowledges the host and grants the skill Flame Burst Fireball. The class mark of the D rank Warlock was instantly overwritten and replaced by an SSR rank class that had never appeared on Blue Star. Host, Chen Ming. Class, Holy Lord SSR. Level 1. HP, 500. Mana, 500. Strength, 20. Spirit, 20. Agility, 20. Skill, Flame Burst Fireball. Demon points, 600. My fighting spirit blazed to life again. Chen Yu had stolen an S-rank class. What I had obtained was the legendary SSR rank class that no one had ever awakened. As I left the gymnasium, I heard people sigh behind me and heard others take the opportunity to kick me while I was down. Some said that stealing a class from one's own brother was no different from destroying his future. Others accused me of having done something wrong, insisting that my biological parents could not possibly favor one's son without a reason. An open act of theft had already been twisted into an excuse to blame the victim. None of those words mattered anymore. I needed to understand the Holy Lord class and the system first. Then I would use my strength to shut every one of them up. After leaving the school grounds, I opened the skill description. Flame Burst Fireball. S condenses a sphere of fire affinity energy that can be detonated with a thought. Mana cost per use, 50. Ordinary awakened below level 20 rarely used skills above B rank because their mana could not support the cost. Flame Burst Fireball, however, consumed only 50 mana. With my current maximum of 500, I could theoretically cast it 10 times in succession. An ordinary warlock at my level could not even bear the standard cost of a single S-rank skill, yet my 500 mana was enough for 10 consecutive casts. Even stranger, an upward arrow floated behind both my skill and my level. I raised my hand and tapped it. The standard warlock class merely gave me a legal identity that allowed me to enter dungeons. The Holy Lord was my true core class. The system panel was invisible to everyone else, so the Chin family and the school would continue to see me as a D-rank warlock. That information gap was both protection and a risk. Until I had the strength to oppose the Chin family openly, I could not expose my SSR rank class carelessly. 600 demon points, upgradable levels and skills, and an S-rank fireball that cost only 50 mana per cast. Those 3 facts quickly determined my next move. I would get out of the Chun family's sight, find a place to stay, and then test the system inside a dungeon. I tried tapping the arrow beside Flame Burst Fireball. Spend 500 demon points to raise Flame Burst Fireball from beginner to proficient. So that was how it worked. Spend 5 demon points to advance to level 2. Demon points were my shortcut to growth. They could directly raise my level and skill proficiency, sparing me years of training. I had completely broken with the Chin family, and I had only 16,700 yuan left to my name. That was enough to live on, but nowhere near enough to buy real gear for an awakened. Chin Yu's monthly allowance alone had always been far higher. The money was not enough to buy equipment or skill books, but it was more than enough to book a hotel room. Once I had a goal, I hailed a taxi and headed straight for the southeastern corner of Jiangnan City. The area was far from the city center, yet it was exceptionally prosperous. Most of Jiangnan City's dungeons were located there, drawing large numbers of awakened to the district. D-rank Phantom Wolf Forest needs 1 tank. Level 20 or higher. E-rank Flame Ranch needs 2 priests. Basic healing is enough. Looking for 2 regular teammates above level 18. Warriors or knights. Shadow Team is recruiting. Any class above level 30. Top-tier benefits. A few people looked my way when I got out of the taxi. After seeing my school uniform, someone quietly concluded that I was a newly awakened student, then returned their attention to recruiting teammates. Newly awakened usually entered beginner dungeons, meaning solo E-rank dungeons intended for levels 1 through 5. Only after reaching level 6 would they join team-based E-rank dungeons and begin cooperating with other awakened. I found a relatively nice hotel nearby, booked a room, and then strode into the dungeon center. In addition to the dungeon teleportation points, the center contained a mission hall. Most missions posted there required the collection of materials from different dungeons, with compensation based on difficulty. My gaze naturally settled on the E-rank missions. Every E-rank mission paid in cash. To other people, that amount of money might have been negligible, but it was already substantial to me and could cover my living expenses for some time. There were not many missions for solo E-rank dungeons, only 50 or 60 in total. Yet I quickly noticed that nearly 1/5 of them were connected to the same E-rank dungeon, Howling Cavern. When a man browsing the D-rank listings beside me saw me staring at the Howling Cavern missions, he suddenly spoke. "Kid, you awakened today, didn't you? Stop looking at those missions. Pick another dungeon." That only made me more curious. "Sir, what's different about Howling Cavern? Why are there so many missions for it?" Howling Cavern is unusual. No one has ever achieved its first clear," the man patiently explained. "No one has cleared it." My first reaction was not fear of the dungeon's difficulty. My eyes lit up. Every newly opened dungeon offered a first clear reward, and those rewards were always generous. The man saw my expression and realized I was tempted. "Don't even think about it, young man. Jiangnan City's prodigies have challenged that dungeon for nearly 20 years. Every one of them came out severely injured, and not a single person cleared it. That includes 3 level 5 awakened with A-rank classes." He added that the longer a dungeon remained uncleared, the greater its first clear reward usually became. Ding! The mountain demon has issued a mission. Clear Howling Cavern within 24 hours. I stopped hesitating and accepted every Howling Cavern mission on the board. The man shook his head and did not try to persuade me again. 10 minutes later, I reached the front of the line and registered each mission under my name. Mission registration was entirely automated and did not require a service window. Only completed missions had to be turned in at a counter in exchange for their rewards. Following the signs, I soon reached the entrance to Howling Cavern. Every other E-rank dungeon entrance had at least a few people lingering nearby. Howling Cavern alone was deserted, so anyone approaching it immediately drew attention. I did not hesitate. I stepped directly into the dungeon and vanished from the spot. When the teleportation light faded, I was already inside the dungeon. The clear condition was straightforward: eliminate every living creature in the cavern. After adjusting to my surroundings, I did not rush deeper. Instead, I opened the system interface. As my demon points decreased, my level began to rise. For beams of level-up light flashed over me, and I crossed 4 minor levels in 10 seconds. The upgrades cost a total of 50 demon points, leaving me with 550. Without hesitation, I used them to upgrade Flame Burst Fireball. Beginner, Proficient. As my demon points fell, a vast amount of information about Flame Burst Fireball surged into my mind. Several minutes later, I opened my eyes again, and a trace of fire flickered in their depths. Host, Ming. Class, Holy Lord SSR. Level 5. HP, 1200. Mana, 1200. Strength, 103. Spirit, 108. Agility, 99. Skill, Flame Burst Fireball. Mission, the Mountain Demon's Commission. Demon points, 50. 1200 HP and 1200 mana. My strength and spirit had both broken 100. Even agility, my weakest stat, had reached 99. Based on what I had learned at school, an ordinary level 5 awakened had only around 600 HP and mana. My 3 core stats were even more absurd, averaging nearly 3 times the normal value. Now I finally don't have to worry about running out of firepower. A proficient Flame Burst Fireball still cost only 50 mana. Its cost had not increased at all. That meant I could now launch 24 Flame Burst Fireballs in one burst without stopping. Once I was ready, I strode deeper into the cavern. The farther I went, the darker my surroundings became, and my field of vision steadily shrank. With the illumination from my flames, I could see roughly 30 feet, or 10 meters, ahead. After traveling about 160 feet, I heard a series of rustling noises. I stopped instinctively, my expression turning serious. Sure enough, 3 figures began crawling out of the ground directly ahead of me. Howling Goblin. Level 5. HP, 300. 3 level 5 monsters appeared at once. That alone revealed how difficult this dungeon was. I did not wait for them to finish emerging. I struck first and hurled the Flame Burst Fireball in my right hand. The moment it hit the goblin in the center, the fireball exploded. Dense flames covered a radius of more than 6 feet. The other 2 goblins had not been hit directly, but the fire swallowed them anyway, reducing all 3 to ash in the blink of an eye. EXP plus 24 plus 26 plus 23. I raised an eyebrow and did not throw the flame-burst fireball I had just condensed in my right hand. There was no need. Before the next group could even take shape, another blast of flame engulfed them completely. Not a single howling goblin managed to crawl out alive, much less injure me. After wiping out another wave, I reached level 6. I looked across the floor covered in bodies without the slightest change in expression. No wonder the previous challengers failed. Being surrounded by this many howling goblins really would be troublesome. I had just eliminated 14 howling goblins in that single wave. I waited until my mana recovered to 800, then continued forward. My current mana regeneration was 1 point per second, which meant I could cast another flame burst fireball every 50 seconds. This time, the passage opened into a circular chamber about the size of 2 football fields. Strange noises sounded from every direction as howling goblins began appearing throughout the chamber. An enormous figure was also emerging at the very center. Boss, Howling Goblin King. Level 7. HP 2000. A level 7 boss inside a level 5 dungeon? This place truly wanted its challengers dead. Its HP was also 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary challenger. I did not dare waste time. Fireballs flew rapidly from both hands and smashed into every corner of the chamber. The boss soon pulled itself completely out of the ground. Holding a bone saber, it roared and charged at me. After killing the last ordinary howling goblin, I turned my full attention to the boss. The pitiful creature covered less than 15 feet before the flames swallowed it whole and killed it on the spot. An S-rank skill was simply too dominant in a dungeon of this level. Boss class Howling Goblin King killed above the host's level. EXP plus 25%. EXP plus 503. Awakened level 6-7. Unassigned stat points plus 5. Congratulations. First clear of Howling Cavern achieved. First clear rewards issued. Bronze chest X1, skeleton pendant X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Mountain Demon's commission is complete. Rewards: 200 demon points and the skill Iron Bones, bronze skin. With the boss dead, both the dungeon's first clear rewards and the system mission rewards arrived without issue. Half an hour remained before the dungeon closed. I had not forgotten the missions I accepted. Many of them required materials taken from the goblins, and I needed to collect every one. I also knew that the news of Howling Cavern's first clear would cause an uproar the moment I left. I first divided my 10 unassigned stat points between strength and spirit. Of those, 5 came from advancing from level 5 to level 6. Most E-rank dungeons normally dropped black iron chests. Dungeons below level 5 did not even drop chests at all. I slowly opened the chest, and a cyan glow rose from within. New Moon Sword, weapon. Grade, bronze. Requirements: LV 7, strength 100 or higher. Attribute 1, strength plus 30, agility plus 10. Attribute 2, when fighting at night under moonlight, strength plus 30, spirit plus 30, agility plus 20. 2 attribute bonuses. Attribute 1 was ordinary enough, but attribute 2 was the key. It greatly boosted all 3 of my core stats during nighttime battles. More importantly, the 2 attributes stacked. At night, the sword could increase my strength by a total of 60 points. And I had not forgotten the skeleton pendant that came with the reward. Skeleton pendant, accessory. Grade, bronze. Requirements: LV 7, spirit 100 or higher. Attribute 1, strength plus 10, spirit plus 20, agility plus 20. Attribute 2, when fighting undead creatures, strength plus 30, spirit plus 50. Attribute 3, mana regeneration plus 100%. It actually had 3 attributes. Could the skeleton pendant be infinitely close to silver grade? Equipment grades for the awakened were black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and beyond. As far as I knew, even most level 30 awakened used bronze or silver grade equipment. Gold grade gear and above was far rarer. Every piece was priceless, and most could only be obtained from high-level bosses. That meant these 2 pieces of equipment would be more than enough for me until level 20. After the system mission rewards were issued, Iron Bones, bronze skin automatically reached beginner proficiency. Iron Bones, bronze skin, a passive skill. The host's physical condition gradually strengthens as proficiency increases. It was a passive skill, but I was not disappointed in the slightest. It would give me far more room for error. After equipping the weapon and accessory, my current panel looked like this. Host, Chen Ming. Class, Holy Lord SSR. Level, 7. HP, 1800. Mana, 1,800. Strength, 148. Spirit, 133. Agility, 129. Skills, Flame Burst Fireball, Iron Bones, Bronze Skin. Mission, none. Demon points, 250. Compared with when I first entered the dungeon, the difference was like heaven and earth. By the time I finished organizing everything, the half-hour countdown was nearly over. I stood, stepped through the newly formed exit, and left the dungeon. At the entrance to Howling Cavern, the crowd had not shrunk. It had grown even larger. How long has he been inside? Almost 2 hours, right? Why hasn't anything happened? This is strange. Can a level 1 awakened really last that long? Do you think he went inside and just stood still? Impossible. A dungeon forcibly ejects anyone who refuses to advance for too long. He would have been kicked out by now. Look at the dungeon entrance. Something's happening. Everyone turned at once. Under their stares, the light around the dungeon entrance gradually shifted from blue to gold before stabilizing. A golden entrance meant the dungeon had been cleared. The next second, I walked out. I had expected to draw attention, but the scene outside was still more dramatic than I had imagined. What? He actually cleared Howling Cavern? How is that possible? Didn't the experts say no one below an S-rank class could clear this dungeon? Breaking news. Someone achieved the first clear of Howling Cavern. Kid, tell us how you cleared Howling Cavern. Exactly. How did you deal with all those level 5 Howling Goblins alone? Since when was the Warlock class this powerful? It might have been only a solo E-rank dungeon, but it was infamous. When I saw that the crowd had blocked every path out, I knew I would never leave without giving them some explanation. Gentlemen, the enemies inside Howling Cavern weren't strong when I challenged it. They were all level 1 Howling Goblins, and there weren't very many. I never saw any of the level 5 Howling Goblins you're talking about. There might have been level 5 awakened in the crowd, but there was not a single level 1 among them. Take the students who awakened at number 6 high today. Their first move after awakening was not to rush into a dungeon. They would train at school or under their families until reaching level 5, then form teams with other students and challenge a team-based E-rank dungeon. Solo E-rank dungeons were harder, while team dungeons allowed much more room for error. Howling Cavern's infamous reputation also meant no level 1 awakened had ever seriously considered entering it. That made my story impossible to verify in the short term. Could Howling Cavern's difficulty scale according to the challenger's level? That would explain how a level 1 warlock cleared it. That makes sense. This guy is unbelievably lucky. Howling Cavern still had its first clear reward. Damn it, we really missed out. Isn't the first clear reward for an E-rank dungeon comparable to the reward from a team-based D-rank dungeon? After giving them a simple explanation, I slipped quietly through the crowd while everyone was busy debating. Once I was away from them, I headed straight for the mission hall and approached an empty counter. The mission counters offered excellent privacy. Every awakened submitted missions inside a small cubicle where outsiders could not see them. Under the receptionist's astonished gaze, I took out a large quantity of mission materials and sorted them according to each assignment. The receptionist checked the materials repeatedly, looking more astonished with each passing moment. The confidentiality rules prevented her from questioning me. She simply completed each inspection and pushed the compensation toward me. The dozen or so missions paid a total of 50,000 yuan. Once the handover was complete, I left the dungeon center and returned to the hotel. The Howling Goblins truly stank. Their foul odor had clung to my entire body. After showering, I began considering how to use my remaining 250 demon points. Upgrading Flame Burst Fireball from Proficient to Mastery would require a massive 1,000 points. My other skill, Iron Bones, Bronze Skin, was slightly cheaper. Its next upgrade cost 250 demon points, exactly everything I had. Level was the foundation of everything. Once my level rose, I would no longer be restricted to E-rank dungeons and could enter the higher D-rank dungeons. The difference might have been only 1 rank, but their clear rewards were in an entirely different league. I also knew that my excuse would fool only the crowd outside. Truly intelligent people would not be so easy to deceive. Mr. Chun, my young lady would like to see you. Hearing the voice outside my door, I stood and opened it. I looked at the woman waiting in the hall. Who is your young lady? Her surname is Song. She is waiting for you in the restaurant upstairs. I immediately formed a guess. Lead the way. We took the elevator to the top floor and stopped outside a private dining room hidden from view. The woman guiding me knocked twice, then stepped aside. Come in. An ethereal voice sounded from within. The young woman wore a pale yellow dress. Its color was gentle rather than dazzling, and the faint smile on her lips gave her an unusually approachable air. Its classical square neckline revealed her delicate collarbones and slender neck without excess. She was Song Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Song family, one of Jiangnan City's 5 great families. I had seen her twice at banquets. She was one of Jiangnan No. 1 high school's top students and widely recognized as its campus beauty. She was extremely well known. "It's been a long time, young Master Chun." Song Qingqing spoke softly when she saw me enter. Her voice was clear and melodious, making it exceptionally pleasant to hear. I stepped forward and sat on the sofa opposite her. "Miss Song, I doubt you invited me here today simply to catch up. With the Song family's intelligence network, they had certainly learned that I fell out with my parents at school that morning. If Song Qingqing was still willing to meet me now, there was a good chance it had something to do with Howling Cavern." Song Qingqing's eyes shone. "Young Master Chun, you achieved the first clear of Howling Cavern today. The reward must have been generous. I would like to pay a high price for whatever you obtained. I imagine you're short on money right now." Song Qingqing did not waste time. She first confirmed that I was the person who achieved the first clear of Howling Cavern, then pointed out that I had just left the Qin family and needed resources more than anything else. The fact that she arranged the meeting inside a private room showed that she cared about the first clear reward and had no intention of publicly questioning how I cleared the dungeon. Unfortunately, events did not develop the way she expected. I shook my head slightly. "I appreciate the offer, Miss Song, but the first clear rewards are extremely important to me. I don't want to give them up. Both the New Moon Sword and the skeleton pendant were invaluable to me right now. Besides, I did not believe those 2 pieces of equipment were Song Qingqing's true objective. Silver-grade gear might drive ordinary people into a frenzy, but Song Qingqing was no ordinary person. As the eldest daughter of the Song family, it would not be an exaggeration to say she could choose any silver-grade equipment she wanted. Who would believe that the eldest daughter of the Song family had personally come to buy a piece of silver-grade equipment? Why don't you get straight to the point, Miss Song? Why did you really come to see me?" Song Qingqing lightly pursed her lips without the slightest surprise on her face. "Everyone says the young master of the Chun family is an arrogant, useless man. It seems the rumors aren't very accurate. You're right. I do need something from you." I knew this was the real reason she had sought me out, and my expression gradually turned serious. "What is it?" "Enter a dungeon with me." Surprise flashed through my eyes. "A dungeon? With your status, you could recruit anyone you wanted. Why does it have to be me?" The Song family might not have been Jiangnan City's strongest family, but when it came to wealth, no one dared claim first place if the Song family called itself second. Song Qingqing raised one hand, and a document appeared in it. "These are the dungeon records. Take a look." My expression shifted when I saw the first line. Jiangnan City Newborn Dungeon. E-Rank Team Dungeon, Moonshadow Plains. It was another E-Rank dungeon. A 10-person team had already entered before us. It consisted of 5 C-Rank classes, 4 B-Rank classes, and 1 A-Rank class, all at level 10. Only 3 of those 10 survived, and all 3 were severely injured. More astonishingly, according to the survivors, the team was wiped out before they even reached the boss. After reading the file, I raised my head solemnly. "You want me to help you clear this dungeon?" "That's right." Song Qingqing nodded without hesitation. The Song and Su families are assembling the 10-person team together, with 5 slots for each family. The Song family has already filled 4 slots, including mine. I want to invite you to take the final slot. Why? Aren't you afraid I'll drag the team down? No matter how quickly I leveled, I should not have been able to reach level 10 in time. Because you cleared Howling Cavern alone. Song Qingqing's voice was firm. Song Qingqing pushed the Song family tactician's assessment across the table. Entry to Howling Cavern was limited to level 5, but clearing it required combat power equivalent to at least level 9. Since I had achieved the first clear, my actual strength could only be higher than the report's minimum estimate. How will the dungeon rewards be divided after we clear it? The first clear reward from this newborn dungeon could not possibly be inferior to Howling Caverns. Song Qingqing did not ask whether I was afraid of the danger. She simply laid out the entire profit-sharing arrangement. Whoever kills the boss receives 30%. The Song family and the Su family each receive 30%. Everyone else divides the last 10% according to contribution and also receives 100,000 yuan. The contract stated that the senior members of the Song and Su families had jointly approved the arrangement. Only the person who killed the boss would receive the main reward. Everyone else would split the final 10% according to contribution and receive 100,000 yuan in compensation. That's too little, I answered almost without thinking. I had confidence in my strength, but dungeon conditions changed constantly. The Song and Su families had more methods at their disposal. If they stole the final blow against the boss, all my effort would have been wasted. Song Qingqing showed no surprise at my reaction. A check appeared in her hand, as if by magic. If you agree to enter the dungeon with me, this 100,000 yuan will be your deposit. Afterward, if the dungeon is awarded to the Song family, I'll give you another 100,000 yuan as a personal bonus. That added another 200,000 yuan. In truth, I had already decided to go the moment I read the dungeon records. I asked about compensation only because I wanted to secure better terms. 200,000 yuan was enough to hire a professional team to escort someone through a team-based E-rank dungeon. Deal. When do we leave? The dungeon only opens in the evening. I'll send someone to pick you up from the hotel at 5 tomorrow afternoon. One more thing. Try to reach level 10 before tomorrow evening. Once the time was settled, I did not linger. I accepted the check for 100,000 yuan and left. Before leaving the private room, I noticed the level 23 guard was still watching the fluctuations in my HP. She did not question me in person, and I offered no explanation. After eating a simple meal at the restaurant, I checked the time. It was 7 in the evening. I had already decided to use my remaining demon points to upgrade iron bones, bronze skin. I would have to raise my level by clearing one dungeon after another on my own. It was time to start raiding. Time passed quickly. At 2 o'clock the following afternoon, 3 flame-burst fireballs swallowed the boss before me and killed it. Since accepting Song Qingqing's offer, I had cleared 4 team-based E-rank dungeons by myself. The accumulated experience finally brought me to level 10. I left the dungeon and turned in the missions, bringing the money in my pocket to 250,000 yuan. Instead of returning to the hotel, I walked toward the other side of the mission hall. The trading hall stood next to the mission hall, with a passage connecting them. Compared with the mission hall, the trading hall was bustling. It was more than 10 times larger and divided into several sections, including permanent merchants and stalls run by individual awakened. The permanent merchants were more reliable and carried a more complete selection, especially for low-level goods. The stall district was better suited for treasure hunting and offered more unusual items. I stepped into the largest store, the treasure pavilion, and quietly clicked my tongue at its luxurious decorations. If I remembered correctly, the Song family was the power behind this establishment. I focused on the bronze-grade items. Black iron gear offered me little improvement, while silver-grade gear was too expensive for me to afford. Equipment was my primary reason for coming. I had already decided which slot I needed to fill, so I headed straight for the corresponding section. Half an hour later, I walked out carrying a pair of combat boots that had cost me 200,000 yuan. Elite boots, footwear. Grade, bronze. Requirements, LV, 5 or higher, agility 80. Attribute 1, agility plus 30. Attribute 2, when fighting on plains, agility plus 20. Elite boots could be crafted by blacksmiths. Attribute 1 was fixed, but Attribute 2 was random. I chose this pair specifically to prepare for the dungeon ahead. Together, the 2 attributes could raise my agility by 50 points. I prioritized agility because I was laying the groundwork to contest the boss that night. After returning to the hotel, showering, and changing into a brand new combat uniform, I called room service and ordered a meal. At precisely 5 in the afternoon, the phone in my hand rang. This newborn dungeon had appeared only recently, and no formation master had moved it to the dungeon center yet, so its entrance remained in another part of the city. The moment I got out of the car, I saw a group assembled in the distance, with Song Qingqing standing at the front. She saw me and raised a hand in greeting. When she called my name, everyone except Song Qingqing visibly changed expression. After hearing my name, several people immediately exchanged glances. The video of number 6 Hai's awakening ceremony had already reached Jiangnan City's trending searches. They clearly recognized the student whose S-rank class had been stolen and who had ultimately registered as a D-rank warlock. Miss Song this. One person forced himself to speak. I'm afraid Chen Ming isn't suitable. He just awakened yesterday. He shouldn't even meet the requirements to enter this dungeon, should he? The man emphasized that an ordinary team-based E-rank dungeon might be able to carry one newcomer, but the newborn dungeon had already inflicted disastrous casualties on the last 10-person team. They could not hand a slot to an untested member. Song Qingqing offered no lengthy explanation. She swept him with a sharp look, and the speaker closed his mouth, not daring to say more. He was also a student from number 1 Hai and had awakened an A-rank class, but his family background was ordinary. He had reached level 10 in only a few days precisely because the Song family backed him. Since he had benefited from the Song family, he naturally did not dare challenge Song Qingqing's authority. The atmosphere around the Su family team on the other side was even stranger. Most of their attention focused on the man standing in the center. His name was Su Luo, the eldest young master of the Su family. He also attended number 1 high and had awakened an A-rank combat class. He had another identity as well, Su Xuan'er's older brother. Su Xuan'er was the woman the Su family had arranged to marry Chunyu. What's that piece of trash doing here? A treacherous ingrate who betrayed his family thinks he's worthy of entering a dungeon with us. This Chen Ming is something else. He latched on a Song Qingqing after only 1 day. This is even better. The Song camp is effectively down 1 person, so our odds of taking the boss just went up. Several people behind Su Luo spoke one after another, their voices dripping with contempt. Su Luo did not join their mockery. He merely checked my level several times. He later told me that he had challenged Howling Cavern at level 5 and passed 5 stages before losing at the final obstacle before the boss. That was why he understood better than the others what its first clear meant. He publicly acknowledged that anyone capable of achieving Howling Cavern's first clear deserved a place on the team. As the others whispered among themselves, I reached the group. One sweep across their faces told me exactly what they were thinking. As long as these people did not compete with me for the boss and obediently followed behind, I did not mind carrying them through 1 clear. Song Qingqing called out to Su Luo nearby. Instead of immediately ordering everyone to depart, Su Luo spoke slowly. We've only just assembled. Everyone should introduce their class and abilities so we can assign roles. Except for me, everyone attended number 1 high. They already understood one another's abilities to some extent. I was the only person they knew through rumors rather than actual combat. I raised an eyebrow and answered simply, primary damage dealer. I specialize in fire. Flameburst Fireball was currently my strongest ability, so that description was accurate. It's getting late. We need to enter the dungeon before midnight, makes it even harder to clear. Seeing several people turn their hostility toward me, Song Qingqing directly emphasized that she had personally invited me and would not allow further debate. The dungeon came first, and Su Luo had no grounds to refuse. The Song family was using one of its own slots, so he had no fault to find. Led by Su Luo and Song Qingqing, the group headed toward the entrance of the newborn dungeon. It was not far away, and we arrived after walking for about 10 minutes. A group of awakened stood guard at the entrance. Every one of them was above level 15, and the 2 leaders were above level 20. They were there to prevent an accident and kill any monster that escaped the dungeon immediately. Monsters had charged out of dungeons many times before, especially newborn dungeons and dungeons that had not yet been cleared. People treated such places with extreme caution. Song Qingqing stepped forward and quietly addressed one of the middle-aged men. The 3rd master of the Song family nodded slightly, then swept his gaze over us. The Song and Su families invited every one of you. Before you leave, we've prepared life-saving jade for you. Each piece can block 1 attack from an enemy below level 15. Once your jade is used, leave the dungeon if you can. Do not remain inside for long. The 2 families had prepared thoroughly. Their real objective was the first clear reward, and these pieces of life-saving jade were insignificant by comparison. Ding! The Moon Demon has sensed moonlight energy emanating from the dungeon and issued a commission. The Moon Demon's commission: collect sufficient moonlight energy from the dungeon. Progress: 0 out of 100. The mission appeared just as I accepted the life-saving jade and prepared to follow the others into the dungeon. To me, a system mission was more important than the dungeon itself in some respects. Even the dungeon boss would have to step aside for it. Everyone already understood the dungeon's basic conditions. The later it became, the stronger the dungeon grew, which would make fighting even more difficult. Su Luo and Song Qingqing stepped through the entrance one after the other, swords in hand. There was nothing I could do about the others dismissing me. They assumed I was merely following Song Qingqing to collect an easy reward. When I entered last, the 3rd master of the Song family narrowed his eyes. He had clearly recognized me and noticed that I had already reached level 10. When I opened my eyes again, we had arrived safely at our destination, Moonshadow Plains. We need to move quickly. The sky is already getting dark. Once night falls completely, our visibility will shrink sharply and we'll be forced onto the defensive. Su Luo spoke first, then strode ahead. We had not gone far when several Moonshadow wolves appeared before us. Moonshadow Wolf. Level 10. HP 2000. I narrowed my eyes. Moonshadow Plains appeared similar to Howling Cavern. Its weakest monsters started at the dungeon's maximum entry level. Attack. Eliminate these Moonshadow Wolves as quickly as possible. Every person present had been carefully selected by the Song and Su families. The weakest class among them was B rank. Before the fighting began, 2 women on the team acted simultaneously. 2 beams shot from their hands and entered our bodies. temporary stamina plus 10, temporary agility plus 10, wound regeneration plus 10%. With the buffs active, 2 shield guards and a knight moved forward to pull the monsters. Su Luo and the others followed behind, releasing their skills at the Moonshadow Wolves. The wolves blocking our path caused no real disturbance and were soon killed one after another. Once that wave was eliminated, the team continued forward. As time passed, the number of Moonshadow Wolves we encountered steadily increased. Su Luo and the others began to feel the pressure. Su Luo's class was the A-rank Gale Swordsman. His swordplay was elusive and focused heavily on offense, giving him the highest kill count in the team. Song Qingqing's class was the A-rank Astral Swordsman. Her abilities were more balanced, and she favored a steady, methodical style. It was hard to say which class was stronger. One used wind affinity and the other space affinity, neither of which was ordinary. Besides the two of them, the team had 2 other A-rank classes. Everyone else was B-rank. As I analyzed their strength, Su Luo, who stood at the front, suddenly sensed something and shouted, "Fall back." The warning came too suddenly. Everyone fighting had only recently left school. How could they possess such fast reactions? One B-rank awakened was half a beat too slow. 3 Moonshadow Wolves leaped out of the darkness as he retreated. Acting on instinct, he rolled aside and dodged 2 consecutive attacks, but the third wolf left a claw mark across his back. The others were lucky and withdrew safely. His injury was only superficial rather than fatal, so his life-saving jade did not activate. What's happening? Why did so many Moonshadow Wolves appear at once? The battle was forced to a halt, and everyone finally saw the situation clearly. This wave had originally contained more than 30 Moonshadow Wolves, already a considerable number. The team had been using a staggered formation to kill them gradually. They had not even killed 7 or 8 when more than 20 additional wolves joined the fight. Look ahead. That Moonshadow Wolf seems different. It's much larger than all the others. Someone with particularly good eyesight spoke quickly and pointed straight ahead. Everyone followed the gesture and saw an enormous Moonshadow Wolf standing before us. Is that the boss? Something that unusual has to be. Kill it, and we'll clear the dungeon. Its level looks wrong. Isn't it already above level 10? Why is this dungeon so difficult? I used the opening to inspect the newly appeared wolf. Moonshadow Direwolf. Level 13. HP 3200. What? It was not the boss. A whoa. The Moonshadow Direwolf growled, and the surrounding Moonshadow Wolves suddenly charged, attacking us from every direction. Everyone quickly gathered into a circular defensive formation. A Moonshadow Direwolf was also staring at us from behind the pack. The moment we exposed a weakness, its attack would be fatal. Chunming, even if you're here to freeload, at least do something. Why are you just standing there? Once everyone gathered together, it became obvious who was fighting hard and who was slacking. One support class awakened was recovering mana when he saw me standing still and immediately lost his temper. His shout drew everyone else's attention toward me. They had been able to manage earlier, and out of respect for Song Qingqing, they had turned a blind eye. Even the mild-tempered Su Luo was becoming angry now. Song Qingqing also spoke in time. "Ming, help us fight. Otherwise, all of us will be in danger." Now that my employer had spoken, it would have been inappropriate to refuse. I nodded slowly and drew my new moon sword. In truth, I could see that these teammates were still holding back. Every one of them possessed at least a B-rank class. How could they possibly fall before reaching the boss? Still, if I refused to act any longer, even Song Qingqing would become dissatisfied. Offending the Song and Su families just to save myself a little effort would not be wise. Instead of using Flame Burst Fireball, I gripped the new moon sword and slashed directly at 2 Moonshadow Wolves. The 2 creatures barely had time to resist before I cut them down. My strength had reached an outrageous level. Setting aside the bonuses from my SSR rank class, the new moon sword alone gave me 60 additional strength at night. My strength had already surpassed 250. That was comparable to an ordinary level 15 awakened. Level 10 Moonshadow Wolves were nowhere near enough to threaten me. Naturally, the other team members saw what happened. Their eyelids twitched at the effortless way I fought. Even the A-rank members had to remain careful against the Moonshadow Wolves. Why did they look so easy in my hands? After I killed 5 or 6 Moonshadow Wolves in succession, the distant Moonshadow Direwolf noticed me. It unleashed a thunderous roar and transformed into a black shadow that rushed straight at me. I had just finished 2 wolves and was focused on the pair behind them. My new moon sword was already mid-swing when the Direwolf charged through that opening. The others could barely protect themselves. How could they spare the effort to support me? Energy raced through my limbs, and my defenses surged. A violent impact rang out, Several people on the team twitched and instinctively looked toward the sound, just in time to see the Moonshadow direwolf swat me through the air with one paw. I crashed heavily in the distance. Song Qingqing's pupils widened, and she shouted, "What happened? Why didn't the jade activate its defense?" Song Qingqing had seen the Moonshadow direwolf pounce on me from behind and immediately warned everyone to retreat. Her life-saving jade lost its glow in the recent impact, and the other team members also began moving toward the exit after checking theirs. The way they checked their jade and withdrew showed that every one of them assumed I was already severely injured. No one wanted to bury a career that had only just begun inside this dungeon. "You've got some strength, you mangy mutt." Just as everyone was about to ask Song Qingqing what had happened, my angry curse rang out. I could not believe I had stumbled over something so trivial. The Moonshadow direwolf's attack had not inflicted a fatal injury on me, but it had utterly destroyed my clothes. Feeling the cool air against my exposed back, I wanted nothing more than to tear the beast apart. I rushed forward while condensing several flame-burst fireballs in my left hand, then hurled them at the wolf. As the flame-burst fireballs approached, every hair on the direwolf's body stood on end. It immediately dodged sideways, but my consecutive fireballs sealed off every escape route. By the time it climbed back to its feet, I had already closed the distance. The new moon sword slashed down and struck the exact spot hit by the fireballs. The attack scored a critical hit, and its HP plummeted. Another flame-burst fireball formed in my left hand, and I slammed it directly against the beast. After the explosion, the once imposing Moonshadow direwolf went completely still. Wounds covered its body, and several bones had fractured. In the distance, Su Luo, Song Qingqing, and the others stared with wide eyes. Everything had happened so quickly that the impact on them was enormous. First, I had taken a direct blow from the supposed boss and emerged perfectly fine, bursting with energy without any sign of injury. Then I attacked with overwhelming force and crushed the supposed boss. It had not survived more than a few exchanges in my hands. Once the Moonshadow direwolf died, the surrounding wolves lost their will to fight. Their charge weakened, and Su Luo's group quickly killed them. Song Qingqing and the others hurried over. Her face was filled with delight. "You truly brought me an enormous surprise." Everyone in Jiangnan City knew that my registered class was D rank. The value I offered her was more than worth the compensation she had paid. "Miss Song." I did not acknowledge the praise. I stopped her in an exceptionally serious voice. She froze for a moment, then immediately asked whether I had paid some price for that burst of strength. I did not explain my skills. I merely pointed at the combat uniform torn open by the claws. "Miss Song, you'll have to reimburse me for these clothes. I've barely worn them for a few days." Song Qingqing visibly froze and lowered her gaze to the ordinary combat uniform, which could not have cost more than 300 yuan. After a moment of silence, she answered in front of everyone, "Fine, I'll reimburse you." Huh. While everyone was still caught off guard by my demand, someone suddenly spoke in confusion. "Something's wrong. The boss is dead, so why haven't we heard the clear notification? That shouldn't happen." Only then did everyone react. The boss was dead, so where was the first clear reward? Who said the boss was dead? I glanced at the speaker and answered calmly. Everyone looked at one another before turning toward the Moonshadow direwolf's corpse. I slowly shook my head. It wasn't the dungeon boss. At most, it was only a slightly stronger ordinary monster. A level 13 creature counted as an ordinary monster inside a level 10 dungeon? Su Luo's expression became complicated. Is there any point in continuing? If an ordinary monster is level 13, the boss must be level 15. The gap between every level was substantial, let alone a difference of 5. They could still challenge the level 13 creature together because none of their classes were weak. But now the gap was 5 full levels. Song Qingqing swept her gaze over everyone before finally settling it on me. "What do you think?" To her, everyone else's recommendations mattered less than mine. I considered it for a moment. "I want to try. How about this? I'll continue ahead alone while all of you wait here. If I can't win, I'll run back, and we'll give up together." None of the nearby members objected this time, and their gazes were completely different from before. Song Qingqing refused without hesitation. "No, I brought you into this dungeon. We're a team. How could we let you fight alone?" Su Luo immediately followed. "She's right. You're a member of this team now, and I never abandoned my teammates." I could tell that neither of them wanted the team to gain a reputation for deserting one of its members. Their righteous declarations left me speechless. I was the one who thought Song Qingqing and the others lacked the strength to continue. If danger appeared, I might even have to divide my attention to protect them. I wanted to travel alone to reduce the burden, Yet these people did not know what was good for them. Since I could not force the issue, I immediately changed strategies. Then how about this? You stay here and recover while I scout ahead. You've already seen my defenses. I'll be perfectly fine. My body had withstood a direct attack from a level 13 beast. It was undeniably sturdy. There should have been no problem with letting me scout ahead and identify the magic beasts waiting for us. If we learned the Moonshadow Wolves arrangement in advance, fighting them would also be easier. All right, go take a look, but do not attack recklessly. Song Qingqing looked at the two support class awakened recovering their mana and finally nodded. They had to apply buffs to every combat class teammate, causing their mana to drain faster. This arrangement also meant that even if I encountered the boss, I would not have to worry about someone stealing the final blow. Song Qingqing later told me that after I left, Su Luo asked why she was willing to trust a registered D-rank warlock. She answered with only one sentence: I care only about real combat power. Once the support classes recovered, the team followed after me. They did not truly leave me alone at the front. This time, I walked for nearly 15 minutes without encountering a single Moonshadow wolf. The situation made my expression increasingly solemn. The magic beasts inside a dungeon did not simply disappear. If I could not find one, they had gathered together. It seemed the dungeon boss had sensed danger. I continued for another 2 minutes as the night deepened and my naked eye visibility shrank again. Before I could ignite a flame, I heard repeated sounds of air being cut. Creatures were moving through the darkness around me. I narrowed my eyes and could faintly make out black shadows circling nearby. My right hand tightened around the new moon sword, while my left hand ignited a fireball. Once its light illuminated the surroundings, I finally saw the truth. Without realizing it, I had walked into a Moonshadow wolf encirclement. Dozens of Moonshadow wolves were staring at me from every direction. Just as I prepared to clear the smaller monsters, a high, oppressive howl pierced the sky. A tall, powerfully built figure then appeared directly ahead of me. Moonshadow Wolf King Boss. Level 15. HP 5,000. Its HP had reached a full 5,000. The situation was bad. Without another word, I attacked. Flame-burst fireballs rained wildly in every direction. Any Moonshadow Wolf struck by one died instantly, while the Moonshadow Direwolves could barely endure the blasts. The wolves around me went berserk and lunged from every side. Alone in the center, I rapidly swung the new moon sword in my right hand, while hurling flame-burst fireballs from my left as though they cost nothing. Fortunately, my mana reserves were enormous. Combined with my mana regeneration, I would not run dry in the short term. Even so, many Moonshadow wolves still reached me. Iron bones, bronze skin. Their attacks could leave only pale marks on my body and could not break through my defenses. But they still divided a considerable portion of my attention. Get lost. The Moonshadow wolves surrounding me had finally gotten on my nerves. Earlier, my clothes had only been torn across the back. They were still wearable despite letting in a little cold air. Now the wolves had shredded them into strips. I swept the new moon sword across with my right hand and killed 3 Moonshadow wolves in the blink of an eye. I could not even be bothered to condense another flame-burst fireball in that hand. I clenched my fist and punched forward instead. With my current strength, an ordinary Moonshadow wolf could not possibly withstand the blow. The wolves' assault finally weakened considerably, and the enormous battlefield turned into a burial ground. Flames engulfed the remaining Moonshadow direwolves, and the last few soon failed to endure any longer and died. Ding. Level 10-11. Unassigned stat points plus 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sufficient moonlight energy collected. The Moon Demon's commission is complete. Reward: Bright Moon Sword Art. The moonlight energy had begun rising slowly from the moment I entered the dungeon, and it increased even faster whenever I killed a Moonshadow wolf. I had now killed nearly 100 Moonshadow wolves and 4 Moonshadow direwolves, finally filling the requirement. A strange sword art instantly poured into my mind. When I opened my eyes again, my gaze locked on the distant Moonshadow Wolf King. With the help of the elite boots, my agility was no lower than the Moonshadow Wolf King's. I reached it and immediately used the sword art I had just learned. Moonlight energy rapidly spread across the new moon sword, radiating astonishing power. The Wolf King sensed the threat in that strike. It howled furiously and lunged at me. It was the ruler of this dungeon and the king of the Moonshadow Wolves. The Moonshadow Wolf King pounced head-on. Just before we collided, I suddenly shifted sideways. It missed and landed on the ground. The moment it turned, several flame-burst fireballs had already sealed every path of retreat. As soon as it steadied itself after landing and prepared to face me, several flame-burst fireballs attacked at tremendous speed, blocking every possible dodge. Even a level 15 Moonshadow Wolf King was no match for a proficient S-rank Flame Burst Fireball. The second shot injured it directly, causing blood to spill from its body. My combat style was simple. Until the system announced its death, I would keep attacking and never give the enemy a moment to breathe. The Moonshadow Wolf King staggered and forced itself back to its feet. I cut in from the side along the wound torn open by the fireballs, and the new moon sword drew a streak of silver light through the air. Before it could complete a counterattack, the final strike emptied its HP. Moonshadow Wolf King killed above the host's level. EXP plus 10,234. Ding. Congratulations, challengers. First clear of Moonshadow Plains achieved. First clear rewards are now being issued. I had killed the Moonshadow Wolf King alone, so naturally, I did not have to divide the experience with anyone. The dungeon's first clear notification appeared on every team member's panel at the same time. I stored the Wolf King's corpse, remained where I was to recover mana, and waited for the others to arrive so we could settle the team rewards. Several minutes later, Song Qingqing, Su Luo, and the others followed the traces of battle to my position. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, I opened my eyes. You're here. In that short period, more than half the mana I had spent in battle had recovered. I had not left because I was waiting for the final division of the spoils. We had entered the dungeon as a team, so the first clear reward was naturally issued to the team as a whole. Su Luo approached and repeatedly swept his eyes across me before quickly realizing one fact. I looked utterly miserable, and my clothes had nearly been shredded into ribbons, yet there was not a single injury on my body. Song Qingqing spoke in an irritated voice. This is what you called scouting ahead. You scouted the path and killed the boss along the way. She frowned and scolded me for daring to face so many Moonshadow wolves alone. I shrugged helplessly. You can't blame me. They surrounded and attacked me first. I was only defending myself. I just didn't expect them to be so weak that I accidentally killed them all. Song Qingqing. Su Luo. Everyone else on the team. All right, stop dwelling on it. At least the final result was good, wasn't it? With that reminder, the excitement in everyone's eyes could no longer be hidden. They had all prepared themselves for a brutal and tragic battle. Now the boss was dead and the reward was theirs. They had been carried through the dungeon without doing anything. When Song Qingqing saw me staring at her after I finished speaking, she immediately understood my signal. Without delay, she took out all the first clear rewards and began dividing the spoils. A team-based E-rank dungeon was also the most difficult dungeon at that rank, so its rewards were naturally excellent. First came 2 silver chests and 3 bronze chests. In addition, there were 3 pieces of black iron gear and several pills. Everyone's eyes immediately locked on the 2 silver chests. Those were genuinely valuable treasures. According to the agreed percentages, Su Luo, Chun Ming, and I each receive 30%. The rest of you divide the final 10% and receive 100,000 yuan. Everyone had accepted the same distribution, so naturally no one objected. However, neither Song Qingqing nor Su Luo wanted to yield. Even to their families, silver chests were exceptionally rare. With enough luck, one could produce a gold-grade treasure. Jiangnan City's 5 great families possessed plenty of silver-grade equipment, but their gold-grade equipment consisted of heirlooms that protected the foundations of each family. Every additional piece could help a family take another step forward. Su Luo spoke first. The Su family wants 1 silver chest. Song Qingqing refused to fall behind. So does the Song family. After speaking, both of them looked toward me. If I gave up competing for the silver chests, everyone would be happy. Naturally, neither of them could say that directly. I met their gazes without fear. I contributed the most inside this dungeon. I should choose 1 silver chest first. The 2 of you can negotiate over the other. What do you think? Neither Song Qingqing nor Su Luo was satisfied with that answer. They both understood what the other wanted, and persuading either person to give up would be extremely difficult. After exchanging a glance with Song Qingqing, Su Luo made the first offer. Chen Ming, if you give up the silver chest, all 3 bronze chests will belong to you. The Su family will also pay you another 100,000 yuan. Song Qingqing immediately matched him. The Song family can add another 100,000 as well. I shook my head and refused without thinking. Not enough. Bronze and silver seemed only 1 grade apart, but the actual gap was enormous. 1 silver chest was worth as much as 10 bronze chests because it had a chance of producing gold-grade equipment. That fact alone kept silver chest prices extremely high, and even then they could rarely be found on the market. Instead of becoming discouraged by my answer, their eyes lit up. Song Qingqing spoke decisively. Name your price. If it's reasonable, we'll agree. Fine. Since you've said that, I won't hold back. In addition to these 3 bronze chests, I want 4 more bronze chests and 400,000 yuan. I was clearly naming an outrageous opening price, so we could negotiate it down step by step until both sides were satisfied. To my surprise, Su Luo immediately nodded. That price is acceptable. Song Qingqing, how about we each cover half? Song Qingqing nodded so quickly, it was almost as though she feared I would change my mind. Seeing the confusion on my face, she explained on her own. Silver chests can produce gold-grade equipment. They're extremely important to Jiangnan City's great families, so a modest premium is acceptable. Once she put it that way, I understood. I had named too low a price. Unfortunately, I had already stated my conditions and could no longer take them back. Song Qingqing and Su Luo each selected 1 silver chest, while every bronze chest belonged to me. They could not give me the remaining chests until we left the dungeon. Who carried unopened treasure chests into a dungeon raid? The rest of the team looked at my haul with envy. Su Luo and Song Qingqing might not care about bronze chests, but those chests were treasures in everyone else's eyes. A single piece of bronze-grade equipment could last them until level 20. After dividing the spoils, we all left the dungeon together. As the red light around the entrance gradually faded, the important members of the Su and Song families waiting outside brightened. We soon emerged one after another. Su Luo and Song Qingqing immediately found the senior members of their respective families and reported what happened inside, including the final division of rewards. When the elders learned that I had killed the boss alone, they stared at me with uncertainty. But their doubts were quickly replaced by something else. The first clear rewards included silver chests, and each family had brought one out. As for the bronze chests, neither family cared. Several minutes later, Song Qingqing came to me. I'll deliver the rest to your hotel tomorrow. I was willing to trust the guarantee of the Song family's eldest daughter. With everything settled, the members of our team immediately departed. The Song and Su families thoughtfully arranged drivers to take us home. My hotel was near the dungeon center, while everyone else was heading into downtown Jiangnan City in the opposite direction. I closed my eyes and rested in the car. The trip had yielded a substantial harvest. Setting aside the many bronze chests, I had earned 600,000 yuan in cash alone. Clearing the dungeon had taken considerable time. We entered at 6 in the evening, and it was now nearly midnight. The car was also traveling through a desolate stretch far from the city, with almost no sign of human life. About 20 minutes later, I suddenly opened my eyes in the back seat. My sword sliced through the door on the other side, and I threw myself out of the car in a roll. Moments after I hit the ground, a violent explosion erupted behind me. When I rose, the vehicle in the distance was already engulfed in flames. Before I could act, several figures rushed out from every direction and surrounded me. I did not know their strength and had no intention of fighting them at close range. I opened the battle with flame-burst fireballs. The figures charging toward me moved incredibly fast, yet they had no way to avoid the flame-burst fireballs. How powerful could a newly advanced level 10 awakened possibly be? They quickly stopped smiling. The explosions swept every figure off their feet and sent them flying. Each had suffered injuries of varying severity. I knew you were hiding something. I used the force of the explosion to create distance and quickly assessed the attackers closing around me. Both flame-burst fireballs had struck head-on, yet they had only forced the attackers back a few steps. The weakest person in this group was at least level 15. Their leader could only be higher. The Song family's car burned behind me. 2 melee fighters blocked the road back toward the city, while open wasteland stretched across the opposite side without a trace of cover. The attackers had clearly scouted the route in advance. They destroyed the vehicle first, then compressed the space from 4 directions, preventing me from fleeing back to the dungeon entrance or reaching the highway to call for help. I quickly inventoried the methods available to me. The new moon sword increased my strength in the evening, and my mana had already recovered after the battle with the Wolf King. The life-saving jade given to me by the Song family still hung against my chest, but it could activate only once. The enemy held every advantage in numbers, levels, and class coordination. If I delayed, I would only face another round of attacks. Who sent you? No one answered. The leader pointed his saber at me. Hand over the bronze chests and explain the secrets you're hiding. Do that, and I'll give you a quick death. They knew about the chests and my return route. That information could only have leaked from the temporary team that entered Moonshadow Plains. I stopped wasting time and launched several flame-burst fireballs toward both sides. The fireballs might not kill them directly, but they could split the formation. 2 of the weaker attackers were forced to retreat, and I immediately charged toward the opening behind the flames. Take him down. Just leave him breathing. A towering axe warrior intercepted me head-on. Golden light flared across his enormous axe, and a skill doubled the length of its blade, sealing my path forward. I could not dodge that strike. Gripping the new moon sword in both hands, I used its evening attribute bonus and met the attack head-on. The instant axe and sword collided, tremendous force traveled down my blade and crushed into both arms. My knees bent, and the soles of my boots carved two long trails through the dirt. My opponent was a level 16 C rank awakened. In a direct contest of strength, I held no advantage. When the massive axe came down again, I did not repeat the frontal block. I let my sword edge slide along the axe handle and used the impact to send myself to the side. The tall warrior was forced to turn, and the spearman who had prepared to support him lost his opportunity to attack. I retreated with the impact to disperse the force, then hurled two fireballs at his chest. The axe warrior had no time to change moves and could only hold his weapon horizontally in defense. The explosion knocked him over and once again widened the distance between me and the others. Two flashes of cold light fell from behind me at the same time. Blades sliced open my combat uniform, and searing pain spread across my back. The two assassins retreated after a single strike. As one of them began fading into the shadows, I turned and caught him. The new moon sword swept horizontally and severed the right arm holding his dagger. The second assassin immediately retreated when he saw the situation turn against them. I did not pursue him far. I simply used a fireball to block his path back into stealth. Blood dripped down my back. The more it hurt, the clearer my mind became. Dark energy coated both assassins' daggers. An ordinary level 12 awakened struck by those two attacks would already have lost the ability to move. Iron bones, bronze skin prevented the worst of the damage, but the wounds continued bleeding. If they held me here for another few dozen seconds, blood loss and mana consumption would wear me down first. Third, restrain him. A mass of vines suddenly burst from the ground and wrapped toward my arms and legs from every direction. The controller hid behind the crowd, trying to use his teammates to force me to stop. But vines were just as vulnerable to fire. I detonated two flame-burst fireballs in succession, instantly turning the area into a sea of flames. The vines burned apart the moment they wrapped around my bracer, and the attackers standing too close were forced to retreat. The leader finally charged at me himself. His speed and strength exceeded everyone else's, placing him at level 17 at minimum. I did not clash with him directly. I kept shifting sideways through the openings left by the flames and drew his saber toward his own people. He quickly changed tactics. Instead of pursuing a single heavy blow, he began taking turns with the remaining attackers to block my routes. The axe warrior guarded the front, the assassin pressured my back, and the vine controller constantly repaired every opening the flames burned into their formation. This team had clearly worked together for a long time. Their commands and rotations contained no unnecessary movements. Even so, the encirclement continued to tighten. The tall axe warrior, two melee fighters, and the remaining assassin activated their skills at the same time. Attacks descended from different directions, leaving me without a complete escape route. Just before the attacks landed, the life-saving jade given to me by the Song family suddenly shattered. A transparent barrier enveloped me. Sabers, axes, and skills smashed against it, only to be completely absorbed by the jade. The attackers visibly paused for a moment. Ripples repeatedly spread across the barrier's surface. The first barrage covered the jade in cracks. Hearing the crisp shattering sound from my chest, I immediately judged that it could not withstand a second coordinated attack. The life-saving item had not bought me safety. It had bought me a single opportunity to counterattack. That instant was enough. Bright moon slash. Silver sword light passed through a crack in the barrier and struck the nearest attacker. Immediately afterward, I hurled the final two fireballs I had condensed to either side and detonated them simultaneously just before they reached their targets. The blast shook the ground, and intense flames swallowed the entire battlefield. When the flames faded, more than half the people surrounding me had already fallen. The leader stood more than 30 feet away with an ugly expression. He clearly had not expected a level 12 warlock to endure their assault for this long. I had also paid a price. The wounds on my back continued bleeding. The Song family's jade had shattered, and only the last trace of mana remained in my body. If the next attack struck me, there would be no second barrier. The axe warrior and two melee fighters had been knocked down by the explosion. The vine controller had also lost the ability to continue casting. Only the leader remained standing. I had dismantled their numerical advantage, but his aura was still steady. The truly dangerous final battle had only just begun. The leader tightened his grip on his long saber and cautiously advanced. I retreated while using flame-burst fireballs to block his route. Every time a fireball exploded, he had to stop and dodge. Whenever he changed direction, I immediately repositioned and refused to let him close the distance. After several exchanges, an early detonated fireball finally grazed him. The loss of HP made him completely lose patience. A blinding light covered his saber, and he charged at me with the speed of a knight's charge. During my final retreat, I deliberately exposed an opening on my left and lowered the new moon sword. Believing my mana had run dry, the leader predictably chose the fastest straight-line charge. That angle would force me to take the saber head-on, but it also prevented him from changing direction midway. This was his final all-out attack. I had nowhere left to retreat. I poured all my remaining mana into the new moon sword, avoided the direct edge of his saber, and thrust along the side of his charge. The two forces crossed in an instant. The long saber pierced my left shoulder and threw me several yards away. The new moon sword also pierced the leader's chest. He staggered several steps before crashing heavily to the ground. I lay there panting for a long time. Only after confirming he would not rise again did I retrieve the new moon sword. Every attacker who had surrounded me had lost the ability to fight. I first stopped the bleeding from my shoulder and back, then checked their identities one by one. None carried identification, and their clothes bore no mark of affiliation. The same Wolfhead brand had been carved behind each person's shoulder. Their storage equipment had also been emptied in advance, and their communicators contained no contacts. The crash, the ambush, and the erasure of their identities had not been improvised. Whoever could deploy a team of Awakened above level 15 and knew the exact division of the treasure chest had to have been watching Moonshadow Plains all along. I photographed every one of the brands. The attackers knew about the bronze chests and the Song family vehicle's route. The Wolfhead brand was the only clue I could currently investigate. Whoever stood behind them, they had already made their move. This debt could not possibly end here. The vehicle had burned into scrap. I could only bandage my injuries as best I could and walk back to the hotel. An hour later, I dragged my nearly exhausted body into my room and asked the front desk to send up healing potions. I did not walk straight along the main road. I first detoured around a location that might contain a second ambush. My phone had survived the explosion, so I saved another copy of the photographs, but did not call the authorities immediately. I had too few clues, and publicly describing the attack would expose the treasure chests and my skills. Until I identified the Wolfhead brand, I first needed the mastermind to believe I had survived through luck. Only after confirming that my wounds were no longer worsening did I take out the 3 bronze chests from Moonshadow Plains. The first chest contained a black chess piece. Black chess piece artifact. Grade, bronze. Requirement, LV, 10. Attribute 1. Upon activation, transforms into a streak of light that attacks the target's chest. Power is equivalent to a level 20 B rank Awakens full force strike. Attribute 2. Uses remaining 5/5. The black chess piece was extremely fast and suited for attacking an unprepared enemy. If I had opened the chest before the ambush, the level 17 leader might never have managed to approach me. The second item was a bracer. Wolfhowl Bracer Equipment. Grade, bronze. Requirement, LV, 12. Attribute 1. Strength plus 50, Agility plus 20. Attribute 2. When HP falls below 50%, Strength plus 30. When HP falls below 20%, Strength plus 70. Its bonuses focused primarily on strength. The closer I came to severe injury, the greater the explosive power it provided. It perfectly compensated for the weakness exposed when I fought the Axe Warrior head-on. I equipped the bracer immediately. Its base bonus of 50 strength and 20 agility took effect at once, while the low HP bonus would automatically fade as my HP recovered. It could not replace defense, but it could give me another chance to counterattack when driven into a corner. The final chest contained 5 small EXP packs. Small EXP Pack X5. Each pack provides 2,000 EXP. Requirement, below level 20. I used all 5 EXP packs, and 10,000 experience points surged into my body at once. Level 12-13. Unassigned stat points plus 10. Level up light flashed across me, and most of the wounds on my shoulder and back recovered as well. I stored the black chess piece, the bracer, and the photographs before truly relaxing. I left the 10 stat points gained from advancing from level 12 to level 13 unassigned for now. My attack, speed, and mana all had shortcomings. Waiting until I knew the enemy type in my next dungeon would make those points more valuable. I also had to save the black chess pieces 5 uses for targets that could genuinely threaten me rather than waste them clearing ordinary magic beasts. I had first killed the Moonshadow Wolf King alone, then survived an ambush by a high-level awakened team. My mind had remained stretched to its limit. The moment I lay down, my consciousness rapidly sank into darkness. I slept until 3 in the afternoon and slowly woke while pressing a hand against my forehead. Staying up all night truly felt awful. Sensing the abundant mana inside me, I quickly got out of bed, washed up, and prepared to eat at the restaurant. My level was still too low, so I needed food every day to replenish my energy. According to our textbooks, once an awakened reached level 40, they no longer needed food for energy and could instead rely on the elemental energy they controlled. Even then, most awakened retained the habit of eating. At that level, however, they no longer ate ordinary meals. They ate carefully prepared meat from high-level magic beasts. In addition to keeping their internal energy full, the meat could gradually strengthen whoever consumed it. I had barely sat down in the restaurant when the woman who followed Song Qingqing approached before I could order. "Mr. Chun, my young lady has been waiting for you." I immediately lifted myself from the seat. "Lead the way." Song Qingqing wore a white dress today. Looking at the beautiful woman before me, I had to admit that dresses truly suited her. When she looked up and saw that I still had all my limbs, she quietly sighed in relief. "I only learned at noon today that the driver who took you home last night was killed. What happened?" The driver belonged to a branch of the Song family, so his death naturally attracted their attention. When she heard the attackers had come for the bronze chests in my possession, Song Qingqing's expression instantly darkened. "You said they all had the same brand. Can I see it?" I held nothing back and opened the photographs from last night for her. Even if Song Qingqing had not asked, I would have brought it up myself. The instant she saw the mark in the image, she blurted out, "The Azure Wolf team. You know them?" I asked in confusion after seeing her reaction. "I do. They're a D-rank team. Even their lowest level member is level 15, but their class ranks are relatively low. Their captain is clever. He deliberately built relationships with Jiangnan City's great families and serves as a blade in their hands. Whenever a family needs something done that it cannot handle openly, hidden teams like this take care of it." Song Qingqing told me everything she knew, but halfway through, she noticed something wrong. Their class ranks might not have been high, but their average level still exceeded 15. Had I truly killed them all so easily? I considered it for a moment. "Do you think the Su family sent them?" The moment I asked, Song Qingqing rejected the idea. The Su family is one of Jiangnan City's 5 great families. Any team working for them would be above level 20. They honestly wouldn't even consider a group like the Azure Wolf team. That narrowed the range of people capable of hiring the Azure Wolf team even further. I knew little about the other members of our temporary team beyond the fact that they were students from Jiangnan No. 1 High. Fortunately, Song Qingqing had investigated everyone involved in the operation. After a simple screening, 2 names came into view. The first was Du Chong, a B-rank support class awakened whose Du family counted as a second-tier family in Jiangnan City. The other was Zhao Yin, also a B-rank awakened. He was the heavy tank injured by the Moonshadow Wolf ambush and had withdrawn from the dungeon. The Zhao family behind him was similar in strength to the Du family. If I remember correctly, people inside a dungeon can't contact the outside world, right? I suddenly asked after thinking of something. Of course. A special magnetic field inside dungeons blocks communication between the interior and exterior, although people inside can contact one another through special methods. This was no secret. Every high school student knew it, and Song Qingqing was naturally no exception. But she quickly reacted. "Zhao Yin. He left the dungeon early after he was injured. He had plenty of time to contact someone." The Moonshadow Wolf had torn open Zhao Yin's chest. The support members on our team specialized in buffs rather than healing. So at Su Luo's suggestion, he exited first while the others continued the raid. As for Du Chong, even if he contacted the Azure Wolf team the moment he left, they could not have arrived that quickly. They were still a D-rank team and would normally be busy. Black work had to be arranged in advance. I had never considered myself kind. Since someone chose to attack me, they needed to be ready for my retaliation. All right, enough about that. I came today to deliver the remaining bronze chests. After speaking, Song Qingqing waved a hand, and 4 bronze chests appeared between us. Seeing them, I could not resist asking, "Your Song family opened the silver chest last night, didn't you? Did you get a surprise?" Song Qingqing smiled faintly. "Our luck was good. According to the rumors, the Song family's vast wealth had already allowed it to acquire 3 pieces of gold-grade equipment or weaponry. Now it had another, bringing it level with the rumored number held by the Su family. The Song family was showing signs of replacing the Su family as Jiangnan City's foremost family. Whatever the chest produced would probably not interest Song Qingqing personally, but I still did not want information about my equipment exposed. Once someone understood every ability their opponent possessed, defeating that person became easy. Song Qingqing had clearly brought the chest to me immediately after waking and had not eaten on the way, so we dealt with that together. It took food meant for 5 people before we finally felt full. After dinner, Song Qingqing leaned back against the sofa and suddenly seemed to remember something. If I remember correctly, you had a special admission slot, didn't you? That's right. That information was not secret in Jiangnan City. The city's universities offered only a handful of special admission slots each year, and even the 5 great families watched those opportunities closely. What? Do you want my admission slot? Remembering how my so-called father had tried to steal it, I could not resist asking. What are you imagining? Song Qingqing gave me a contemptuous look. I received my special admission slot when I started senior year, several months before you did. We just happened to report to our schools at the same time. That made sense. In terms of faculty and overall standards, Jiangnan City's 2 strongest high schools were Jiangnan No. 1 High and Jiangnan No. 6 High. That same opportunity was how I came to know Song Qingqing, who consistently ranked among the top 2 students at No. 1 High. The other person was Su Shuer, the eldest daughter of the Su family and the nominal fiancé of my manipulative younger brother. What I mean is that news of your D-rank class has already reached those academies. Do you think they'll let a D-rank awakened enroll? Song Qingqing explained that her father had personally told her the news at noon. The Song family had just obtained a piece of gold-grade equipment from a dungeon I helped clear. Because of that, Song Baichen asked her to tell me exactly how the academies might respond, establishing a measure of goodwill in advance. In recent decades, no one had heard of any academy recruiting someone with a D-rank class. If one of them set that precedent, the school might fall from its pedestal in the eyes of the public. People would stop discussing how powerful and impressive that academy was. Instead, they would say that a certain academy even accepted D-rank classes, so anyone could get in. After hesitating for a moment, I asked slowly, "You mean they'll cancel my special admission slot on their own?" Song Qingqing immediately shook her head. Canceling a slot after it has been issued would also damage an academy's reputation. Your situation has actually happened before. The same thing happened in City A 2 years ago. In the end, the major academies chose to hold a special challenge tournament at the student's school. Whoever won the challenge could take the original special admission slot. That gave the academies an excuse to say the initial recipient was too weak to protect the slot. The public would only think the first person was disappointing. The student had earned that admission slot through academic performance. Proposing to replace them was already unfair. The gap between class ranks was real. No matter how hard D and C rank classes competed, they could not defeat the B or A rank classes above them. The result required no imagination. A higher ranked awakened would inevitably take the special admission slot. I could not help snorting after hearing it. These academies don't seem as noble as they pretend. Song Qingqing did not agree aloud. She merely reminded me that she had already accepted a special admission slot and was in no position to criticize the academies with me. Those rules might work against other people, but they don't seem to restrict you very much. Your actual strength isn't weak. The only person you need to worry about is your younger brother, who awakened an S-rank class. After saying that, she stared closely at my face, wanting to see whether I would become angry. Unfortunately for her, my expression did not change in the slightest, as though I did not know the person she was talking about. "Thank you for telling me. I'll keep it in mind." I spoke without expression, but the calmer my face became, the more vigilant I felt inside. After the meal, Song Qingqing and I separated and returned to our rooms. Song Qingqing alone was proof of the danger. She had been level 10 yesterday, yet she had already reached level 13 when we met today. With the Song family supporting her, she would not have to worry much before reaching level 20. By the same logic, my younger brother would advance just as quickly with the Chun family's assistance. Chen Yu also possessed an S-rank class, 1 rank higher than Song Qingqing's A-rank class. After returning to my room, I opened the 4 remaining bronze chests. Amid a blinding white light, the cyan glow from the other 3 seemed almost dim. Concealment cloak, equipment. Grade, silver. Attribute 1, agility plus 100, spirit plus 60. Attribute 2. After activating the cloak, the wearer can conceal their aura for 30 minutes. The concealment automatically ends upon attacking or being struck. Attribute 3. When fighting an enemy whose agility is greater than their strength, agility plus 100. As expected of silver-grade equipment, the bonuses were incredible. It started with a full 100 agility. Attribute 2 was also easy to understand. It concealed my aura and would certainly prove useful in special situations. The condition for Attribute 3 was much stricter. It increased my agility only against speed-focused classes whose agility exceeded their strength. The other 3 bronze chests produced 10 unassigned stat points, 1 bottle of Golden Wound medicine, and a flame burn pill. The first 2 needed no explanation. The flame burn pill was a bronze-grade medicine that increased damage from fire affinity skills by 20% for 10 minutes after consumption, making it a perfect match for Flame Burst Fireball. Host, Chen Ming. Class, Holy Lord SSR. Level, 13. HP, 4000. Mana, 3800. Strength, 268. Spirit, 255. Agility, 332. Skills, Flame Burst Fireball, Iron Bones, Bronze Skin, Bright Moon Sword Art. Mission, none. Demon points, 0. Strength and Spirit had risen steadily, but Agility had improved the most and already exceeded 300. It had gone from my weakest stat to my strongest in an instant. With the chests opened, I also had the 600,000 yuan provided by the Song and Su families, 200,000 from the initial negotiation, and 400,000 from the later division of rewards. My finances had suddenly become much more comfortable. I could search the market for something suitable while also watching for D-rank missions. There were far more D-rank missions than E-rank missions. Around 60% of Jiangnan City's dungeons were classified as D-rank, and their level ranges varied widely, from level 11 team dungeons to level 19 solo dungeons. As I browsed the missions, a towering young man built like an iron tower walked over. I had not come to the mission hall simply to test my luck. After reaching level 13, the experience offered by E-rank dungeons was clearly insufficient, while roughly 60% of Jiangnan City's dungeons fell under D-rank. The D-rank mission board mixed solo and team dungeons in the same section, ranging from level 11 to level 19. I screened them by experience and compensation while avoiding high-level targets I could not yet handle alone. Silent Forest was a level 15 10-person dungeon where mission materials and dungeon progress could be settled together. With my publicly registered identity as a D-rank warlock, no normal team would invite me. That was why, when the towering young man spoke, my first concern was not the reward but how much he actually knew about me. "Are you alone too?" he asked somewhat awkwardly. "Would you like to join us for the level 15 team dungeon, Silent Forest?" I pointed at myself. "I'm only level 13. Aren't you going to ask about my class and abilities first? You're not afraid I'll drag the team down? I saw you by yourself, and I'm looking for teammates too." Before he could finish explaining, a red-haired woman hurried over with several people. "Hanta, what are you doing?" The towering young man hurriedly answered, "Sister Xian, I'm recruiting a teammate." The woman's name was Yi Xian. She wore a basic combat uniform designed for easy movement. Unlike Hanta, she did not invite me immediately. She asked about my level, class, attack type, and team dungeon experience one by one. Level 13. My registered class is D-rank warlock. I specialize in ranged fire attacks, but I can also fight in close combat. I've participated in one 10-person dungeon. When Yi Xian heard my level and class, she visibly hesitated. Silent Forest was a level 15 10-person dungeon. A normal team would never voluntarily carry a D-rank member 2 levels below the requirement. Just as she prepared to decline politely, 3 young men suddenly ran out of the crowd. Their leader stopped directly in front of Yi Xian. "Xiaoxian, I heard you're entering Silent Forest. Take me with you. I'm already level 17. I guarantee you'll clear it." Yi Xian rubbed her forehead. "Su Hui, why are you here? You only have 5 people. Even with the 2 I brought, that's still fewer than 10. As he spoke, Su Hui turned around as if he had only just noticed me. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders with such enthusiasm that he gave me no chance to refuse. "Brother, did Xiaoxian invite you too? Lucky you. I'll clear the way up front. You can just follow along and collect the mission reward." Someone had offered to escort me for free. Naturally, I would not help him take back the offer. "Then thank you." Yi Xian opened her mouth, clearly not having agreed yet. But Hanta had indeed invited me first, and Su Hui had made such a sweeping promise in front of everyone. In the end, she could only swallow her objection. "We have 9 now." She swept her eyes over the team. "We still need 1 more." Yi Xian did not relax her standards merely because Su Hui guaranteed a clear. She explicitly stated that anyone who left the group inside the dungeon had to report their location first, and no one could engage a leader-class monster without permission. Su Hui immediately turned to search for a target. He soon spotted a young man wearing Taoist robes who stood alone before the mission board. He strode over and put an arm around the man's shoulders. Stop choosing. Come with us. Guaranteed clear. The Taoist-robed young man clearly had not even understood the team's composition before Su Hui dragged him away from the mission board. Yi Xian counted again. 5 original members, 2 people brought by Su Hui, plus me and the Taoist-robed youth. That made exactly the 10 people required to enter Silent Forest. She explained the rendezvous call, retreat conditions, and mission objectives one by one, then required everyone to display their life-saving methods before entering. Su Hui continued promising that he would clear the path, while I memorized every member's position and class direction. The greatest danger in a temporary team was never limited to magic beasts. Coordination failures could be just as deadly. Hanta apologized to me on his own, saying he had focused only on filling the roster and had not asked about my level first. I did not leave because of that. The team already had the level 17 Su Hui. Yi Xian was more reliable than Hanta at organization, and my real output was more than enough to cover a 2-level gap. As long as they did not change the agreement in the middle of the raid, this dungeon would complete my missions and let me observe the strength of level 15 magic beasts. Much later, I pieced together another thread from records left by the Zhao family. Zhao Yin decided the Azure Wolf team had failed only because the Song or Su family intervened, so he went to his older brother Zhao Jin despite his injuries. Zhao Jin did not blame him for trying to kill me. He only cursed Zhao Yin for contacting the Azure Wolf team personally, failing to prepare a scapegoat, and not sending anyone above level 20. After the Azure Wolf team was destroyed, Zhao Yin handed the information to Zhao Jin. Together, they planned to use an expedition by the 5 great families into ancient ruins 1 month later to kill me and steal my secrets. The Chen family would never give me a slot, so they turned their attention to one of the Song family's slots. At the time, I knew none of this. What? Something this good could happen? I had just taken a quick look at the missions inside Silent Forest, and everyone paid well. They were completely worth doing. Judging by the current situation, I had a free escort and would not even need to act. How was that any different from finding money on the ground? Then, thank you, sir. Just as Yi Xian prepared to confirm the team composition, I accepted Han Ta's invitation and thanked him. I immediately added, thank you, Miss Yi, and thank you, brother, for inviting me. I promise I'll prove my value inside the dungeon. I deliberately stressed the word inviting. Hanta had clearly invited me first. There could not be anything wrong with accepting now, could there? Yi Xian glanced at Hanta and checked my level again, but she did not deny the invitation. Since I was the lowest level member of the team, she required the level 17 B rank Su Hui to enter with us and told me to explain my specialty and life-saving methods before combat. Then let's find one more person. We're still short one. With me and the people Su Hui had brought, the team had reached 9 members. Su Hui quickly swept his gaze across the crowd and soon locked onto a target. He strode toward a slender man standing alone before the mission board. The man's clothing was conspicuous. He wore a Taoist robe, and with a fly whisk, he would have looked like a genuine Taoist disciple. Taoism did exist on this planet, but its influence was limited, and few people understood its true strength. Even so, a small number of people in Jiangnan City followed Taoism, so no one considered the clothing particularly strange. When the young Taoist saw Su Hui approach him, confusion appeared on his face. He then confirmed that Su Hui was genuinely inviting him. Stop worrying over it, little brother. Come on, come on. We have a guaranteed win. Under Su Hui's pulling and dragging, the bewildered young Taoist somehow joined the team. At least Han Ta had briefly explained the situation to me, including which dungeon we were entering. Su Hui simply dragged someone along by force. More importantly, the young Taoist actually followed him. Wonderful. One burden had become 2. The young Taoist stared at the towering trees before him and the dirt path beneath his feet. Did my dungeon training just begin? Only after entering did the young Taoist explain that he had arrived in Jiangnan City that very day. He originally came to the mission hall merely to look at a dungeon his master had mentioned. Before he heard the team's full objective, Su Hui had dragged him inside. Xiaoxian, stay behind me. I'll clear the way for you and guarantee you won't suffer the slightest fright. The moment we entered the dungeon, Su Hui ignored every other teammate and hovered around Yi Xian. His expression was exceptionally earnest as he thumped his chest. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Have you cleared this dungeon before? The question rendered Su Hui speechless, and he instinctively shook his head. No, but don't worry. How strong could a level 15 team dungeon be? I can definitely sweep straight through it. Several people behind Yi Xian nodded in agreement. A two-level advantage was no joke. The team split into small groups and moved forward. The young Taoist and I had both joined at the last moment, so we naturally walked together. He glanced at me with obvious vigilance. Xia Luo later told me that he had awakened the A-rank heaven-chosen Taoist class, which came with an innate ability to read people. Xia Luo later admitted that the pressure he sensed at close range was far greater than my registered level suggested. That was why he had been wary of me at first. Xia Luo. Level 14. Class Heaven-chosen Taoist. A. Evolvable. Su Hui was impressive. The random person he dragged over had an A-rank class. His luck was genuinely good. But what did evolvable mean? Could Xia Luo's class eventually evolve into S-rank? This was the first time I had heard of a class evolving. Hello. My name is Xia Luo. Seeing me continue to study him, Xia Luo instinctively tightened his grip on his jade pendant. He later told me that he felt as though he could not hide any secret from me at that moment. I withdrew my gaze and answered calmly, Chunming. Just as I considered what to say next, a series of sharp sounds tore through the air. Su Hui, who had been hovering around Yi Xian a second earlier, transformed into a streak of light and shot forward. Several impacts rang out before Su Hui landed steadily. Several snake corpses lay before him. Everyone looked closely and discovered that the creatures were entirely emerald green. Those must be verdant snakes, right? Their color is identical to the trees around us. You can't distinguish them at all. One of Yi Xian's teammates spoke quickly. He was the team's intelligence collector and possessed a C-rank crowd control class. His abilities were average. The verdant snakes were not limited to the tree trunks. Many also hid inside the surrounding grass and launched their attacks at the same time. Su Hui gripped his sword and swiftly cut the three snakes before him in half. Even in the middle of battle, he repeatedly looked back to confirm Yi Xian's position. Fortunately, Yi Xian's group had some team experience. They quickly gathered and began counterattacking. I benefited from standing beside Xia Luo. A soft glow radiated from Xia Luo, or more precisely, from the Taoist robe he wore. Under that light, the verdant snakes became completely docile and did not dare approach recklessly. Since I stood beside him, I also benefited and had no need to fight them. Hey, you two, get over here and help. Not far away, Yi Xian saw that neither of us had been affected and could not resist shouting. The others were in a difficult situation, and several people had already suffered bites. Were the verdant snakes powerful? They were ordinary level 15 magic beasts and the lowest level creatures in this dungeon. Despite their name, some verdant snakes were not actually green. Their bodies were withered yellow or dark yellow instead. Every color matched something visible in the surroundings, making them difficult to fight. I did not attack on my own this time. I simply followed Xia Luo toward the others. Once we reached Yi Xian's group, the pressure on them immediately decreased. Yi Xian stared in surprise at the glowing Taoist robe. Little Taoist, your clothes are remarkable. They can even suppress the verdant snakes. How long can the effect last? Xia Luo scratched his head. It's a passive skill. It can only interfere with weaker snakes, insects, rats, and ants. It can't affect anything strong. In other words, the robe did not consume Xia Luo's own energy. There's still someone over here. Help me. While everyone stared at Xia Luo's robe as though it were a treasure, a miserable cry suddenly came from the distance. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Su Hui trapped in the middle of a massive number of verdant snakes. His earlier composure had vanished. The robe was present, so the snakes did not dare approach us and were forced to shift their target to Su Hui. That left him facing danger at every turn. Anyone with ranged attacks, help him. The two followers brought by Su Hui acted immediately and reminded the rest of us at the same time. Everyone attacked together and began clearing the surrounding verdant snakes. Half an hour later, Su Hui sat in the middle of the group with no fewer than 100 bite wounds covering his body. No, not at all hiss. If they had not brought a supply of antidote pills in advance, Xia Luo and I might truly have been burning offerings for them by now. Su Hui's face reddened as he stubbornly continued. Xiaoxian, this was an accident. I didn't expect those verdant snakes to be so treacherous and target only me. But as long as you weren't hurt, I'm relieved. Shut up. Yi Xian's face remained as cold as before, but her movements became gentler as she applied medicine to Su Hui. The wounds were not deep. With the help of golden wound medicine, everyone's injuries were gradually healing, while the lingering effects of the antidote pills cleared the poison from their bodies. Once Su Hui was bandaged, Yi Xian distanced herself again and returned to the same indifferent attitude she had shown him before entering the dungeon. Fortunately, Su Hui did not care. He turned towards Xia Luo instead. Little Taoist, I knew you were talented the moment I saw you. It seems my sixth sense really is accurate. We owe this one to you. Su Hui marveled on the spot that someone he casually invited had played the greatest role. Xia Luo hurriedly waved his hands. I didn't do anything. I was only lucky that my robe happened to counter them. What are you talking about? The robe belongs to you. So naturally its achievement belongs to you too. Come on. I feel almost recovered. Let's continue and clear this dungeon. Su Hui immediately rose and took the lead just as before. I remained at the back with Xia Luo, while the team's intelligence specialist, Zhang Jiada, walked ahead of us. Nothing happened along the way, so I asked him about the history between Su Hui and Yi Xian. According to Zhang Jiada, both came from fairly ordinary, or rather poor, families. Neither had qualified for university through the national entrance exam, so they could improve only through their own effort. Before meeting Yi Xian, Su Hui had been a playboy. He accepted dungeon missions for money, then spent his time in bars and nightclubs. His reputation was not good. The two met inside a team dungeon, and Su Hui began pursuing Yi Xian madly the moment he saw her. Yi Xian had originally started to develop feelings for him, but after learning about his past, she decisively rejected him. From that day onward, Su Hui continued clinging to her despite never receiving a kind look. After hearing the story, Xia Luo and I exchanged a glance and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Would Yi Xian change her opinion of Su Hui and end up with him next? The three of us quietly discussed it at the back, while the others continued forward as usual. Yi Xian looked over her shoulder and frowned when she saw us gathered together. She warned us not to lag behind. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding trees gradually thinned, and everyone's attention sharpened. Following the dirt path, we soon emerged from the dense woods and reached an open area. We had not truly left the forest, since towering trees still surrounded us. This was merely a clearing inside it. The more unusual a location appeared, the more focused everyone became. Dungeon monsters often emerged at moments like this. A piercing series of sounds cut through the air as countless objects were hurled violently toward us. I took a quick look. The projectiles included, but were not limited to, stones, wooden clubs, banana peels, and purple fruit. The two nearest people hurried over to help defend from the other directions. Fortunately, my agility was already high enough to barely weave through the chaotic projectiles. Zhang Jiada was not a pure combat class and lacked agility. One careless step allowed a banana peel to strike him in the head. By the time he removed the peel, 2 bruises had already appeared on his body. After dodging several consecutive attacks, Su Hui charged into the nearest section of forest with his weapon. We could not become safe until we killed whatever was attacking. As he approached the trees, even more objects were deliberately hurled at him. They were afraid. Yi Xian reacted first. Everyone, charge the nearest section of forest and kill the creatures inside. Once everyone had a target, the combat power they unleashed was astonishing. I did not remain idle this time. Gripping the new moon sword, I charged into the nearest part of the forest. The moment I entered, I located the culprits behind the ambush. Furry monkey. Level 16. HP 4000. The furry monkeys still gripped their weapons. Seeing me about to reach them, they shrieked excitedly. The nearest monkeys clenched their fists, leaped from the tree trunks, and charged straight at me. Just as I prepared to attack, I felt my agility suddenly increase. These monkeys had far more agility than strength, directly activating an attribute of the concealment cloak behind me. The next instant, I transformed into a phantom and constantly moved between the trees and branches. The difference in our attributes was enormous. After killing the monkeys on my side, I did not hurry back out. I stood on a branch and waited. If I returned immediately, I would be forced to help my other teammates. I came here to be carried, just as Su Hui promised, not to do hard labor for them. Besides, the monkeys were only annoying. Once we closed the distance, they could be crushed easily and posed no real danger. More than 10 minutes later, when the others gradually returned, I timed my appearance and emerged at the scene. Just as everyone relaxed, a cry suddenly rang out. They instinctively looked to the side. Before the battle began, Su Hui had already been wrapped in bandages to treat the verdant snake bites. Now, perhaps because his movements had been too violent or because a heavy object struck him, a large amount of fresh blood covered him again. Several banana peels also clung to his clothes. After his followers cleaned him up, Su Hui's condition improved slightly. He looked so miserable because he had drawn the first wave of the monkey's attacks. Yi Xian approached him as the team leader and had just prepared to speak. Xiaoxian, you don't have to thank me. As long as you weren't hurt, every injury I suffered was worth it. Su Hui preemptively told her not to thank him. The words on Yi Xian's lips immediately stopped. and she merely ordered his followers to keep treating his wounds. She then looked again at Xiao Luo and me. Xiao Luo's robe had already proved its extraordinary origin, while I, a level 13 D-rank warlock, was also completely unharmed. Since when had the warlock class become this powerful? I was sitting with Xiao Luo, and I remained quite curious about him. Xiao Luo swept his gaze across the chaotic scene. So this is a dungeon? Why do I feel like all the magic beasts inside are weak? Judging from what we had seen, neither the verdant snakes nor the furry monkeys could truly threaten him. It's not that simple. I slowly shook my head. Dungeon conditions change constantly. The next group of beasts might be difficult to handle. We should prepare carefully. Silent Forest differed greatly from the dungeons I had cleared before. The previous E-rank dungeons contained only one kind of monster. Yet only 2 stages into this forest, we had already encountered 2 different species, verdant snakes and furry monkeys. They were easy to handle separately, but what if they gathered together? The monkeys could provide covering fire while the verdant snakes waited for an opportunity to ambush us. It was also possible that the creatures in Silent Forest belonged to different factions, a situation described in our textbooks. We rested longer this time because Su Hui's injuries were still fairly serious. The deeper we traveled into the forest, the darker our surroundings became and the quieter everything grew. The darkness and silence pressed everyone into slowing down, and their grips on their weapons tightened. What's wrong with this dungeon? It's way too quiet. We could still hear birds outside. Why isn't there a single sound here? Watch your surroundings. I have a bad feeling. After walking for about an hour, Yixin stopped. Let's rest for a moment. Zhang Jiada, where are we now? Zhang Jiada took out a rough map and pointed at one area. We're approximately here. As long as we cross this region without making too much noise, we'll reach the dungeon boss. Previous awakened who challenged the dungeon had drawn the map, and it was rather crude. The region we currently occupied was the largest in the entire dungeon. Someone had even written a special warning over it. Do not make excessive noise. The area beyond it was marked as the boss's location. Why make this so mysterious? I've held back from talking for so long that I can't take it anymore. Su Hui could not resist speaking when he saw the note on the map. Before entering this region, he had hovered around Yixin without letting his mouth stop for even a moment. Remaining silent for this long had nearly pushed him to his limit. Chill. Keep your voice down. They emphasized it because there must be danger. We don't need to take the risk. Clearing the dungeon quickly is what matters most. Yixin immediately stopped Su Hui and pointed ahead, signaling for him to remain quiet. Su Hui interpreted her warning as doubt. He thumped his chest and guaranteed on the spot that he would take the lead from this point onward. Don't worry, Xiaoxian. No matter how many enemies appear, I will never let them hurt you. Su Hui made no effort to lower his voice as he said it, and confidently pounded his chest. Wait. Everyone stared at Su Hui with wide eyes. Even I could not help seeing him in a new light. Good grief. Was he worried that we were clearing the dungeon too smoothly? A faint rustling suddenly came from the forest around us. The sound was not loud, but it was exceptionally piercing in the silence. Prepare for battle. Yixin did not continue assigning blame. She drew her weapon and assumed a combat stance. The density of the projectiles this time made it clear that the furry monkey army came with hostile intentions. From our previous battle, the monkey's supply of objects seemed endless. Waiting until they ran out was not an option. Charge out and kill these furry monkeys. Su Hui realized he had caused trouble and immediately spoke. Then he rushed out first, drawing a massive amount of firepower again. The other team members charged in every direction. I mixed into the crowd and reduced my presence as much as possible. The moment everyone else entered the forest, I decisively activated the concealment cloak and hid myself completely. The monkeys attacking me saw their vision blur, and their target vanished. Unfortunately, their limited intelligence was not enough to understand what had happened. The other members of the team soon drew their attention away. Once I confirmed that no one had noticed me, I watched the battlefield solemnly. This place was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Something quickly went wrong for the teammates charging through the trees. Their full attention remained on the monkeys, and they failed to notice the other magic beasts hidden beneath the leaves. Once they entered the trap, the verdant snakes concealed in advance suddenly attacked. With the verdant snakes interfering, everyone's danger rose continuously. 2 beams of light soon appeared, and 2 awakened on the team were teleported away. This was the advantage of entering a dungeon that had already been cleared. Anyone facing mortal danger would be teleported outside automatically. Their injuries would not recover, however, and they still had to seek treatment afterward. Everyone, follow me and break out. At the critical moment, Yi Xian stepped forward as the team leader and began issuing orders. Anyone could see that remaining to fight was no different from a slow death. Everyone charged towards Su Hui. The towering Han Ta fought beside him, and the two cleared the path together, with Xia Luo following directly behind. As the group rushed outward, the number of stones increased instead of falling. Without Han Ta, the heavy tank at the front, more members would certainly have been sacrificed. Su Hui placed the entire burden on himself and activated his skill, charging forward at high speed. A fierce wind followed wherever he passed. Every verdant snake hiding ahead was exposed and thrown heavily to the ground. The snakes had caused so much trouble only because of their concealment. Once discovered, their threat decreased considerably. Seeing the powerful wind, Xia Luo produced a fly whisk and waved it gently. Blue flames rose before him and rapidly spread in every direction. With the help of the gale, the fire expanded and separated the furry monkeys on both sides. Unable to aim, the monkeys could no longer attack. I stood close to the fire and could clearly feel its scorching energy. That skill had to be at least B rank. The young Taoist possessed even more methods than I expected. With Xia Luo and Su Hui attacking so forcefully, everyone escaped the encirclement and the pressure eased considerably. That did not mean we were out of danger. Attacks still arrived from the sides, and countless moving sounds followed from behind. Fortunately, with the fire's assistance, we successfully escaped the region in about 15 minutes. As lights spilled over the grass ahead, the footsteps of the many furry monkeys pursuing us gradually disappeared. Their movement was restricted to that area, and they could not leave it. Once the danger passed, everyone collapsed to the ground and gasped for breath. Su Hui and Xia Luo, who had cleared the path, were nearly exhausted. We finally escaped. One of Su Hui's followers could not resist exclaiming, "Escaped? This was a tactical retreat. Once I've recovered, I'll beat those monkeys until they run for their lives." Even now, Su Hui refused to admit weakness. "Brother Su, your opportunity has arrived. Look, the monkeys have already formed up and are waiting for us." At that moment, a conspicuous voice rang out. When everyone saw the scene nearby, they instinctively slowed their breathing. I remembered the map's marking. The area beyond the region we had crossed was the boss's location. White Ape, boss. Level, 17. HP, 7,000. We're finished. When Yi Xian saw the boss lock onto us, her grip on her sword visibly tightened. In their current condition, they could not defeat the boss or even the guards around it. Su Hui tried to force himself to stand, but his mana was nearly depleted and he had almost no combat power left. Remembering the guarantees he made outside the entrance, his expression became ugly. "Huh? Why do you look completely fine? Wait, I never saw you during the breakout. Do you still have enough strength to fight?" Just as everyone prepared to give up, Zhang Jiada's confused voice sounded from behind. They instinctively turned and saw me standing perfectly straight without the slightest trace of weakness. Compared with their condition, I was at the opposite extreme. "Why, you're completely fine." Even the thick-skinned Su Hui could barely hold himself together. Look at him, covered in wounds, and then look at me. My body was spotless. I did not look as though I had entered a dungeon at all. I looked like a tourist. I ignored their confusion and kept my eyes locked on the white ape. It had already noticed us and was approaching. The closer it came, the more clearly everyone could see the muscles covering its body. When Yi Xian saw me staring at it, she immediately asked whether I intended to fight the boss head-on. Su Hui pointed at me and questioned how a warlock could possibly confront a white ape in close combat. "Give up. You're a warlock. You can't defeat it from the front, and it's 4 full levels above you. We can return after we recover." Yi Xian could not resist warning me. The 4-level difference led everyone to urge me to retreat again, but Xia Luo said nothing. He had already explained that I was the one person whose true strength he could not see. I waved casually. "Just lie there. I'll test it. If I can't win, I'll give up." I had planned to lie back and complete the missions without effort. Su Hui and the others had not been completely useless. They had delivered me unharmed to the boss. The white ape did not stop advancing while we talked. Once it closed the distance, it roared and suddenly lunged at me, driving an enormous fist toward my head. It clearly combined strength and agility. I could clash with it head-on, but there was no need for meaningless resistance. The moment my foot touched the ground after dodging, the white ape's fist smashed into the earth. The ground cracked outward from its fist like a spiderweb. Without hesitation, I changed tactics and prepared to wear it down from range with flame-burst fireballs. Facing the long-range attack, the white ape seemed not to think at all and punched directly at the fireball. Flames erupted and swallowed its entire body. I immediately hurled several more flame-burst fireballs, attempting to restrict its movement. I assumed the white ape would become cautious after suffering from flame-burst fireball. Instead, the stubborn creature deliberately punched the next one. It even attacked 2 fireballs intended only to block its movement rather than hit it. Since the white ape enjoyed catching them so much, I saw no reason to be polite. Fireball after fireball flew from my hands. Watching the creature repeatedly punch the flames, Suhui cursed it for having brawn instead of brains. The others also began to believe that if I maintained the distance, I might truly grind down the boss's HP alone. Can Chunming really defeat this boss by himself and lead us through the clear? The team had spent most of the dungeon being chased by magic beasts, and no one wanted to repeat the journey. Suhui shouted that if I killed the white ape, he would truthfully record the boss fight contribution under my name. When the ape smashed another flame-burst fireball, it suddenly roared. Its formerly white fur had been scorched completely black. Even the exposed skin beneath had turned bright red from the heat. The roar caught my attention, and my expression grew solemn. The white ape's aura was still strengthening. The next instant, it charged at nearly twice its former speed. It reached me in the blink of an eye and brought an enormous palm down. Seeing the white ape suddenly close the distance, Su Hui and the others immediately warned me not to use a warlock's body to take the blow directly. I had already moved the moment the white ape began its charge. I swiftly drew the new moon's sword and slashed. Our attacks collided, and both of us retreated. My strength truly was inferior to the berserk white apes. But Yi Xian and the others were filled with disbelief. What kind of warlock possessed melee power like this? A final frenzy? Interesting. The white ape's current condition was strange. Its body radiated heat, almost as though it had temporarily increased its strength. The correct response to something like this was obviously to kite it. Fortunately, the beast's berserk state increased its agility beyond its strength, activating another 100 agility from my cloak. Our agility was now similar, allowing me to maintain a safe distance. I launched one flame-burst fireball after another. Several minutes later, the white ape's body reached its limit, and it finally collapsed without strength. The dungeon was completely cleared, and I successfully advanced to level 14. I slowly approached and collected the mission materials I needed from the white ape. Done. Mission complete. What exactly is your class? Why are you so strong? Only after hearing the dungeon clear notification did everyone slowly approach. I nodded decisively. Warlock, didn't I tell you before? How could I fake that? Everyone's identity was displayed upon entering the dungeon. In that sense, I truly had not lied. Public standards existed for class ranks and typical combat strength. They had simply never seen a D-rank warlock produce results like this. They were not unfamiliar with the class. Many people awakened as warlocks. But as far as they knew, the class was extremely weak. Someone had once tried to defy fate and studied the warlock class in depth. What was the result? He eventually returned in disgrace and became a clerk in a bookstore, living an unremarkable life. As the saying went, the rank of the class you awakened determined both the ceiling and the floor of your entire life. We fought together for so long, and I still don't know your name. Sui scratched his head. You practically carried us through this entire dungeon. Chunming. The moment I said the name, the surrounding area suddenly went quiet. Yi Xian and the others had clearly seen the reports following the awakening ceremony. 2 days ago, the media had called me the stain of the Chun family, a D-rank warlock. Yet they had just watched me kill the white ape boss head-on. Sui confirmed my name several times, then looked at the new moon sword in my hand. Hanta directly recited the report's conclusion that my future had been destroyed after losing my S-rank class. Placed beside the battle they had just witnessed, even he found it absurd. It seems we really can't believe every report. If you're D-rank, how are other warlocks supposed to live? Everyone questioned me about my skills and class. I offered no explanation and merely reminded them to collect the mission materials. The dungeon exit had already appeared, and any further delay would only cost us compensation. The core materials required by our missions lay scattered around the white ape's corpse. Yi Xian reassigned the collection areas. Su Hui stood guard while the others recorded the quantities according to our agreement before entering. What portion each person completed and how badly each had been injured would affect the mission hall settlement. We could not abandon order simply because the boss was dead. Once the others dispersed, Xiao Luo approached and said 2 words in a serious voice. Very strong. I looked at him. Compared with the people at your Taoist temple? I felt similar pressure only from my eldest senior brother, Xiao Luo answered honestly. He is the temple's future leader. Master has always trained him as the successor. In a real fight, I might not be able to defeat you right now. His answer confirmed my judgment. Xia Luo's rank heaven-chosen Taoist class was only the beginning, and none of the Taoist robe, fly whisk, or jade pendant he carried was ordinary. He had not yet learned to fight independently without relying on artifacts. Once he fixed that weakness, his strength would leap again. I did not ask the name of his temple. Xia Luo was willing to mention his eldest senior brother, but deliberately avoided the temple's location, which meant that boundary could not be crossed. Likewise, he did not question my true class again. He merely memorized the fireballs, sword art, and physical strength he had just seen. After everyone gathered the materials, we left the dungeon one after another. Back at the mission hall, Yi Xian and Su Hui submitted the missions first, then voluntarily exchanged contact information with me. Our temporary team had coordinated awkwardly, but at least they had kept their promises. We could cooperate again if I encountered a dungeon that required a team. Yi Xian truthfully recorded the casualties, material quantities, and boss kill process. She did not describe my contribution as a collective achievement. Su Hui also formally apologized for dragging people into the team. Cooperation did not necessarily mean trust, but at least neither person changed their story during settlement. The others needed treatment and soon left separately. In the end, only Xia Luo and I remained in the hall. Where are you going next? Xia Luo shook his head. Master told me to train in Jiangnan City, so I came. I haven't decided where to stay, and I don't have relatives here. What about money? I don't have any, he answered with complete confidence. I can earn it by taking missions. He did not even know that hotels required a deposit and had no ordinary bank card. His master had given him artifacts and training requirements, but had never taught him how to live in a city. If I let him accept missions alone, he was more likely to be exploited by a strange team than to earn money. I glanced at the battle marks still staining his robe. You don't even understand the mission process. If you search for a team alone, they'll only treat you as trouble. Stay in the room beside mine for now. Pay me back after you earn the money. Xia Luo did not agree immediately. He first confirmed that he would not have to join any faction or surrender his artifacts, then nodded and followed me out. I booked the room beside mine and paid the registration, deposit, and first day's charge in advance. I also wrote down the locations of the mission hall and restaurant, along with emergency contact methods. He would repay the exact expenses later without additional interest. Before accepting any dungeon invitation, he also had to investigate its level and reward distribution. After washing up, I took him to use a hotel meal card for the first time. Xia Luo had no concept of menu prices and even tried to use a Taoist talisman to pay before ordering. I stopped him in time. I told him to learn ordinary payment methods and warned him not to display artifacts casually in front of strangers. That was the minimum requirement for us to continue cooperating in the future. Our abilities could remain secret, but he had to understand the basic rules of daily life. I booked a hotel room for him and took him to eat at the restaurant. The moment we sat down, a familiar duck-like voice came from nearby. It really is you, Chen Ming. Why haven't you come to school these past few days? I turned and saw Meng Yanga. That classmate had average grades and was usually almost invisible. Only his piercing voice, impossible to forget after hearing it once, stood out. An excessively enthusiastic smile hung on his face, but his eyes constantly moved between Xia Luo and me. That duck-like voice gave both Xia Luo and me goosebumps. We had not felt this uncomfortable even when facing the white ape. That alone showed how unpleasant it sounded. I frowned deeply and answered quickly, "Do you need something? If not, get lost." When the Chen family stood behind me, Meng Yanga had at least feared me to some extent. High school did not end after students awakened their classes. Most remained at school and followed its arrangements to strengthen themselves. Only students from powerful families left early and leveled under their families' arrangements. Meng Yanga had clearly heard about my recent situation when Xinyu returned to school to claim his awakening rewards. The Meng family possessed slightly more influence than an ordinary household, and that gave him the courage to test me in person. You're a D-rank awakened, yet you dare talk to me like that, Chen Ming? No wonder you haven't gone to school these past few days. The school must have abandoned you. Meng Yanga's shrill voice echoed throughout the restaurant and drew repeated glances. Xia Luo said nothing and merely watched Meng Yanga with a cold gaze. I raised an eyebrow, and my own look grew increasingly dangerous. My relationship with my classmates had always been ordinary. We kept out of each other's way and did not interfere. Yet an idiot had suddenly appeared to target me. Meng Yanga gained nothing from this and would instead offend me. That meant someone stood behind him. It seems you and Chinyu are close. Tell me, what did he promise you? I asked with a cold laugh. An unnatural expression flashed across Meng Yanga's face. He was still only a student and lacked deep cunning. A simple bluff had exposed him. My so-called younger brother truly could not wait to crush me. Meng Yanga realized I had suppressed his momentum and looked exceptionally ugly. He stubbornly answered, "Nothing. Brother Yu isn't as petty as you." Unfortunately, everyone could hear the lack of confidence in his voice. Anyone who had not believed me before now considered it confirmed. I waved dismissively. "Stop offending my eyes and get lost." If the restaurant did not forbid fighting, I would have taught this ignorant fool a lesson on the spot. Meng Yanga suddenly remembered something. His eyes brightened, and he put on a pained expression. "Chun Ming, you may not have awakened a good class, but your grades are still excellent. You can't give up on yourself. In 3 days, the school is inviting former graduates to return and offer guidance. If one of them notices you, you could receive many school rewards." Surprise flashed through my eyes, but by the time I looked up, my expression had returned to calm. "Is that so? Then I really should ask them for guidance." I had heard something about the exchange event. It was described as former students guiding the current class, but in reality, it was the first clash between number 1 high and number 4 high. Anyone who earned results for their school could receive rewards. I had left school immediately and truly had not heard about the event. Now that Meng Yanga reminded me, I had no desire to miss it. Resources were undeniably important to me at this stage. "Good. Then we'll be waiting for you." Seeing me agree, Meng Yanga deliberately raised his voice so the entire restaurant could hear. If I failed to appear later, I would lose face. "Where did this duck come from? Get the hell out. I'm trying to eat. Why are you quacking beside me?" His shrill voice had finally angered someone else. A man in a suit stood and looked at Meng Yanga dangerously. Meng Yanga prepared to argue, but the moment their eyes met, his courage vanished. The Meng family was only a minor figure in Jiangnan City and could not compare with a true heavyweight. After apologizing repeatedly, the restaurant staff ultimately escorted him out. Meng Yanga did not dare utter another word. His family also could not offend the owner behind this hotel. Once my ears were peaceful again, Xiao Luo looked up at me. "It seems your current situation isn't very good." He directly asked why my registered class was only D rank when my combat power did not match the panel at all. The question had troubled him ever since we left the dungeon. I shrugged. "It's definitely worse than before, but I think my current life is pretty good. Whatever I want, I can fight for with my own strength." Xiao Luo nodded without fully understanding. Seeing him consider my answer, I had no desire to dwell on the subject. "You haven't been away from the mountain for long, have you? Were you given a mission?" I had read plenty of similar stories in the past. Perhaps Xiao Luo carried that kind of assignment. Hearing the question, he stopped struggling with my situation and nodded seriously. "Master told me to enter the world, train properly, and improve my strength. Ideally, I should make a name for myself and spread the reputation of our Taoist temple." Since when did an enormous Taoist temple need a disciple barely above level 10 to spread its reputation? There is one. Master told me to train my combat technique because I'm weak in that area. He said I can leave Jiangnan City for somewhere else only after I clear the 30th floor of the heaven-reaching tower. Hearing the familiar yet distant name, my heart shifted. It was Jiangnan City's foremost resource location and stood in the city center. Everyone in Jiangnan City knew of the heaven-reaching tower, but very few people had actually entered it. Rumor claimed that an immensely powerful magic beast was sealed beneath the heaven-reaching tower. Unfortunately, it was only a rumor. The tower currently contained 100 stages, each corresponding to a magic beast. The 30th floor Xia Luo mentioned did not sound high, but appearances were deceiving. According to statistics, anyone capable of reaching it needed to be at least level 25 with an A-rank class at minimum. Xia Luo was still far from that. Looking back at his battles, Xia Luo had relied entirely on his artifacts. His strategy was simply to overwhelm lower-dimensional opponents with superior tools. "All right, you haven't visited the heaven-reaching tower yet, have you? I'll take you there tomorrow." Xia Luo's eyes lit up. "Brother Chun, you have a way inside? I heard the entry requirements are extremely high and it costs a lot of money. I planned to complete missions for a while before trying. That was precisely why admission tickets to the tower remained so expensive." I waved dismissively. "Don't worry, I have enough connections for this." The tower slots were valuable, but they were not difficult for Jiangnan City's great families to obtain. If I remembered correctly, even the Chun family received a certain number after rising into Jiangnan City's 5 great families. Since I had already said that much, Xiao Luo naturally did not refuse. He was also curious about the heaven-reaching tower. We returned to our rooms after dinner. Xiao Luo originally wanted to accept another mission that night, but after learning we would enter the tower the next day, he canceled on his own and decided to preserve his condition. I took Xiao Luo by car to the tower's entrance. Only people who secured an admission ticket for the day were allowed inside. Seeing the iron tower rising into the clouds, Xia Luo's face filled with shock. It really reaches the heavens. That's unbelievable. I can't imagine how large each floor must be. I ignored his surprise and searched for someone from the Song family. I had spoken to Song Qingqing about this the previous night. She promised to arrange our slots and told us to wait at the entrance that morning, where someone would escort us inside. While I searched, a clear and familiar voice suddenly came from behind. I turned and saw Song Qingqing hurrying toward us. "Why did you come personally?" I looked surprised when I saw her. She was still the eldest daughter of the Song family. With her status, she should not have had much free time. Song Qingqing immediately became unhappy. "What is that supposed to mean? You're allowed to come, but I am not? Could either of you enter if I didn't?" No, that's not what I meant." I realized that my words truly sounded wrong and hurriedly waved my hands. Fortunately, Song Qingqing was not petty. She let the matter pass and looked at Xia Luo beside me. "This is the friend you mentioned? A Taoist. All right, follow me." Song Qingqing showed only brief surprise at Xia Luo before paying him little attention. She had not expected me to have a Taoist friend, but he looked like a harmless and handsome young man, which was not her preference. She cared only about strength. At the ticket checkpoint, she did not present an admission ticket like everyone else. Instead, she handed over something resembling an invitation. The inspector opened the first page, respectfully returned the item to Song Qingqing, and stepped aside to let all three of us pass. Inside the first floor, we saw many projections of magic beasts. Each stood motionless and attacked only when someone entered its range. Every floor was enormous, allowing challengers to fight without interfering with one another. How do we reach the second floor? The magic beasts here are so weak. Xia Luo could not resist asking from behind me. The beast before us was only level 5 and could be killed with a casual strike. Song Qingqing glanced at him. After confirming that his expression was genuine, she explained patiently. "To enter the next floor, you first have to kill one magic beast on the current floor. You'll be teleported upward automatically after the kill. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it." Xia Luo attacked impatiently. The three of us chose one beast each and instantly killed them. When the targets fell, teleportation light appeared around us simultaneously, and we entered the second floor. The beasts there had clearly risen to level 8, but they still failed to survive a second move against us. With our overwhelming advance, the first 5 floors could not stop us, and we soon reached the 6th. The moment I entered the 6th floor, I sensed the abnormal concentration of fire affinity energy. Song Qingqing explained without prompting. Starting from the 5th floor, every floor of the heaven-reaching tower has a different affinity, and the magic beasts become exponentially stronger. Feeling the dense fire energy, I knew Flame Burst Fireball would gain even greater attack power and destructive force in this environment. "Sister Song, you know so much. Have you been here before? What floor did you reach?" Xia Luo could not resist asking. "The 10th. The 11th floor is another qualitative change. But I came prepared today, so I should be able to break my record." A sharp light flashed through Song Qingqing's eyes. She added that her family had given her a batch of resources the previous day. They not only raised her level, but also allowed her to master another skill. "Then let's move faster." Sweat was already forming on my back, and I had no desire to linger on this floor. I selected the nearest magic beast and attacked decisively. Song Qingqing and Xia Luo followed immediately. The opponent on the 8th floor of the heaven-reaching tower was an Earth Affinity magic beast. Its attacks were weak, but its defense was astonishingly thick. Outside artifacts were forbidden inside the tower. Challengers retained only their class, basic weapons, and skills. Xia Luo was accustomed to relying on his Taoist robe for defense and his fly whisk for amplification. Now he had to complete every spell entirely on his own. His master had clearly ordered him to climb the tower precisely to force him to recognize this weakness. My flame burst fireballs had already pushed my target to the brink of death, and Song Qingqing's opponent needed only one final strike. Without the help of his robe, fly whisk, and other artifacts, Xia Luo could not break through his target's defenses using only his own skills. Song Qingqing and I did not finish our battles first. We both waited for him. "Little Taoist, your attacks are awfully soft," Song Qingqing deliberately provoked. Xia Luo's face reddened, and his attacks immediately became more urgent. At that moment, a streak of light shot over from the distance and struck the nearly dead beast in front of me. The target died on the spot. I turned and saw a man standing inside teleportation light, giving me a provocative smile before being sent to the 9th floor. Someone had stolen my kill. The heaven-reaching tower awarded advancement to whoever landed the final blow. I had dealt 90% of the damage, yet that streak of light stole the last hit and sent its caster directly upward. I had no choice but to find another target. The tower's record clearly showed that kill ownership had already transferred and could not be appealed or reset. If I remained on the 8th floor arguing, I would only continue being trapped there. The only effective response was to complete my own advancement and settle the debt on an upper floor. Shameless. Song Qingqing's expression turned cold. He couldn't defeat his own target, so he stole someone else's final blow. Ding. The Wind Demon is enraged that the host's prey was stolen and has issued a mission: make the thief pay. The system mission aligned perfectly with what I intended to do. I selected another beast and stopped suppressing my firepower, killing it quickly. Xia Luo also used his strongest attack twice in succession and finally shattered his target's defenses. Song Qingqing could have left first, but she remained as well. She watched the other challengers for us while memorizing the thief's weapon and direction of movement. She confirmed that he had used a ranged skill and probably had companions nearby. Before we teleported, Xia Luo told me, "You slowed down because you were waiting for me. I owe you for this. On the next floor, I'll help you reclaim our pride." 3 beams of light rose simultaneously, and we arrived on the 9th floor. The number of people here had fallen by more than half. I quickly found the man who attacked earlier. 3 companions stood beside him, and the 4 were surrounding 3 magic beasts whose HP had already fallen to the last sliver. Their coordination was polished. 1 person drew the attacks, another controlled the targets, and 2 ranged fighters lowered the beast's HP. A direct attempt to steal the kills would not necessarily favor us. Our only opportunity was to act when all 3 creatures entered critical condition at the same time, leaving them unable to support one another. Xia Luo, take the one on the right. Miss Song, the one in the center is yours. I'll take the farthest. We separated and moved closer. Their full attention remained on the kills they were about to secure, and they did not tighten their formation in time. Now, Xia Luo and Song Qingqing charged simultaneously. I launched several flame-burst fireballs in succession. 2 forced aside the people blocking the route, while every remaining fireball struck the farthest wounded beast. All 3 magic beasts collapsed almost simultaneously. My target was swallowed directly by the fireballs. Song Qingqing cut through a gap in the control skill, while Xia Luo poured all his pent-up anger into the final strike. 3 kill notifications appeared one after another without giving the other side any chance to finish the targets. Teleportation light immediately enveloped us. Before the 4 opponents could stop us, we had already entered the 10th floor. Now we're even. Xia Luo released a long breath after landing. Song Qingqing warned him, "Those people won't accept it. They'll definitely follow us." I checked the system. The mission was still incomplete. "We'll wait here," I said. Taking 3 kills only returned what was stolen. It hasn't made the person who started this truly pay. We did not challenge the beasts on the 10th floor and recovered in place instead. About 10 minutes later, 4 beams of teleportation light appeared simultaneously. While we waited, I told Song Qingqing and Xia Luo to preserve their full strength and stood in the most visible position myself. If the other side only wanted to keep climbing, the system mission would not have remained incomplete. Since they were certain to come, allowing them to speak first would establish the cause and responsibility publicly. Song Qingqing also volunteered to serve as a witness, preventing them from reversing the order of events. The earlier team caught up to us. "Why did you steal our kills?" The man charging at the front stopped halfway through his sentence when he finally recognized Song Qingqing. The young woman standing at the center of their team stepped past him and looked at me. "You're Qinming?" I raised an eyebrow and looked toward the voice. The young woman wore a customized combat uniform and had a tall figure and cold expression. The open hostility in her gaze was especially unmistakable. "She is Su Shuer, the eldest daughter of the Su family," Song Qingqing said calmly beside me, looking directly at Su Shuer. She was also Chun Yu's fiancée. I had not expected to encounter her here. Su Shuer swept her gaze over me, then turned towards Song Qingqing. "Doesn't Miss Song owe me an explanation? Why did you steal our magic beasts?" Their family backgrounds were comparable, so they naturally competed openly and secretly. Their relationship could not be called friendly. Song Qingqing looked at the man nearby. "Why don't you ask him?" The archer's expression changed slightly, but he answered stubbornly. "I had no choice because we were in a hurry. You did it deliberately." He continued arguing that he only needed to save time and that letting him take 1 kill was not a serious matter. When Su Shuer saw her teammate avoid her gaze, she immediately demanded that he explain exactly how he stole the first kill. Song Qingqing then recounted the full order of events on the 8th floor. Su Shuer refused to let her teammate evade the issue and insisted that the sequence be clarified publicly. Who said we did it deliberately? We were in a hurry too. I threw his own words back at him without changing a syllable. You. The man holding a guandao beside Su Shuer stepped forward. Afei stole only one beast from you. You stole 3 from us. Who went too far? What? Do you want to fight? I narrowed my eyes, and a trace of battle intent entered my voice. Our side had only 3 people, but I did not fear them. Their levels were similar to Su Shuer's. If a fight began, I could handle 2 without a problem. Xiao Luo and Song Qingqing could each take one of the others. You think I'm afraid? The guandao wielder clearly had a bad temper. He brandished his weapon with an aggressive momentum. Enough! Su Shuer stepped forward first. This is the heaven-reaching tower, not some other place. If we fight here, won't we only make a spectacle of ourselves? There were many challengers on the 10th floor, and our argument quickly attracted attention, especially because the eldest daughters of the Song and Su families were present. After Su Shuer rebuked him, the man did not dare say another word. He retreated helplessly and muttered, "Are we really letting this go?" Once he withdrew, Su Shuer looked at me. Her gaze moved among the 3 of us before settling on me. She had clearly realized that I had led our action. After considering it, Su Shuer took the initiative. Since all of us came to climb the tower, why don't we compete to see who can reach the higher floor? In front of everyone, she explained that her older brother Su Luo had repeatedly mentioned my combat power after returning from the newborn dungeon. She proposed the competition because she wanted to confirm personally whether Chen Yu or I was stronger. I had been searching for an opportunity to suppress that man. Now that one appeared, I had no intention of letting it pass. The 3 people behind Su Shuer attacked first. Each selected a magic beast and began fighting, clearly intending to overpower us. We can't fall behind. I also want to see whether the beasts on the 10th floor are as strong as Sister Song claimed. Xiao Luo spoke immediately, found a creature on the other side, and began fighting. The beasts on the 10th floor were difficult. They possessed an ability that allowed them to become transparent, and even elemental attacks were further weakened against them. That greatly reduced the damage everyone could inflict, while the beast's own attacks were powerful. Most people handled them by wearing them down. Becoming intangible certainly consumed mana. Once their mana ran dry, their threat would fall sharply. I swept my gaze around and discovered that everyone except Song Qingqing, Su Shuer, and me was using that approach. Su Shuer possessed Ice Affinity and an A-rank class, making her remarkably strong. Although Flame Burst Fireball's power was reduced, it still caused the beast tremendous pain. After 7 or 8 fireballs bombarded it, the creature's body rapidly reached the verge of collapse and finally shattered completely. When the beast died, light wrapped around me and I disappeared. Several nearby challengers turned to look as I eliminated the 10th floor target. Su Shuer's team was still wearing down their beasts, while teleportation light had already carried me to the next floor. Their usual 5-person formation was missing 1 member, Chen Yu. As the teleportation to the 11th floor completed, I looked back and saw Su Shuer still staring at the position where I cleared the stage. She later admitted in person that Chen Yu had taken about 5 minutes to pass the 10th floor the day before, while my record of less than a minute had already surpassed him. At the time, I had no way to know why Chen Yu was absent or how she viewed their arranged engagement. When the teleportation light faded, I entered the 11th floor of the heaven-reaching tower alone. My opponent was a level 18 speed-type magic beast, far faster than anything on the previous 10 floors. Fortunately, the plane's bonus from my elite boots activated normally and raised my agility again, allowing me to see the trajectory of its surprise attacks. Without teammates to share my field of vision, every time the beast disappeared, it could emerge from behind. I deliberately left several patches of fire on the ground and used short movements to test its pursuit habits. After it bypassed my front twice in succession, I finally determined that it preferred to cut in from the right rear. I did not waste mana chasing after images. Instead, I used flame burst fireballs to restrict its movement and the new moon sword to force it to change direction. After several rounds of testing, it finally stepped into the explosion zone I had prepared. The flame sealed its path, and Bright Moon Slash delivered the final blow. I entered the 12th floor. Before every teleportation, I rechecked my remaining mana, equipment wear, and physical injuries. The heaven-reaching tower did not restore a challenger between floors. Every unnecessary skill used on one floor meant one fewer life-saving option on the next. Pursuing the fastest kill was no longer enough. Every test had to provide information I could continue using. The enemies on the 12th and 13th floors possessed enhanced HP and skill resistance, respectively. I stopped pursuing pure instantaneous bursts and instead alternated among fireballs, sword arts, and basic footwork, turning every dodge into the starting point for my next attack. The heavily armored creature on the 12th floor moved slowly. I used fireballs from different directions to force it to turn, then made the explosion strike the same armor plate repeatedly. Only after the armor broke could the new moon sword inflict real damage. The target on the 13th floor actively weakened range skills. I used Flame Burst Fireball to block its path instead, while close-range Bright Moon Slash became the true killing move. The battle lasted longer, but my mana consumption was actually lower than on the 12th floor. After comparing those two consecutive stages, I reorganized my combat method into 3 steps. Test resistance with a fireball, use footwork to force a predictable reaction, then land Bright Moon Sword Art on the weakest point. The approach seemed to slow the opening, but it consumed less mana once the killing phase began and prevented an elemental counter from exhausting all my trump cards at once. The long stretch of consecutive combat also made my skill control more precise. Demon points could directly raise proficiency, but they were not the only path to growth. Every improvement I achieved through battle would save future expenditure. The true pressure appeared on the 14th floor. My opponent had reached level 19, 5 entire levels above me. It could withstand Flame Burst Fireball head-on and hide a second attack inside the shadow of the first collision. During our first exchange, I saw only the claws in front of me, yet invisible energy simultaneously grazed my shoulder. On the second exchange, I deliberately left an afterimage to receive the attack. Only then did I see that the hidden energy lagged half a beat behind the claws and curved toward the direction its target dodged. Frontal defense could not stop both layers of the attack, while a simple dodge would still be pursued by the second layer. My only option was to draw it into the fireball's blast radius and use the shock wave to destroy both the visible and hidden attacks. We fought for more than 10 minutes, and my mana gradually approached empty. The enemy's HP had also neared its critical point. Whoever retreated first would surrender the victory. I compressed my remaining mana into 2 attacks. A Flame Burst Fireball forced it to leap from the front, while Bright Moon Slash cut diagonally through its landing point. The level 19 beast forcibly changed its move in midair. The fireball blasted apart its visible claws, but hidden energy passed through the flames and struck my chest. Iron bones, bronze skin dispersed the most lethal penetrating force, but the blow still knocked the breath from my lungs. If I had not already reduced its HP to the critical point, I would have fallen first in that exchange. I flew backward, and the metallic taste of blood filled my throat. The beast was no better off. Flame Burst Fireball burned through its defenses, and Bright Moon Slash cut into its body. It tried to rise after landing, but lasted only 2 breaths before collapsing completely. The 14th floor was cleared. When light descended, I was teleported to the 15th floor, but my injuries did not recover. The heaven-reaching tower restored challengers only after they voluntarily withdrew. It provided no healing between floors. Every 5th floor brought a sharp jump in difficulty. A level 20 flame horse appeared before me, flames constantly rising along its mane. Its speed and attributes both surpassed my current values. Its greatest difference from the earlier enemies was not merely its level. The entire field enhanced its fire affinity. Every place its hooves struck continued burning, so the area available for safe movement would constantly shrink throughout the battle. I tested it with a single Flame Burst Fireball. The explosion struck the flame horse and moved it back only half a step. Our shared affinity weakened my primary output, while the attack enraged the creature completely. It charged into close range in an instant. Using the agility bonus from the elite boots, I evaded the first charge and did not continue forcing the fight. With my current injuries and mana, battling recklessly would only waste the information I gained from this test. At minimum, I had confirmed that the 15th floor opponent was level 20, far faster than me, and highly resistant to fire skills. Before my next challenge, I needed to improve at least one of 3 things: my level, my non-fire output, or my movement speed. Bright Moon Sword Art required me to approach, while Flame Burst Fireball was countered. If I stayed, I could not even gain a second complete test before falling. Withdraw. The tower's exit light enveloped me before the next charge. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing outside the heaven-reaching tower. The tower's rules had fully restored my injuries and mana. The dull pain in my chest from the hidden energy had vanished, and my depleted mana was full again. The heaven-reaching tower offered no real experience or loot, but it allowed challengers to withdraw before death and preserve every memory of the battle. That was why the great family's younger generation climbed repeatedly. Brother Chun, Xiao Luo, and Song Qingqing stood nearby. Su Xuan'er's four-person team had not left either. They were clearly waiting for me. The tower's exit recorded the highest floor each challenger reached. The number 15 appeared clearly behind my name and could not be forged through a verbal claim. When the challengers nearby saw the record, they gradually gathered around. "What floor did you reach?" Xiao Luo asked first. "We withdrew on the 13th. Master told me to reach at least the 15th, so I still have a long way to go." The 15th. The expressions of everyone nearby changed simultaneously. Su Xuan'er's team had needed to work together just to send one person past the 14th floor, while I had reached the 15th alone. I did not claim to have defeated the 15th floor. I stated clearly that I reached it and voluntarily withdrew. The record panel also stopped at 15 and did not confuse arrival with clear. Even so, it already exceeded the requirement of our bet. Song Qingqing showed no surprise after confirming the record, but Xiao Luo circled the panel and checked it twice. He had personally fought through the 13th floor and understood better than anyone what each later level of difference meant. I walked directly toward them. "Does our bet still stand?" Su Xuan'er met my gaze for a moment before finally nodding. "It stands." Her side had proposed the bet, and many people had witnessed it. She did not deny the result. I turned toward the archer who stole the first kill. "Now tell me, who was right and who was wrong?" He instinctively retreated half a step without answering. "You stole our kill. Shouldn't you apologize?" I did not demand money or use Song Qingqing's identity to pressure him. Before the bet began, both sides agreed that whoever reached the higher floor would win, and the losing side would admit the kill stealing was wrong and apologize publicly. Now we only needed to execute the original terms. "Didn't we even things out afterward?" he argued quietly. "Taking 3 kills returned what you stole. The bet was separate." The man carrying the guandao tried to step forward, but Su Xuan'er stopped him with one hand. When the archer saw that his teammates would no longer defend him, he could only grit his teeth and say, "I was wrong. I admit it." His voice was so quiet that almost no one could hear. I turned my head toward Xiao Luo. "Did you hear that?" Xiao Luo shook his head solemnly. "No." The entrance to the heaven-reaching tower was already crowded, and our confrontation quickly drew spectators. Some people recognized Song Qingqing and Su Xuan'er, while others called out the archer's name, Dongwei. With the eldest daughters of both the Su and Song families present, the dispute could no longer remain private. Several phones were already pointed at us. If Dongwei continued being vague, the story spreading through the city would include not only kill stealing, but also refusing to accept a loss. Dongwei watched the crowd grow, and his face shifted from red to white. I did not urge him. I simply waited calmly. Someone began replaying the tower's public record near the 9th floor. The footage did not show every detail of the battle, but it clearly captured a ranged streak of light passing over me and taking the kill from a critically wounded beast. Dongwei's final escape, route of claiming conflicting stories, was blocked. I said I was wrong. He finally raised his voice. "I shouldn't have stolen your magic beast inside the heaven-reaching tower." Discussions immediately exploded around us. The Dong family had always publicly declared that it would focus its resources on cultivating Dongwei. Now he had admitted to kill stealing in front of everyone. News of it would spread across Jiangnan City before long. Su Xuan'er did not overturn the bet for him. She only asked that the apology end the matter. I agreed. My objective had never been to fight their entire team on the spot. I wanted the person who first broke the rules to leave behind a result he could not deny. Ding. The Wind Demon's mission is complete. Reward: Phantom Windstep. The mission notification showed that the system recognized the price he paid. Information about Phantom Windstep immediately poured into my consciousness. It not only increased agility, but could also create afterimages. With greater proficiency, those afterimages could even move independently. The Wind Demon's reward was far more valuable than merely winning an argument. I stopped pursuing the matter and turned to leave. Song Qingqing and Xiao Luo followed. The discussions behind us continued spreading, but they were no longer my concern. I had obtained the skill and settled the bet. Now it was time to test Phantom Windstep's true effect. After leaving the heaven-reaching tower, Xiao Luo and I followed Song Qingqing to a nearby restaurant owned by the Song family. The moment we entered the car, Xiao Luo impatiently asked about the difficulty of the later stages, and I answered each question. When he learned the 15th stage contained a level 20 flame horse, he abandoned his current hopes completely. It seemed he needed to reach at least level 30 to satisfy his master's requirement. The heaven-reaching tower could restore injuries and mana, but not mental exhaustion. I had also received 300 demon points. Phantom Wind Step S. Passive. As proficiency rises, agility increases by the corresponding percentage. Current increase, 50%. Active. When Phantom Wind Step is activated, speed surges and 3 afterimages remain in place. The number of afterimages increases with proficiency. Active. When the skill is activated, the user becomes phantom-like and can briefly merge into darkness without being detected. I quietly marveled at the description. My equipment increased stats by fixed amounts, which meant every piece would eventually need to be replaced. Phantom Wind Step's passive, however, increased agility by a percentage. It started at 50% at beginner proficiency. How outrageous would it become later? Perhaps even 500%. It also possessed 2 active effects. If the afterimages from the first merely misled an enemy, the effect would be ordinary. If they could attack on their own, it would become something entirely different. This was obviously not a suitable place to experiment. I could test it after returning to the hotel. Several minutes later, Song Qingqing led us into the luxurious restaurant. She had arranged everything in advance. These were not ordinary dishes. Every meal had been prepared from magic beast meat. They offered perfect color, aroma, and flavor while gradually improving the diner's strength. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up immediately. His Taoist temple had nothing like this. Half an hour later, all 3 of us leaned back in our chairs, holding our stomachs and narrowing our eyes in contentment. Xiao Luo wiped his mouth with a napkin. Brother Chun, I feel ready again. Are we entering a dungeon this afternoon? I nodded without much thought. Sure. We have nothing else to do. Let's go together. Miss Song, would you like to join us? After our experience in the heaven-reaching tower, I had confirmed that Song Qingqing was no weaker than Xiao Luo. Her actual combat experience might even be greater. If she joined us, clearing the dungeon would become easier. Just as Song Qingqing prepared to answer, her phone rang. She looked down and saw that her father was calling. Dad, I'm eating outside. What? No, I'm going with you. I can definitely help. Send me the location. Song Qingqing's voice became increasingly urgent. Xiao Luo and I exchanged a glance and saw the solemn concern in each other's eyes. Something had happened. Song Qingqing did not hide it from us because the situation was too serious. There's trouble. Large numbers of magic beasts have appeared on Jiangnan City's eastern frontier. The city's great families and powerful awakened are all rushing over to help. The magic beasts Song Qingqing mentioned were not dungeon creatures. Inside dungeons, anyone nearing death would be teleported out immediately. These beasts existed in reality, making them far more dangerous and deadly than anything inside a dungeon. My father has already taken the Song family's experts to provide support. I need to leave immediately, so I can't stay with you. After speaking, Song Qingqing turned toward the door. The matter was far too important. Just as she was about to leave the private room, Xiao Luo suddenly called out and stopped her. Song Qingqing instinctively looked back. Xiao Luo tugged at me. Brother Chun, why don't we go too? Master told me that life and death battles are the fastest way to improve. His meaning was clear. He wanted to participate. I considered it for a moment and looked at Song Qingqing. Can we come with you? Think carefully. If you go, I can't guarantee your safety. Song Qingqing warned solemnly. She reminded us that the Song family had to commit its powerful members to the main battlefield and could not spare anyone to protect us specifically. That's fine. We'll remain on the outer edge and never approach the core. If we recklessly entered a high-level area, any one of the magic beasts could pose a fatal threat. All right, follow behind me when we arrive. Song Qingqing did not refuse. Her father had permitted her only to observe from the city wall, while the family's powerful awakened handled the main battlefield. The 3 of us moved quickly. After entering a Song family vehicle, we began traveling toward Jiangnan City's eastern frontier. Jiangnan City stood at the easternmost edge of the Dragon Nation. A barren land stretched beyond it, hiding enormous numbers of magic beasts. To resist them, the Dragon Nation constructed a gigantic wall between Jiangnan City and the wasteland. The wall made it difficult for the beasts to infiltrate. Even those that slipped through were usually low-level creatures Jiangnan City's powerful awakened could handle. Song Qingqing's vehicle had special plates and moved without obstruction. As we approached the eastern frontier, the roads became visibly more crowded. Most of the awakened were around level 20. Advancement became significantly harder beginning at level 20, leaving large numbers trapped at that stage. After all, not everyone had the support of a powerful family. This many awakened? It seems the situation isn't optimistic. Song Qingqing murmured, worry appearing on her face. The Qin family had joined Jiangnan City's top families only in recent years, so it naturally possessed less information than the Song family. Seeming to notice our confusion, Song Qingqing explained, I didn't personally experience Jiangnan City's previous defensive battles, but my father told me about them. There weren't many beasts, and the authorities and the great families used them for training. They rarely invited unaffiliated awakened. Even when they did, they called only a small group to ease the pressure. This time, they've invited so many people. That shows the number of beasts can't be small. Xiao Luo and I gradually grew serious and no longer dared underestimate the situation. The vehicle soon stopped at Jiangnan City's East Gate, where a substantial number of awakened had gathered. The city's officials stood at the front, with members of the great families beside them. Once Song Qingqing showed her identification, we moved through without obstruction and headed directly to the Song family section. The person leading the Song family was none other than its head, Song Qingqing's father, Song Baichen. Song Qingqing first introduced Xiao Luo and me to her father. Song Baichen recognized me, but had never seen the boy in Taoist robes, so his gaze lingered on Xiao Luo for a moment longer. Dad, these are two of my friends. They were beside me when you called. When they heard the news, they wanted to come help fight the magic beasts, Song Qingqing explained. We were in public, so Song Baichen naturally said little. He nodded slightly and pointed to another member of the Song family. I called you here to observe, not to fight. Once you've grown, you'll have to face situations like this sooner or later. Stay behind your Uncle Yuan today. He'll protect you. Song Qingqing naturally did not refuse and agreed immediately. Xiao Luo and I followed with her. The Uncle Yuan mentioned by Song Baichen was actually Song Qingqing's fourth uncle, Song Baiyuan, a powerful level 35 awakened. Song Baichen appeared fairly easygoing. When he saw Song Qingqing approach with friends, he greeted us with a smile. Qingqing, stay behind me today and remain on the wall. The beasts will never make it up here. Chen Ming, you damned bastard. At that moment, a furious shout rang out and drew the attention of nearly everyone present. They turned and discovered that the speaker was none other than Chen Yong, head of the Qin family. He had also come today, accompanied by several Qin family experts. I looked toward the voice, swept my gaze over the familiar faces one by one, and settled on my so-called father. Every eye around us also focused on Chen Yong and me. I raised an eyebrow without the slightest fear. What do you want? Hearing his biological son answer in such a distant tone, Chen Yong's expression darkened completely. I mobilized all the energy in my body to resist, but the more I struggled, the heavier my heart became. No matter how high my attributes were, a vast level difference was nearly impossible to withstand head-on. Patriarch Chun, this is Jiangnan City's eastern defensive wall. Are you planning to attack someone here? As the voice sounded, unfamiliar energy appeared around my body and isolated Chen Yong's power from me. Song family, this is an internal matter of the Qin family. Do you intend to interfere? Chen Yong's face gradually turned livid. Song Baiyuan did not yield. He explained publicly that I had arrived as Song Qingqing's guest. Allowing Chen Yong to suppress me beside the Song family's team would directly damage the Song family's reputation. Patriarch Chen Ming is a guest of the Song family today and is under our protection. Whatever conflict exists between you can wait until tomorrow. Before Song Baiyuan could continue, Song Baichen stepped forward and settled the matter decisively. With him taking the lead, the gazes of the Song family members toward the Chen family became sharp. The Song family was an established member of Jiangnan City's 5 great families and far stronger than the newly risen Qin family. Chen Yong's expression froze. Fine. The Qin family will remember this. As the two sides remained locked in confrontation, a figure suddenly raced in from the distance and landed heavily between them. When everyone recognized the newcomer, they silently withdrew their auras. He was Jiangnan City's city lord and its strongest awakened, Mao Ting, level 49. Mao Ting looked around without lingering on either the Chun or Song family. According to our intelligence, the magic beasts are about to arrive. Everyone, prepare for battle. Not a single one can be allowed to enter Jiangnan City. Countless figures soon appeared within sight, rapidly approaching. My eyes narrowed. The number of beasts that had infiltrated was far greater than I expected. They never paused or slowed and charged straight toward the wall. Once they entered attack range, Mao Ting swept his hand. Everyone engage. Countless awakened immediately launched skills downward. My attacks looked insignificant inside such an enormous sea of ranged fire and attracted no attention whatsoever. Magic Beast killed above the host's level. EXP plus 8,232. After throwing 7 or 8 flame burst fireballs, I finally heard feedback in my mind. Flameburst Fireball could not kill a full health enemy of this level, but it could land the finishing blow. The previous Fireball happened to strike a beast with almost no HP left, killing it and granting a considerable amount of experience. My eyes lit up. This was an excellent place to farm. There are too many magic beasts. If this continues, they'll reach the wall, someone beside the city lord suddenly said. Judging by his appearance, he belonged to the authorities. Everyone above level 25, follow me below the wall and stop them. Mao Ting also knew this could not continue. Mao Ting had received advance warning that large numbers of beasts were approaching, but even he had not expected so many. Bombardment from the wall would inevitably miss some, and they needed to be stopped at the front. After issuing the order, Mao Ting jumped down first and took position before the gate. Members of the 5 great families and several established awakened teams followed him. With those people guarding the front, the pressure on the defenders atop the wall dropped sharply. When the sky fell, the tallest people would hold it up. Everyone else only needed to follow behind and collect the benefits. Song Baichen led the Song family members down immediately, while Song Baiyuan remained beside Song Qingqing to protect her. He stayed close to her at all times and kept Xia Luo and me in the same safe area. Ding! The Thunder Demon has detected that the host is on a battlefield and has issued a mission. Kill magic beasts, 0/100. Note: one target must be 5 levels above the host. Hearing the voice while I picked off weakened targets, my expression changed slightly. I was only level 14. Killing so many high-level beasts head-on was nearly impossible. The beasts within sight were generally around level 20. Moreover, with Mao Ting and the others charging below, the beast formation was already on the verge of collapse. They might soon leave my attack range. Where would I complete my kills then? I looked at the mission panel with hesitation. Among the 8 demons, the Thunder Demon definitely ranked near the top. The earlier demons had given extraordinarily generous rewards. If I could complete this mission, its reward would undoubtedly be excellent. Brother Chen, why are you standing there? Keep fighting. I just stole another kill, and the experience shot up. I should level up again before long. Xia Luo's excited voice sounded beside me. Without the heaven-reaching tower's restrictions, Xia Luo suddenly possessed far more methods. Skills constantly rained down and harvested many beast lives. He had already risen by 1 level. I want to fight below. My words made Xia Luo tremble and stare at me with wide eyes. Before he could speak, Song Qingqing stopped me. Those are real magic beasts. If you die here, you're truly dead. Don't worry. I know my limits. After speaking, I jumped from the wall without giving Song Qingqing or Xia Luo a chance to stop me. As the two moved toward the edge, Song Baiyuan flashed in front of them, or more precisely, in front of Song Qingqing. He repeated the family head's order explicitly. He had to protect Song Qingqing at close range and could never allow her to enter the chaotic battlefield below. Young lady, you cannot approach. The family head sent you here to observe. You must remain on the wall, Song Baiyuan said with exceptional seriousness. Song Qingqing knew there was no room for negotiation and could only sigh and give up. She deliberately selected the lowest level beast, a level 17 target Xia Luo could handle. Look, isn't that Chun Ming, the one who fell out with his family? Why did he jump down? Where? Where? Damn, it really is him. Didn't he awaken only a few days ago? He's already qualified to fight below. Look at his level. He's only level 14. Isn't this reckless? He's courting death. Trying to play the hero at a time like this? If he dies, he deserves it. Look, he's facing a level 17 beast. With a 3-level gap, it might tear him to pieces. He's fighting near the Qin family. Now we'll see whether they help him. Only a limited number of people were qualified to fight below the wall. From their higher position, the defenders could clearly see every battle. I drew considerable attention the moment I jumped. The Chun family had the shallowest foundation among the 5 families and brought few people, each a key pillar of the clan. Patriarch, look, isn't that Xiaoming? Why did he go down? One of the Chun family awakened suddenly said. Chun Yong instinctively turned and darkened his expression when he saw me fighting a level 17 magic beast. He snorted coldly. Arrogant fool. His level is so low, yet he dares take such a risk. Patriarch, should we help him? Battlefield conditions change constantly. Xiaoming may be in mortal danger soon. Another Qin family uncle added. No. Qin Yong interrupted before he could finish. He's an adult. This was his choice, and he must endure it to the end. Focus on these beasts. Something is wrong. There are many high-level creatures among them. Even my biological father did not care. Why would anyone else? Facing the level 17 beast, my first feeling was danger. Its eyes looked as though it wanted to tear me limb from limb, something no dungeon creature had ever conveyed. No wonder the school emphasized that dungeons were dungeons and reality was reality. Flameburst Fireball struck rapidly and forced it back while I closed in with the New Moon Sword. I avoided its pounce and landed 2 consecutive Flameburst Fireballs on the wound, expanding the injury. As one side weakened and the other strengthened, the level 17 beast soon fell beneath my blade. Ding! Magic Beast killed above the host's level. EXP plus 6,201. Level 14-15. Unassigned stat points plus 10. Without hesitation, I placed every stat point into agility. What I needed now was the greatest possible speed so I could harvest as many beast lives as possible. The moment the beast before me fell, 2 more lunged over. A level 17 creature attacked from one side, and a level 16 from the other, sealing every escape route. Perfect. I engaged the lower level target first, unleashing Bright Moon Slash and forcing it back. Just as I prepared to use Flame Burst Fireball against the other beast, 2 attacks flew from the wall and struck it heavily, knocking it from the air. I instinctively looked up and saw Xia Luo and Song Qingqing. They could not come down to fight at close range, but they could provide cover from the wall. I nodded slightly at them and threw myself back into battle. With their help, fighting became much easier. As time passed, more and more beast corpses piled below the wall. Surprisingly, the number of beasts showed no sign of decreasing. Mao Ting returned to the wall several times to confirm the situation. Infiltration was normally extremely unlikely. Even a small group slipping through would have represented exceptional methods, yet enormous numbers had appeared this time. Either the forward defensive line had failed, or the beast came prepared with Jiangnan City as their objective. Neither possibility was good news. Mao Ting had just prepared to return to battle with his weapon when he looked up and saw a vast cloud of demonic energy rapidly approaching. His pupils contracted. Issue the order. Mobilize every awakened in Jiangnan City to reinforce the eastern frontier. Now, through an amplifier, Mao Ting warned everyone that the reinforcements would take time to arrive. The current forces below the wall had to withstand the first attack alone. As Mao Ting swept his gaze across the battlefield, it paused briefly on my position before he charged toward the high-level beasts again. High-level creatures had appeared among the wave. The moment he saw the enormous body, his expression changed sharply. The Eternal Tiger King was 1 level higher than him, and a formidable enemy. A being of that level should never have been able to cross the defensive line, yet it had truly appeared here. Mao Ting swept his eyes over the high-level beasts following behind it and loudly identified the enemy as a level 50 Eternal Tiger King, ordering every low-level fighter to retreat. Engage. Everyone, use all your firepower. We cannot allow a single magic beast to enter Jiangnan City. I've called for reinforcements. They'll arrive soon. Mao Ting roared and charged directly at the enormous figure with his weapon. The formation of the 5 great families visibly tightened. Some people began checking the retreat routes behind them, while several family heads simultaneously warned their members not to approach the Eternal Tiger King. A level 50 beast exceeded what any one family could handle alone. Mao Ting had to contain it. Only after Mao Ting met it head-on did the others barely stabilize the line. With this group of high-level beasts joining the battle, the pressure on the 5 families and elite unaffiliated teams rose sharply. They had to focus completely on those enemies, allowing the beasts below level 25 to begin attacking the wall. I had just killed 2 creatures when every hair on my body suddenly stood on end. Without hesitation, I activated the skill I had just obtained and spent demon points to raise it from beginner to proficient at the same time. My speed surged, and several afterimages split from my body. The afterimages produced by proficient Phantom Windstep could not attack independently yet, but they could move. Several figures rushed in different directions, causing the 4 beasts ambushing me to freeze. Using that opportunity, I escaped their attacks by a narrow margin. Chen Ming, the situation has changed. Get back up here. You'll die down there. Song Qingqing shouted from the wall. Song Qingqing and Xia Luo could see farther from above and warned me that high-level beasts had entered the field. Of course, I understood the difference between a mission and my life, but my progress had only reached 53 out of 100. Compared with the ranged awakened on the wall, I stood closer to wounded beasts, and that gave me an advantage in landing finishing blows. Whenever a creature was almost dead, I struck it with a flame burst fireball and stole the kill. If I had to kill every target head-on, I would not complete the mission all night. I quickly returned to the base of the wall, where Xia Luo's usefulness became apparent. He activated his fly whisk, and the hairs at its tip rapidly extended, and dropped from the top. I had ties to both the Song and Qin families, so no one on the wall stopped me from returning. I had also made genuine contributions to Jiangnan City below, changing many people's opinion of me. As I climbed onto the wall, nearby discussions reached my ears. Chen Ming lasted that long on the front line, and every opponent was above his level. Someone else immediately asked, "Where's Chen Yu? Why haven't we seen him at all?" The moment I steadied myself, the wall beneath my feet suddenly shook. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a section nearby under attack. The defenders killed the beast quickly, but its arrival meant the awakened could no longer contain every creature outside. They were losing control. "Young lady, take those two and leave immediately. I need to help the family head," Song Baiyuan said heavily. The situation had deteriorated sharply. The wall was no longer safe, and Song Qingqing could not remain. Song Qingqing shook her head decisively. "No, the Song family has never produced a deserter. As its eldest daughter, I cannot be the first person to flee the battlefield." Her expression was exceptionally serious. Song Baiyuan opened his mouth, then sighed helplessly. He stopped arguing and placed Song Qingqing, Xia Luo, and me behind him. She had publicly invoked the Song family's name. Forcibly evacuating her now would indeed damage morale. It could even affect the morale of the entire battlefield. "Then stay behind me. I'll protect you as much as possible." Song Baiyuan stood at the front with his eyes locked on the beasts below. The magic beasts had already reached the base of the wall and officially began their attack. Several minutes later, the gate below was smashed open. It had not been reinforced with especially powerful energy, so breaching it was not unusual. "Everyone above level 20, follow me and hold the gate. We absolutely cannot allow these beasts into Jiangnan City," the deputy city lord organizing the defenders on the wall shouted. According to the division of responsibility arranged earlier by Song Baiyuan and Mao Ting, Song Baiyuan was responsible for coordinating the wall's defenses. Now the situation had changed, and guarding the wall itself was no longer meaningful. Many unaffiliated awakened were swept up in the atmosphere and threw themselves into battle, trying to kill as many beasts as possible. We remained on the wall and continued using ranged skills to wear the creatures down. Even if we could not kill them, we could reduce their HP. We probably can't hold much longer. People are already falling below. Xia Luo looked down from above and saw the killing at the gate. Large patches of blood covered the ground, and wounded awakened constantly collapsed. Everyone had prepared themselves before coming and knew that fighting these beasts carried a risk of death. But knowing was one thing. Seeing it happen changed their state of mind. At that moment, battle cries came from inside Jiangnan City. Everyone on the wall instinctively looked up. When they saw large numbers of people approaching, their expressions eased slightly. "Look, isn't that Enforcement Officer Gu from Jiangnan City's mission hall? Even he came personally. The head of the Fierce Tiger Martial Hall is here too. He's level 35. Not just him. Every well-known martial hall in Jiangnan City is here. Look over there. The principals and teachers from Jiangnan City's schools have arrived too. Their levels aren't low. We're safe. With so many powerful awakened here, I'd like to see how these beasts invade Jiangnan City. Brothers, hit them with everything you've got." As the new wave of awakened entered the battlefield, the situation gradually stabilized. The beasts that broke through at the gate were driven out. Just as everyone released a breath, a furious roar suddenly came from the distance. A figure shot toward us and smashed heavily into the wall. Everyone standing on it staggered and fell. Looking toward the source, we discovered that the figure knocked away was City Lord Mao Ting. He could not withstand the Eternal Tiger King's assault. They appeared to differ by only one level, but the actual gap was enormous. Mao Ting was level 49, while the Tiger King was level 50. The fact that he had lasted this long already proved his strength. In the distance, the Eternal Tiger King roared again, and its aura rose once more. The pressure forced members of all 5 great families to abandon their opponents and retreat. The strongest person present, Mao Ting, had already lost. Remaining at the front would only increase casualties. Mao Ting landed on the wall and swallowed pills to recover from his injuries as much as possible. After taking the medicine, Mao Ting stood again and ordered everyone through the amplifier to delay until reinforcements arrived. Just as the defensive line prepared to fight again, the Eternal Tiger King did something no one expected. It gathered the energy in its body inside its mouth and even began burning its own HP. Did the beast side not currently hold the advantage? The beasts fighting behind the Eternal Tiger King prostrated themselves with lowered heads, as though mourning. Seeing this, Mao Ting shouted, "No matter what they're doing, we must stop them. Everyone, charge with me again." The order showed that Mao Ting also could not determine the Tiger King's true purpose and could only prevent it from finishing. The many awakened charged again, trying to interrupt the eternal Tiger King. The moment they moved, the prostrate beasts went berserk and lunged at them. Level 20 beasts even threw themselves at awakened above level 30 to block them, going so far as to self-destruct. Several minutes later, under everyone's astonished gazes, countless white streaks of light shot from the eternal Tiger King's body and fell across Jiangnan City. "Is that a meteor shower?" Xiao Luo asked in disbelief. The battlefield fell silent again, and everyone stared blankly into the air. Mao Ting tried to attack one of the lights, but his power passed straight through and could not stop it. His face changed sharply, and he immediately ordered the enforcement officers to record every landing point. As the streaks descended, the eternal Tiger King's HP burned away completely. Its corpse fell straight to the ground. The morale of every beast plummeted, and they whimpered toward the Tiger King's body. "Everyone, kill every last magic beast." Mao Ting reacted first. The eternal Tiger King's death did not mean the battle was over. The remaining beasts still had to be eliminated. With the greatest threat dead, control of the battle returned to the awakened. The beasts did not retreat. They launched a death charge instead. Another defensive line of the Dragon Nation waited behind them. So from the moment they entered Jiangnan City's territory, they had never expected to leave alive. I looked at my mission panel. I still needed 21 beasts. Seeing large numbers of awakened rush through the gate, I immediately mixed among them and began harvesting beast lives as efficiently as possible. My behavior angered some awakened, but I was clever. I chose comparatively ordinary fighters, meaning people without powerful backgrounds. They recognized me and were dissatisfied, but no one stopped me on the spot. I quickly filled the remaining 20 ordinary kills. Now I needed only one level 20 beast. After the consecutive kills, I had risen to level 16, but I was still 4 full levels below level 20. Several minutes later, I found a suitable target. Su Qing, a level 23 expert from the Su family, was simultaneously fighting one level 21, one level 23, and one level 24 beast. He looked somewhat overwhelmed in a 3-on-1 battle, but none of the creatures could inflict meaningful damage. Even so, he would have difficulty killing all 3 quickly. I seized the opportunity, activated Phantom Wind Step, and unleashed Bright Moon Slash with the New Moon Sword. My target was the level 21 beast. The attack struck it head-on and knocked it more than 30 feet, or 10 meters, away. Su Qing glanced at me from the corner of his eye and frowned instead of relaxing. The level 21 creature was 5 levels above me. I was not helping. I was creating trouble. "You handle the other 2. I'll help you contain this one." Before Su Qing could tell me to retreat, I interrupted decisively, ignored him, and focused completely on the battle. The beast did not dodge this time. It swung both enormous paws and smashed the flame-burst fireball apart. The fire energy from the explosion did injure its paws, but not by much. Damn it! Was this mission serious? Flame-burst fireball was already one of my strongest regularly used skills. "Brother Chun, I'll help you." Just as I prepared to face the level 21 beast alone, Xiao Luo's voice came from the side. I looked back and saw him approaching with his entire body glowing. Before coming down, Xiao Luo had activated every artifact on his body to ensure they could trigger at any moment. I had to admit that standing beside him and all those artifacts gave me an incredible sense of security. The black bear roared and swung an enormous paw toward me. I narrowed my eyes and created several afterimages to divide its attention. The black bear obviously lacked speed. With Phantom Wind Step, I might be able to delay it for a long time. When the afterimages appeared, I directed each one in a different direction. Unfortunately, my plan failed. The enormous bear looked clumsy, but it was not stupid. The afterimages confused it for a moment before it chose to charge Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo did not hesitate. A chain bracelet flew from his left hand, wrapped around the black bear, and directly restricted its movement. He swept his fly whisk, sending an energy pillar crashing toward it. I used the opportunity to bombard it with flame-burst fireball after flame-burst fireball, constantly reducing its HP. Unfortunately, Xiao Luo's level limited him. His artifacts were powerful, but the strength he could currently unleash remained limited. The black bear soon broke free and lunged at Xiao Luo again. He hurriedly raised a barrier in front of himself. When the bear collided with it, a gap rapidly appeared. Xiao Luo was still level 15, 1 level below me and 6 full levels below the bear. At the same time, my attack arrived from the side. My timing was perfect. The bear had just smashed its attack into the barrier and could not move. Bright moon slash cut into its body and left an extremely deep wound. Then I watched a dark shadow swing toward me. With no time to evade, I could only place the new moon sword in front of me. A terrifying force traveled through the blade into both hands, threw me through the air, and smashed me heavily into the ground. Pain exploded in my chest, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack had probably broken several ribs. Sensing a mortal threat, the black bear turned to defend itself. A tremendous impact rang out, and it suffered a grievous blow. Before the bear could rise, Su Qing and Xia Luo appeared on either side. After one beast was removed from his battle, Su Qing killed the other two as quickly as possible and came to help us. Su Qing's attack pierced half the black bear's chest and pushed its HP to the critical point. Its HP also continued falling automatically. Although it was certain to die, I rushed out and emptied the last of its HP. Under normal circumstances, that would absolutely count as kill stealing. The people around us only saw that my attack landed half a beat behind Su Qing's and that it was too late to withdraw once I released it. Su Qing did not pursue the matter. He only urged me to retreat to a safe area. Mission complete. The Thunder Demon's reward is being issued. I had finally completed it. I released a heavy breath. After this battle, my HP and mana had both fallen to rock bottom. Continuing to fight was impossible. You took a level 21 beast attack head-on and can still move. Your physical condition is impressive, Su Qing said with a light laugh as he looked me up and down. Hardly. My body is almost falling apart. Enough. This isn't a battlefield people at your level can participate in. Withdraw immediately. After confirming that I was fine, Su Qing stopped paying attention to us and attacked the other beasts again. The moment he left, Xia Luo hurried over. Brother Chen, I'm glad you're all right. Should we find another target? He had not personally killed the beast, but he had participated in the entire battle. Helping kill a creature 5 levels above him felt incredible and left his face flushed with excitement. I shook my head without hesitation. No, we're retreating to a safe area. I had fought so desperately because of the Thunder Demon's commission. Now that the mission was complete, I had no need to risk my life on the battlefield again. My abrupt change left Xia Luo speechless. What do you mean, huh? Can't you see that I barely have any HP left? Are you worried I'm not dying fast enough? Helpless, Xia Luo followed me back. He had also consumed the effects of several artifacts during the fight with the black bear, and they were still on cooldown, reducing his strength. Once we reached safety, I pretended to recover mana while my consciousness entered the system space to inspect the rewards. First came the demon points. Their amount also supported my earlier theory. The harder the mission, the richer the reward. The Thunder Demon's commission is complete. Rewards: 800 demon points, SS rank skill 9 Heavens Thunder Slash, gold grade accessory Thunderlight Bracelet. 800 demon points were enough for one critical improvement. 9 Heavens Thunder Slash remained at beginner proficiency when I obtained it. Raising its proficiency later would require a separate expenditure of demon points. I could not count the mission reward and skill enhancement as the same thing. Then came the centerpiece of the mission. Skill: 9 Heavens Thunder Slash SS. That was right. An SS rank skill. Its rank alone revealed how outrageous its power had to be. 9 Heavens Thunder Slash SS gathers divine thunder from the 9 heavens around the user's arm and releases a tremendously powerful cutting strike of lightning. The description was brief, but I could sense the skill's power. In addition to it, I received another reward. Thunderlight Bracelet Accessory. Grade Gold. Requirements: LV 20, Spirit 500 or higher. Attribute 1. Strength plus 500, Spirit plus 800. Attribute 2. Effect of all Thunder Affinity skills plus 20%. Attribute 3. Actively releases a lightning barrier capable of withstanding one full force attack from a level 25 awakened. Charges: 3. Each charge takes 30 minutes to recover. The 3 barriers were independent. Each consumed layer required 30 minutes to recover. 500 strength, 800 spirit, and a 20% enhancement to thunder skills made this bracelet and 9 Heavens Thunder Slash almost a complete set. The only restrictions were level 20 and 500 spirit. Until I met them, it could serve only as a locked trump card for the future. The 5 great families especially lacked gold grade equipment. Unfortunately for me, this accessory could not be equipped until level 20, so I could not use it yet. After recovering some mana, I heard the battle cries outside the city gradually decrease and finally fall silent. When I opened my eyes, Xia Luo had already moved beside me. The battle outside is nearly over. The magic beasts have been slaughtered, and not a single one entered Jiangnan City. Let's go. We should leave too. With the battle over, I had no intention of lingering and called Xia Luo to leave with me. We found Song Qingqing on the wall. I need to return with my family. I'll have someone drive you back to the hotel. Under Song Baiyuan's arrangements, we returned to the hotel by car. The next day, Song Qingqing told me what happened after we left. Several participating Song family members returned injured. Song Baichen arranged treatment first, then asked about her relationship with me. Song Qingqing said only that she valued my combat power and wanted to establish goodwill early. Song Baichen had personally watched me jump from the wall and fight above my level, which changed his attitude. If I could protect my guaranteed admission slot, he was willing to find a way for Song Qingqing and me to enter the same academy so we could look after one another. Chen Yong later brought people to find me. Song Baichen merely told him that I had already left and did not reveal my hotel or route to the Chen family. Song Qingqing personally recounted all of this later. At the time, I was already in the car returning to the hotel. Su Luo later told me that Su Qing gave the head of the Su family a complete account of the battle outside the city. The Su family confirmed that I had participated in killing a level 21 beast at level 16 and knew that I previously cooperated with Su Luo in the newborn dungeon. The family head did not treat me with hostility because of Chun Yu's engagement to Su Shuer. Instead, he instructed his people to build a good relationship with me whenever possible. These were family decisions relayed to me by Su Luo, not events I witnessed at the time. That night, Xia Luo and I returned to the hotel. I had challenged the heaven-reaching tower that morning and participated in a major battle that afternoon. After a simple dinner at the hotel, we returned to our rooms to rest. When I reached the restaurant the next morning, Xia Luo was already there. The moment I carried my breakfast over, he said, Brother Chun, news of yesterday afternoon has spread everywhere. Everyone's talking about it." His reminder made me settle down and listen to the surrounding conversations. "Did you hear? Jiangnan City was nearly overrun by magic beasts yesterday afternoon. They're still repairing the eastern gate. It wasn't that dramatic. Only the gate broke. The beasts never made it inside. I heard the Eternal Tiger King led the attack. Even City Lord Mao was injured. I know about that. A friend of mine was fortunate enough to take part in the defense. He said the City Lord was smashed into the wall. In the end, the Eternal Tiger King killed itself. Otherwise, Jiangnan City would have truly been in danger. Why would the Eternal Tiger King kill itself? That's strange. Did you see those white streaks of light yesterday afternoon? They covered all of Jiangnan City. Some people say the Eternal Tiger King cursed the city. The Federation has sent important figures to investigate. Damn, doesn't that mean Jiangnan City is unsafe? Maybe we should live in another city for a while and return after things stabilize. Not only had many people participated in the battle, but the white lights created by the Eternal Tiger King burning all its life force had been exposed to everyone's view. Exactly. What were those white lights? Do you have any idea, Brother Chin? Hearing everyone repeatedly mention them, Xiao Luo asked what they were. No, but they definitely weren't anything good, I answered without thinking. I refused to believe that sacrificing a level 50 beast served no purpose. Jiangnan City was enormous, but could one level 50 creature threaten the entire place? Seeing Xiao Luo still considering it, I said slowly, "This isn't something we need to worry about. If the sky falls, the people above us will hold it up. Why should we trouble ourselves?" The reminder improved Xiao Luo's mood. He had also said that his Taoist temple was located on the outskirts of Jiangnan City and that his master's level was no lower than the city lord's. If anything abnormal happened, powerful people were still present to handle it. Ding! After blocking every Qin family member I knew, I had very few contacts, all of whom were relatively close. I picked up my phone and discovered that the message came from Principal Cui Guoming. His message was simple. Because of what happened yesterday afternoon, many people had arrived from the imperial capital, including admissions instructors from several major academies. They would handle official business today, then come to the school tomorrow and take away the students with guaranteed admission. I was one of them. I put down the phone and narrowed my eyes. If Song Qingqing was right, my nominal younger brother might challenge me tomorrow and try to steal my admission slot. I was already looking forward to fighting Chunyu. I had exposed considerable strength yesterday afternoon, so Chunyong would likely force Chunyu's advancement today. I wondered how high a price he was willing to pay. Today was the perfect opportunity to familiarize myself with Nine Heaven's Thunder Slash. "Brother Chun, what happened?" Seeing my expression, Xiao Luo directly asked what I was planning. I recovered and did not hide anything. I explained that I would return to school tomorrow and someone might challenge me. Events like this were heavily covered by the media every year, so there was no way to conceal it. After hearing me, Xiao Luo became furious. The guaranteed slot has already been decided, yet they still want to steal it? Are those people insane? Brother Chen, I'm on your side. Beat that man down tomorrow and crush their arrogance. Let's visit the mission hall and find a dungeon where I can familiarize myself with my new combat skill. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up when he heard that I had mastered another skill. He had seen the abilities I used and knew none of them were low rank. The news immediately made him ask about its effect. We traveled to the mission hall together. The moment I stepped inside, dozens of gazes landed on us, or more accurately, on me. He's here. He's here. Why does he look completely fine? That doesn't make sense. So many people saw a level 21 beast send him flying. Why does he look as though nothing happened? What a freak. He awakened as an ordinary warlock, yet his body is so powerful. You know, the warlock class might not look impressive, but perhaps there's something to explore. High-powered magic attacks combined with his physical strength give him offense and defense in one. Could he have created an entirely new path? Whatever the reason, what Qin Ming did yesterday changed my opinion of him. I won't mock him again. Everyone had been discussing yesterday afternoon, and many people had spread stories of my actions. My performance truly had been exceptional. I was the only person in the teens who fought the beasts directly below the wall. Judging by the conversations around me, many people now acknowledged my combat power. Ignoring their gazes, I walked deeper into the mission hall and began searching for a suitable assignment. I wanted magic beasts I could use to train my new skill. I focused primarily on dungeons between levels 18 and 20. Brother Chun, should we split up? As I searched for a suitable dungeon, Xiao Luo suddenly spoke. He sighed. You can clear these dungeons alone. You don't need me at all. When I follow behind you, I can't do anything except cheer. Creatures below level 20 could not inflict much damage on me. Xiao Luo said directly that he also needed real combat to improve and did not want to keep following behind simply to collect rewards. I did not force him. The fewer people who knew my trump cards, the better. Since we decided to separate, we naturally turned towards solo dungeons. I eventually selected a level 19 solo dungeon called Skeleton Plains. My Thunder affinity happened to counter its creatures. After accepting every mission connected to the dungeon, I strode through the entrance. None of the demons issued a commission this time. With my current strength, a level 19 dungeon genuinely presented little challenge. Xiao Luo selected a level 16 solo dungeon instead. My feet landed on a black plain, and I watched the skeleton soldiers gradually awaken. They held swords and shields, stared at me, then marched forward with heavy steps. At that speed, almost any awakened could handle them, couldn't they? Even while thinking, I did not forget why I came. I decisively hurled a flame-burst fireball at the nearest skeleton soldier. As expected, it struck the skeleton's shield and erupted into blinding flames. I waited several seconds and froze. Something was missing. The experience notification that should have appeared after a kill. It seemed these skeleton soldiers were stronger than I expected. I immediately launched 2 flame-burst fireballs at the same target. After a chain of explosions, the skeleton soldier continued slowly approaching with flames flickering across its body. Just as the thought formed, it finally failed to endure, fell heavily, and died completely. The experience notification sounded in my mind. It took 3 flame-burst fireballs to kill 1 skeleton soldier. Was that not absurd? My opinion of the creature changed immediately. It was not as easy to handle as I had imagined. While I fought that one soldier, the others never stopped and rapidly closed the distance. Agility is your fatal weakness. As long as I'm fast enough, you can never catch me. I snorted and instinctively tried to retreat. After only 2 steps, 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers emerged behind me. Something was wrong with this dungeon. The spawn point sat in the middle of the monsters. What kind of person designed this? With enemies in front and behind, I could only grit my teeth and bombard the surrounding skeletons. Fortunately, Flameburst Fireball consumed little mana. Otherwise, I truly would have run dry. Explosions soon filled the area. More than 10 minutes later, the skeleton soldiers gradually dwindled and became piles of scattered bone fragments. I sat on the ground panting, my face numb. Why had I chosen this dungeon? Every one of them was a hard bone, making them exceptionally exhausting to fight. Hadn't I selected this dungeon to test my new skill? Forget it. I would recover mana first and use the second wave to train the skill. I had not traveled far when I felt an eerie chill ahead. A formation soon appeared before me, built from an army of skeletons. I took a quick look at their number and clicked my tongue. There were far fewer than in the first wave. Had the difficulty actually fallen? That seemed inconsistent with dungeon design. Accompanied by a strange sound, the skeleton soldiers returned to life and pointed their weapons at me. As I prepared to fight, I was astonished to discover that they remained in place. The moment I reached that conclusion, hoofbeats sounded. A figure charged out from behind the formation and reached its center. The enormous formation seemed to come alive and began advancing toward me. I frowned instantly. This was not good news. With a battle formation supporting them, this stage's difficulty had risen sharply compared with the previous one. The skeleton formation did not stop after the first explosions. The soldiers in the front rank advanced with raised shields, while the rear rank thrust their swords through gaps between them. Their stride and attack timing were almost perfectly synchronized. I did not continue retreating. Against a formation, constantly creating distance would only surrender all my room to move. I first needed to tear open a gap. After several rounds of fireballs, I discovered that the two skeleton soldiers in front lost the most HP, while the units behind them shared only part of the damage. The direct targets suffered roughly half, with the remaining damage distributed across the formation. I immediately concentrated my firepower on the same target. Sensing my intention, the formation moved the wounded soldier to the rear and filled the gap with a unit at full health. Ordinary area attacks could not break the formation. I had no choice but to test my newly obtained skill. 9 Heavens Thunder Slash. Lightning wrapped around my right arm and extended to the edge of my palm. After locking onto the front target with my spirit, I activated Phantom Wind Step and charged into the shield formation. Lightning cut along the edge of a bone shield and pierced straight through a skeleton soldier's chest. Skeleton soldier killed. The instant it fell, the aura of the entire formation visibly weakened. 2 swords slashed from either side. I shifted half a step with an afterimage, and the blade struck the ground, creating 2 deep pits in the plain. These skeleton soldiers were slow but possessed tremendous strength and defense. As long as they did not surround me, 9 Heavens Thunder Slash could serve as a spearhead for breaking the formation. I constantly repositioned along the opening I had torn. Each unit I killed weakened the other's ability to share damage. The formation changed from perfectly sealed to being forced to split its ranks in an attempt to stop me. In the end, I defeated the soldiers one by one. The skeleton soldiers felt no pain and did not fear the deaths of their companions. The moment an opening appeared in the front, the rear rank filled it. Swords, shields, and footsteps always maintained the same rhythm. I could only use afterimages to repeatedly draw them into changing direction, then cut into their flank as the formation rotated. 9 Heavens Thunder Slash possessed enough single-target power, but every use required me to gather lightning along the edge of my palm. If the buildup took slightly too long, the skeleton soldiers closed ranks again. I turned Flame Burst Fireball into a feint, using its explosion to block their vision before killing the true target from the other side with a Thunder Slash. This method was less comfortable than bombarding them from a distance, but it used every point of mana on the critical nodes of the formation. When the final infantry skeleton fell, lightning had numbed my arm, and only half the original afterimages from Phantom Windstep remained. The second wave consisted of skeleton cavalry. Rider and mount each possessed independent HP. I had to break the skeleton horse's charging rhythm before dealing with the sword-wielding rider. The first cavalryman forced me to use 9 Heavens Thunder Slash twice and follow with several Flame Burst Fireballs. When the lance grazed my shoulder for the first time, I discovered that the skeleton horse's charge could stack additional strength onto the rider. A frontal collision offered me no benefit, so I placed fireballs on the ground in advance and detonated them when the hooves entered range. Once the charge was knocked off balance, rider and mount could no longer protect each other simultaneously, and their dual HP ceased to be an impenetrable defense. The later cavalry began charging in alternating waves. I stopped pursuing kills in a single exchange. Instead, I interrupted every burst of speed first and returned to eliminate wounded targets afterward. Iron bones, bronze skin absorbed several glancing blows, while the new moon sword delivered the finishing strikes between thunder slashes. I finally understood why this dungeon was famous for being troublesome. It did not kill challengers through sudden explosive power. It used battle formations, dual HP, and a constant rotation of enemies to drain them completely. When the battle ended, my mana was almost empty, and I could only sit cross-legged to recover. My experience bar was nearly full. The next group of enemies would likely raise my level again. Much later, when I examined the Chun family's resource records, I learned that at this same time Chun Yong and several clan elders were piling every reserve material onto Chun Yu. He had already reached level 17, and the family intended to take him into a dungeon overnight, and push him to level 18 before the admissions duel. They believed that Chunyu had an S-rank class and family resources, while my participation in killing a level 21 beast had merely borrowed Su Qing's strength. They had even begun discussing how to use the media to amplify their momentum after Chunyu stole the admission slot. At the time, I knew nothing about this. Once my mana recovered to a safe level, I stood again. Bone fog churned in the distance, and a new formation appeared with even more skeleton cavalry. At its center, a skeleton general wearing a tattered cloak and holding a long spear slowly raised its head. It had not attacked yet, but the surrounding cavalry had already rearranged themselves in the direction of its spear. The earlier battle of attrition had been only a screening. What came next was the true killing move of Skeleton Plains. The real boss had finally appeared. The skeleton general sealed the final route of retreat. A direct hit from beginner Nine Heaven's Thunder Slash removed only about 1/10 of its HP. If I continued at the same intensity, the cavalry in general would drain me first. I opened the system immediately. Spend 500 demon points to raise Nine Heaven's Thunder Slash from beginner to proficient. Upgrade. 500 demon points vanished instantly. The method of gathering lightning, the angle of entry, and the control of force all poured into my consciousness. The electricity that had previously covered my arms suddenly compressed along the edge of my palm. The skeleton general charged again. I did not retreat. Activating Phantom Wind Step, I cut in along the side of its spear. The first Thunder Slash tore open its breastplate. The second followed the crack and pierced its core. Skeleton general killed. The entire cavalry formation lost control. The remaining skeletons collapsed one after another, and the dungeon clear notification appeared at the same time as the light of a level increase. Level 16-17. I sat cross-legged to recover mana, then collected the bone fragments, cavalry cores, and leader materials required by the missions. From entering Skeleton Plains to completing the clear, the total time was about 3 hours. When I left the teleportation passage, Xia Luo was already waiting in the mission hall. Brother Chun, why were you slower than me? I already defeated the boss in my dungeon. I chose the wrong one this time. I handed the materials over at the counter. Everything inside was a hard bone. Their attacks were ordinary, but every enemy had thicker defenses than the last. Seeing the words Skeleton Plains, Xia Luo silently saved the dungeon name in his phone. With his current attack style, the battle formation would only grind him down. Before the material inspection finished, the record board above the hall suddenly refreshed. Fastest clear of Skeleton Plains, approximately 3 hours. Previous record, approximately 8 hours. The new record was 5 full hours faster than the old one, but the challenger's name was temporarily sealed. When the counter staff saw the change, they immediately reported the data to the monitoring center. Records did not rely on challengers' self-reporting. They were cross-verified through 3 sets of data: the dungeon entrance, teleportation exit, and mission materials. An improvement of a few minutes could update automatically, but a full 5-hour reduction triggered manual review. Sealing the name protected the challenger until that review was complete. I did not care. A record did not directly provide rewards. The mission compensation and level increase were what truly belonged to me. After the review ended, Xia Luo and I prepared to visit the neighboring shops. A muscular man carrying a broad saber hurried over and blocked our path. Xia Luo and I stopped at the same time. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. The man spread both hands, then pointed at the record board. That Skeleton Plains record just now? You said it, didn't you? I did not deny it. How did you know? I was at the dungeon monitoring center at the time. He introduced himself. Tai Shi, captain of the steel team. Level 21 heavy tank. Tai Shi explained that after the record changed beyond the normal range, Zhang 1, the employee responsible for Skeleton Plains, reported it immediately. Director Yuan at the monitoring center pulled the entry and mission data and confirmed that I was the challenger. The staff had initially suspected an error in the dungeon statistics. They checked that I entered at level 16, left at level 17, and had kill marks on the leader's core. Only after all 3 records matched did they formally preserve the new record. I also gave the counter my mission number for another review. The staff confirmed that the issuer, clearing region, and settlement rules were all valid. They specifically reminded me that official contribution and material sharing formed one account, while private fixed compensation formed another. The two could not offset each other. That explanation later became the basis for my insistence on separating the 500,000 yuan from White Knight's material share. The old record was created by a level 20A rank offensive class. You entered at level 16 and shortened the time by 5 hours. Taishi looked directly at me. That means your burst damage, endurance, and formation breaking ability all far exceed your panel. He had been asking Director Yuan to recommend an offensive awaken below level 20. After learning my identity and what happened on my awakening day, he came directly to the hall. Our steel team comes from Lihua City. We were invited to participate in Jiangnan City's beast clearing operation. Taishi continued. One member had to return unexpectedly, and the mission rules require any replacement to remain below level 20. All four of us can withstand attacks, but we lack someone who can kill the beasts quickly. The clearing region would be assigned according to the team size and average level. After the original member withdrew, they could not temporarily recruit an expert above level 20. Doing so would force the mission qualification and assigned region through another review. Taishi, Taishan, Taiying, and Tai Hu all leaned toward defensive classes. They had more than enough safety, but insufficient output. I glanced at the broad saber and heavy armor behind him without agreeing immediately. The fact that an outside team could identify the record through the monitoring center at least proved that its identity and mission were real. But the risks of filling in temporarily, the reward split, and the fixed compensation still had to be confirmed item by item. Seeing my concern, Taishi directly handed me an operation number authenticated by the mission hall. The number listed the gathering time, the assigned region of Sunset Forest, clearing objectives, and team captain's name. I checked each item and confirmed both that the mission existed and that the steel team had no unresolved disputes. Only the compensation and loot distribution remained to be negotiated. I want to invite you to join this clearing operation. Invite me. I froze. I don't think my level qualifies. I could sense that the man before me was at least level 20, considerably higher than me. If a team like his invited me voluntarily, it clearly valued something other than my level. Taishi waved dismissively without the slightest concern. No, I may be level 21, but I'm a heavy tank. My defense is powerful, but my attacks honestly aren't. You're different. Clearing skeleton plains in 3 hours proves that you possess strong offense and endurance. You're exactly the talent I'm looking for. Every member of the team possessed far greater defense than offense. In certain situations, their team would have the highest possible safety and could complete operations almost without injury. The cost of that safety was offensive power. This clearing operation required them to kill beasts, and high defense alone was useless. Taishi happened to know the person in charge, so he asked which awakened below level 20 had the strongest attacks and destructive power. That was the disadvantage of replacing someone temporarily. The substitute had to remain below level 20. I considered it for a moment. What do I receive? Taishi's eyes lit up. After thinking, he said slowly, the steel team normally divides rewards by contribution. In addition to your contribution share, I'm willing to pay you 500,000 yuan privately. What do you think? What time exactly? I have something to do tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon. The steel team accepted a mission to clear 100 magic beasts. We'll try to finish before late tomorrow night. That paid far more than clearing a dungeon. I had spent 3 hours inside Skeleton Plains today. How much had I earned? The 500,000 yuan offered by Taishi was already more than enough, and I would still receive a share based on contribution. Perfect. I could beat Chinyu tomorrow morning and earn a fortune in the afternoon. Excellent. Taishi said excitedly. Here is my contact information. Call me as soon as your business is finished. After exchanging contact information, Taishi left to tell his teammates the news and stop them from worrying. Once he was gone, Xiao Luo asked in confusion, Brother Chun, that dungeon must have been remarkable. Even a level 20 awakened came to invite you. He joked about leaving his own dungeon first, then admitted that Skeleton Plains did not suit his attack style. I waved. Don't mention the dungeon. My head hurts just thinking about it. We entered the shop, browsed briefly, and walked out empty-handed. After seeing a gold-grade artifact, my standards had risen enormously. These ordinary artifacts no longer interested me. Xiao Luo's artifacts were already high-grade, so he had little interest in them either. He had followed me only to broaden his experience. There were so few artifacts. Xiao Luo said contemptuously. They call this Jiangnan City's most luxurious store? The grade and number of artifacts are both far below our Taoist temple. I rolled my eyes at him. Isn't that obvious? What truly valuable item would anyone display for public sale? Having a few silver-grade artifacts is already good. Even the Song family lacks gold-grade artifacts. We did not leave the mission hall. After resting, we each selected another dungeon and entered separately to train. After eating dinner together that night, Xiao Luo and I finally settled ourselves and prepared for a proper rest before tomorrow's battle. Xiao Luo and I arrived at number 6 High's athletic field on time. I had originally planned to come alone. This was a matter between me and the Chen family and had nothing to do with him. But Xia Luo insisted that he could not let me face the Chen family by myself and wanted to support me from the side. From a distance, we could already see large numbers of students gathered on the field. They had assembled voluntarily. A major scene like this appeared only once a year, and this year seemed to include other variables. The media had noses like hounds and gathered at the slightest hint of news. Today, they had come to watch the Chun family make a spectacle of itself. From the day my class was stolen and I severed ties with the family, crowds followed me wherever I went. That was also the day I stopped viewing the Chun family as a possible retreat. Ignoring everyone's gazes, I walked directly to the center of the field and waited for the principal and admissions instructors. No one dared approach and speak during that time. No matter how powerful I was, could I compare with the enormous Chen family? They had certainly exhausted every resource to cultivate Chenyu for today. As everyone whispered, several figures flew rapidly from the distance. Nearby students hurried aside when they landed, clearing the area. I turned toward the newcomers, battle intent flashing in my eyes. They were none other than Chen Yong, Zhang Yi, and Chen Yu. Xiaoming, mother missed you so much while you were gone. Instead of the confrontation everyone expected, Zhang Yi, who stood beside Chen Yong, spoke first. You missed me? Then did you come to congratulate me on entering a top academy? Zhang Yi visibly froze. She then spoke with difficulty. Xiaoming, your father and I have seen what you've accomplished outside. With your current strength, you can definitely enter a top academy through the national examination. Why don't you give this guaranteed admission slot to your brother? Then the Chen family will have 2 students in top academies. Hearing her words, every spectator stared at her with wide eyes. What ambition from the Chen family! Other families would count themselves blessed if one person entered a top academy, yet the Chen family wanted 2 guaranteed students. Anyone who did not know better might think the family was truly extraordinary. Oh, if I remember correctly, Chen Yu has an S-rank class. I'm only a minor warlock. Why should I give my slot to him? Hearing that, the surrounding students looked strangely at Chen Yu. Exactly. He stole another person's S-rank class, and now he wanted that warlock to bow his head to? When Zhang Yi tried to continue, Chen Yong shouted angrily. Since when has the Chen family begged anyone? It's only a guaranteed admission slot. Xiao Yu can take it through his own ability. Why does a woman like you need to worry? After being scolded, Zhang Yi became completely obedient and retreated with her head lowered. Chen Yu looked darkly at his mother, then turned toward me. Instead of begging him, make him beg this S-rank awakened for mercy. Chen Ming, what doesn't belong to you will never belong to you. Chen Yu shouted. Today, I'll take back everything that belongs to you and show you that without the Chen family, you're absolutely nothing. Oh, if I'm nothing, what does that make you for stealing my class? I could sense that Chen Yu was not weak now, but I was no soft target he could manipulate. Ha ha, what an exciting scene. Just as Chen Yong frowned and prepared to suppress me, loud laughter suddenly echoed across the athletic field. Principal Chui Guoming and a group of admissions instructors appeared. One of the instructors had spoken. Principal Chui had probably explained the general situation before they came. When the admissions instructors arrived, their expressions toward Chen Yu were visibly cold. They had clearly heard about the class theft and the struggle for the admission slot. Dislike was one matter, but an S-rank class was still something every academy wanted to recruit. As the instructors discussed the situation publicly, their attention remained focused on Chen Yu's S-rank class. One directly pointed out that class rank affected the ceiling of growth. The farther a registered D-rank warlock advanced, the more bottlenecks I would encounter. Before seeing my real combat power, they preferred to recruit Chen Yu. Their appearance excited the many number 6 high students, while the surrounding media photographed them furiously. These people were living traffic. Merely placing their names in a headline would attract enormous attention. Principal Chui stepped forward from the center. Today, admissions instructors from the 5 top academies have come to inspect our school. In addition to students with special admission, every other student may display their abilities. Anyone with exceptional talent will also have an opportunity to enter an academy. Entering one of the 5 academies would make anyone's future limitless. The instructors did possess additional special admission slots, but their standards differed from those of ordinary people. Very few individuals caught their eye. Put another way, they had not used their additional admission slots in at least 10 years. Under the arrangements of each class's teachers, many students soon stepped forward to perform individually. Every one of them had at least an A-rank class. The surrounding media nodded repeatedly while watching them use their skills. Number 6 High truly lived up to its reputation. Only number 1 High could compare with its foundation. The other schools remained far behind. Unfortunately, the 5 admissions instructors showed no interest in these students. They were outstanding compared with ordinary students, but among A-rank classes they were too ordinary. Of course, the instructors' lack of interest did not mean the students were unqualified to enter the 5 top academies. After every prepared student finished, Principal Chui looked at the unmoved instructors without displeasure. He understood his students' strength and was not surprised that no one received an immediate invitation. Principal Chui, it's getting late. Bring forward the students with special admission, one instructor said calmly. Principal Chui nodded and announced, students holding special admission slots may now step forward and wait for selection. The 5 great academies had jointly created these slots, and very few existed. An ordinary city received only 3 to 5. Number 6 High had 2 this year, mine and another belonging to Ding Xian. His background was only passable from a second-tier Jiangnan city family, but his grades were excellent, and he awakened an A-rank class, making him qualified for the 5 top academies. When Ding Xian and I stepped forward, everyone focused on us. The selection by the 5 academies came next. Ding Xian, your class is highly compatible with Black Tortoise Academy. Are you willing to join us? The instructor representing Black Tortoise Academy spoke first as soon as we appeared. Everyone knew Ding Xian's class suited that academy, so no one intended to compete. I am willing to join Black Tortoise Academy. Seeing that the other 4 instructors remained silent, Ding Xian cupped his hands and accepted. Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger Academies possessed similar overall faculty strength. Central Apex Academy, located in the capital, was the strongest. After Ding Xian made his choice, everyone focused on me and waited for a decision. More than half a minute passed, but not one admissions instructor spoke. None wanted to be the first to invite a registered D-rank student, fearing the decision would expose their academy to public criticism. Principal Chui's face darkened at the side. My admission slot was already registered. The 5 academies could not skip me and could only decide which one would receive me. Please wait a moment, student Chen Ming. Your situation is unusual, and the 5 of us need to discuss it. The Central Apex Academy instructor spoke slowly. Afterward, the 5 did not leave to confer. They merely stood in place and looked at one another, exposing all their hesitation to the cameras. Can't you see it, Chen Ming? You're too useless. Even the 5 top academies don't want you. Give your slot to me. Chen Yu strode forward. None of the academy instructors intervened in his disruption of the process. In a sense, their silence revealed their position. I turned to face Chen Yu. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste so many words? Chen Yu's expression instantly darkened. From outside the field, Chen Yong urged him. Xiao Yu, finish this quickly. Show the instructors your strength. A heavy aura spread from Chen Yu's body, and the class phantom of the Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier formed behind him. Media equipment surrounded the athletic field, while the 5 admissions instructors and Principal Chui stood at the edge. This was not a private sparring match for the Chen family. It was a fully recorded public duel whose result would determine the guaranteed admission slot. Even if Chen Yong wanted to change the story by calling it a family matter, he could not evade the rules in front of everyone. Level 17. His progress isn't slow, one admissions instructor judged aloud. Another looked at my officially registered D-rank class and shook his head. There's a difference in both class rank and resources. This duel favors Chen Yu. Chen Yu had clearly heard them. He drew an enormous sword and sneered at me. Do you understand the gap between us now? I felt the aura of the Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier and reached only one conclusion. An S-rank class. That's all. Compared with the Holy Lord, the pressure brought by Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier was far weaker than I imagined. If Chen Yu had never stolen it, I would not have encountered the 8 demons or obtained an SSR rank class. I did not underestimate him because of that. Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier specialized in frontal charges and sustained defense, and the Chen family had forced Chen Yu to level 17 in a short time. Class aura alone could not determine victory. What I truly needed to guard against were the class skills and family equipment he had not yet displayed. The comment enraged Chen Yu completely, and he charged head-on with his enormous sword. I casually launched 2 flame-burst fireballs. He did not dodge and struck directly at the flames with his sword. The first fireball exploded against the blade, and the second immediately hit him from the side. Chen Yu treated flame-burst fireball as an ordinary warlock's basic skill and left no protection over his body when he swung. The first explosion knocked his enormous sword aside, allowing the second fireball to pass through the opening and strike his breastplate in full. Boom! The explosion sent Chen Yu flying, and he smashed heavily into the athletic field. In our first exchange, the person who fell first was the one with the S-rank class. He was only careless. The instructor who spoke earlier quickly added, "He isn't truly injured." No one agreed this time. Chunyu rose from the dust, and a metallic sheen formed over his sword again. His right foot struck the ground, instantly activating a class skill of Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier. Shatter mountains and rivers. A shock wave raced along the ground toward me. Chunyu followed directly behind it, preparing to close the distance under its cover. I condensed 4 flame-burst fireballs in succession. The first 2 weakened the shock wave head-on, while the other 2 detonated simultaneously and forcibly tore an opening through its center. The shock wave did not disappear completely. Its remaining force still traveled from beneath my feet into my body. Iron bones, bronze skin absorbed most of the damage, while my boots slid backward across the cracked ground. Believing his skill had already suppressed me, Chunyu approached even faster. He passed through the flames and brought his enormous sword down toward my head. I drew the new moon sword and blocked the strike head-on. The sound of colliding metal spread across the athletic field. We retreated simultaneously and charged at each other again in the next instant. Chunyu's strength truly exceeded that of an ordinary level 17 awakened. Every block with the new moon sword numbed my wrists. But the path of his enormous sword was too direct, and he habitually sank his power into his right shoulder before beginning each strike. Once I recognized the movement, I stopped absorbing the complete attack and used the back of my blade to alter its landing point. In pure level and class attributes, Chunyu was not weak. But after awakening, he had relied on the Chun family's resources to level rapidly and possessed little experience fighting real magic beasts. Almost every one of my levels had been earned through combat inside dungeons. When his sword swept horizontally for the 3rd time, I stepped inside his guard half a beat early. The new moon sword pinned his hilt, and my shoulder knocked his center of gravity aside. As Chunyu defended in haste, I used Phantom Wind Step to circle to the other side. He began relying on his class attributes to force exchanges of damage. Every swing tried to drive me into a frontal confrontation. I used afterimages to confuse his judgment and struck only when his weight became fixed. After several rounds, multiple sword marks covered his armor, while I had never entered the ideal range of his massive blade. What movement skill was that? Fire, sword arts, and movement. None of this belongs in a D-rank Warlock's toolkit. The 5 admissions instructors' discussion had changed from "How long will Chunyu need to win?" to "How many skills does Chunming possess?" The Vermilion Bird instructor even asked Principal Chui whether I received sword training before awakening. Principal Chui publicly answered that number 6 high taught only universal foundations and that no one could master skills like mine before a class awakening. His answer exposed the extent of my combat transformation to everyone. The more urgently Chunyu fought, the more disorganized his attacks became. I did not rush to finish him. I continued forcing him to reveal the defensive methods of Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier. Chun Yong repeatedly shouted at him to steady himself, but every one of Chun Yu's attacks became heavier. He had lost the first public collision. Now he wanted more than the admission slot. He wanted one moment of absolute suppression to erase that image. The duel had only just entered its true stage. Phantom Wind Step. My speed rose again, and several afterimages charged at Chunyu from different directions. He immediately activated Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier's defensive skill, Steel Bulwark. A metal affinity barrier enveloped him completely. The afterimages could use only ordinary attacks, and their blades left no marks on the barrier. Even the sword force formed by Bright Moon sword art was stopped head-on. The afterimages produced by Phantom Wind Step inherited only basic movements and could not use skills for me. Their true purpose was to force Chunyu into a mistaken judgment and make him surrender his defensive skill early. Once Steel Bulwark opened, he temporarily lost the ability to close in with Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier's charge. The rhythm of the battle returned to my hands. From behind the barrier, Chunyu mocked the weakness of the afterimages. I did not argue. I merely directed them to continue attacking from every angle, using the continuous collisions to hide the sound of Nine Heavens' thunder/gathering. Chunyu sneered through the barrier. A group of powerless shadows thinks it can hurt me? The afterimages only made you raise your shell. I put away the new moon sword, and lightning rapidly climbed my right arm. Nine Heavens' thunder/. SS rank lightning cut directly into Steel Bulwark. The metallic defense shook violently, and cracks spread rapidly through the lightning. Seeing the danger, Chen Yong tried to enter the field but was stopped by Principal Chui. This is a public duel. No one may interfere. Chen Yong summoned his weapon, and the auras of all 5 admissions instructors locked onto him at the same time. This was a public recruitment event, not the Chun family's private battleground. Every instructor present was above his level. If he forced his way in, he would not save Chun Yu and would instead place the Chun family in opposition to all 5 academies. He could only remain outside and watch the thunder/tear steel bulwark apart. A crack first appeared in the center of the metallic screen, and lightning spread outward along it. Chun Yu tried to maintain the barrier, but Nine Heaven's thunder/slash had already passed through the defense and thrown him backward. When the lightning faded, I remained standing. Chun Yu knelt on one knee opposite me. His combat uniform was scorched black, and he had lost the ability to continue fighting. The duel never reached a second round. Chun Yu was accustomed to gradually displaying his skills during student demonstrations. From my first day in a dungeon, I had pursued only the fastest possible kill. If one burst could end a fight, I would never give the enemy time to adjust. The moment he exposed his strongest defense, his defeat had already been decided. The discussions surrounding the field completely changed direction. Some mocked the S-rank class for failing to live up to its reputation. Others pointed out that the true problem was not the weakness of Mount Tai Heavy Cavalier. My flames, movement, and lightning all exceeded anything at our level. The media captured every image of Chun Yu kneeling. I also heard several students mention the recent dungeon record and the battle outside the city. Someone finally connected my leveling speed with repeated actual combat. I possessed no family resources, yet I constantly raided high-intensity dungeons. During the beast attack, I had even jumped from the wall onto the battlefield. Those public traces made it increasingly impossible to claim I had won through luck. Zhang Yi and Chen Yong rushed over and fed Chen Yu a healing pill. Chen Yong turned and accused me of attacking my own younger brother too harshly. If this weren't a public recruitment event, his injuries would be far worse. I did not hide my hostility. Chen Yu had not only stolen my class, but repeatedly tried to cut off my future. Allowing an S-rank enemy to continue growing was a risk by itself. Principal Cui announced the end of the duel in time and returned control of the process to the admissions instructors. The result had proved that no freshman present could take my slot. I did not lower my guard because of the applause. Chun Yong and Zhang Yi cared only about checking Chun Yu's injuries, while several Chun family members kept staring at me. Principal Cui stood between us to ensure the family could not overturn the result by calling it a family matter again. This battle was not merely about the slot. For the first time, public rules made it impossible for the Chun family to rewrite the result for Chun Yu. The 5 instructors still hesitated. My combat power far exceeded their expectations, but my publicly registered D-rank class remained a concern. They could not deny my strength, yet they feared that recruiting a registered D-rank student would damage their academy's reputation. They first confirmed that the slot could not be revoked, then asked one another who was willing to accept me. No one expressed an immediate position. Standing in the center, I heard everything clearly. They were not debating whether I could win. They were debating whether a D-rank label was worth the public relations risk. My special admission slot was already registered, and they could not bypass the victor to end the process. Their silence itself placed every concern before the public. After a brief discussion, the Vermilion Bird Academy instructor standing at the outer edge finally spoke. Vermilion Bird Academy is willing to accept Chun Ming. The other 4 visibly released a breath, and their tense expressions relaxed simultaneously. The speaker was Yen Yun, the only instructor among the 5 who had consistently evaluated my actual combat performance. After agreeing to accept me, she turned toward the other 4. I solved this problem for all of you. Vermilion Bird Academy can't walk away without compensation. Yen Yun opened by demanding 10 portions of gold-grade resources, 5 gold-grade artifacts, and 10 drops of stalactite essence. The other 4 refused on the spot. That price was obviously an opening position rather than the final demand. After a round of bargaining, the 5 settled on a compromise. The exact quantities were not revealed publicly, but judging by Yen Yun's expression, Vermilion Bird Academy would receive a substantial amount of resources. Throughout the negotiation, Yen Yun calculated the public relations risk of accepting a D-rank class separately from the real combat value I had already demonstrated. The other 4 instructors did not want to accept me, but they could not deny the duel's result. They could only use gold-grade resources, artifacts, and stalactite essence to compensate Vermilion Bird for the slot and cultivation cost it assumed. This compensation was an exchange between academies, not a personal reward for me. I did not count resources that had not reached my hands as my property. Gold-grade resources and artifacts were not disposable goods even to top academies, while stalactite essence could directly improve a freshman's foundation. Yin Yun named conditions far above her minimum, and the other four reduced them item by item. They clearly viewed the question of who accepted me as a resource trait. I could not hear every number after they lowered their voices. I saw only the four instructors change from shaking their heads firmly to calculating each term and finally confirming the result together. Chunming, are you willing to join Vermilion Bird Academy? I am. I answered without delay. Vermilion Bird's overall faculty ranked at the same top tier as Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. Central Apex was stronger only because it stood in the capital and possessed greater overall resources. For me, beginning academy training early and gaining access to higher-level dungeons mattered more than remaining in Jiangnan City to wait for the national examination. Training at a top academy would place me ahead of other students in my year. Since Vermilion Bird was willing to accept me, I had no reason to abandon the opportunity because of the other four academies' hesitation. Just when everyone thought the recruitment had ended, the instructor from Central Apex Academy invited Chenyu. Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon Academies then expressed their interest as well. Chenyu had just suffered a public defeat, yet his S-rank class still earned him eligibility from four top academies. The reaction on the athletic field was even louder than before. To an ordinary student, one invitation from a top academy could change their fate. Even after losing to me, the growth ceiling of Chunyu's S-rank class made four academies willing to invest in him. That made me understand the truth completely. Class rank could determine whether others offered an opportunity, but it could not win the battle standing before you. Chenyu did not hesitate and chose Central Apex Academy for its strongest reputation and resources. Chen Yong immediately laughed and boasted in front of the media. So what if you defeated Xiaoyu? He's entering Central Apex. Before long, his achievements will leave you far behind. That statement did not merely belittle me. It publicly disparaged Vermilion Bird Academy. Yin Yun raised a hand and formed a fire dragon that struck directly at Chen Yong. He raised a defense in haste, but was still driven back more than 30 feet. Yin Yun stepped in front of me, and her voice overpowered the entire field. Chun Ming is now a student of Vermilion Bird Academy. Anyone who targets him is provoking Vermilion Bird. Chen Yong finally closed his mouth. No other Chen family member dared challenge me in front of Yin Yun. Yin Yun did not continue attacking, but the charred scar left by her fire dragon stretched across the athletic field, and every media outlet captured it. Chen Yong had just attempted to use Central Apex Academy to suppress me, only to be forced to admit that he did not dare offend Vermilion Bird. At minimum, that identity ensured that until I truly entered the academy, the Chun family could no longer suppress me openly as it had on the day of my awakening. After recruitment ended, Yin Yun told me to return to number 6 high before noon the next day. The freshmen would then depart for Vermilion Bird Academy together. The school gave us the day to handle our lodgings, equipment, and farewells to our families. I had already severed ties with the Chen family and needed to collect nothing from home. I only had to settle my belongings at the hotel and my mission arrangements. Xia Luo came out of the crowd and congratulated me. When Yin Yun saw the jade pendant at his waist, her attitude changed immediately. She first asked whether he attended number 6 high and then asked about his master. Xia Luo did not reveal the name of his Taoist temple in public. He merely displayed his identity jade. Yin Yun understood the mark and invited him on the spot. Would you like to join Vermilion Bird Academy with Chun Ming? Yin Yun had not shown this urgency, even toward Chun Yu's S-rank class. The pendant at Xia Luo's waist clearly represented a Taoist inheritance that could not be discussed publicly and explained why he had carried multiple artifacts down the mountain. Xia Luo did not use his identity to bargain. He merely described his master's requirement to clear the 30th floor of the heaven-reaching tower. Xia Luo froze. He had promised his master that he would not leave Jiangnan City until completing the 30-floor trial and could not change the agreement on his own. If master doesn't agree, I can't leave. Yin Yun answered. I'll communicate with your sect. You only need to tell me whether you want to go. Xia Luo did not immediately use the qualification granted by his pendant to decide for himself. He first confirmed that Yin Yun would personally speak with his master and would not make him break the agreement. Only then did he say that if his master approved, he was willing to join. Yin Yun recorded the sect's contact information on the spot and told us to gather at the original time the next day. After receiving Xia Luo's answer, Yin Yun left immediately to negotiate with his Taoist temple. Before departing, she reminded us again to return to number 6 high before noon the following day. We would then leave for Vermilion Bird Academy together. I did not remain to deal with the Chen family. I still had to participate in the beast clearing operation that afternoon. Xiao Luo and I immediately left the athletic field. After eating lunch at the hotel, Xiao Luo and I arrived at the mission hall on time. He went to select a suitable solo dungeon, hoping to gain another level within the day before traveling to Vermilion Bird Academy with me. Brother Chun, over here. Just as I took out my phone to contact Tai Shi, a bold voice sounded nearby. I turned and saw 4 people standing not far away with Tai Shi at the front. He strode over and slapped one hand against my shoulder. This is the helper I invited. His strength is absolutely outstanding. The other 3 looked at me with obvious doubt. But Tai Shi had strongly recommended me the previous night, so they did not reject me on the spot. Hello, I'm the team's vice captain. You can call me Tai Ying. Their voices were not friendly, but neither did they push me away. This was our first cooperation, and my level was the lowest in the team. The lack of direct objections was already a good beginning. Before we left, I confirmed the settlement terms again in front of all 4 people. The Steel team would separately pay fixed private compensation of 500,000 yuan. Magic Beast materials and official contribution would be handled according to the mission rules. Tai Shi nodded to every point, and none of the other 3 objected. All right, you'll have time to get acquainted later. We need to reach the area as soon as possible. The authorities have already assigned the Steel team's position. If we arrive any later, we'll be punished. Tai Shi spoke hurriedly and led the way out of the mission hall. Naturally, the beast extermination operation was not inside Jiangnan City. It took place beyond the walls. We entered the vehicle Tai Shi had arranged and headed toward the city gate as quickly as possible. Through his explanation, I learned where the beasts came from. When the Eternal Tiger King broke through the forward defensive line, many other beasts mixed into its main force. Those creatures did not follow the Tiger King directly toward Jiangnan City. They hid in the wilderness and ambushed passing travelers, causing terrible casualties. Because of that, Jiangnan City issued missions inviting professional teams to hunt them with generous compensation. First, every item obtained from the beasts belonged entirely to the teams. In addition, the greater the number and level of beasts killed, the more resources the Jiangnan City authorities would issue. Professional teams from several nearby cities had rushed over after hearing the news. During the drive, I gained a basic understanding of the other members' abilities. Simply put, they had maximized defense while every other stat remained mediocre. As Tai Shi put it, you had to stay alive before you could deal damage. I also described my skills in the simplest possible terms. When the others heard how ordinary they sounded, they exchanged glances. The 3 did not question me directly and only demanded that I prove my output in battle. An hour later, we passed through the gate and headed toward the region assigned to them. Jiangnan City's officials divided the areas among teams. Everyone wanted more resources for less time and effort. While the beasts remained plentiful in the short term, the effect might not be significant. But as time passed and their numbers fell, teams would inevitably begin competing for prey. Through the window outside the city, I could see some awakened, already fighting beasts. The levels in this area were fairly low, with most between level 15 and level 20. Higher-level beasts were hunted the moment they approached by stronger awakened. Those fighters ignored the lower-level creatures, leaving them to the teams at the bottom. The region assigned to the Steel team was not large, but it was remote. We left the vehicle one after another and looked toward the withered yellow forest before us. According to the records, many beasts are hidden inside. If we clear this place completely, our team's reward won't be small. Tai Shi spoke confidently because this region was actually extremely valuable. He had spent favors to secure it. There was nothing to prepare. Tai Shi walked at the front, while the other 3 spread around the sides. I alone was protected in the center of the formation. I possessed iron bones, bronze skin, but my defense remained far below the others. Several hidden gazes focused on us at the same time. Whoosh! We had barely entered when something tore through the air beside us. Tai Shi, who stood at the front, reacted first and immediately activated his defensive skill. A layer of steel rhinoceros hide rapidly appeared around him. Bang! I looked up and saw a dark figure thrown far into the distance before it struck the ground heavily. Its skin was yellowish-brown and closely resembled the environment of Sunset Forest. Chun Ming, attack! Tai Shi did not pursue recklessly. He shouted toward me instead. My reaction was not slow. 2 flame-burst fireballs struck directly. The lizard had just been knocked away and was still disoriented. It had no time to avoid my attacks or even react before the flame swallowed it. After confirming that my attack power met expectations, Tai Shi nodded on the spot. I found the right person. Keep moving. The expressions of the Steel team members guarding the other 3 directions relaxed considerably. From this point on, they only had to protect me while I cleared the remaining beasts one by one. Over the next 3 hours, I experienced the full benefit. With the Steel Team's F4 around me, I did not need to think about defense. I only had to unleash my skills and bombard everything in sight while the experience poured in. At this rate, clearing the beasts in Sunset Forest would raise me to level 18. Huh? What's going on? We haven't encountered a beast in almost 20 minutes. Did we clear every creature in the forest? Blue light radiated from Tai Ying's eyes, and his voice was filled with confusion. This was his skill, allowing him to detect traces of beasts nearby. Taishi frowned. The numbers are wrong. Before coming, I estimated there had to be 50 or 60 beasts. We've killed only a little more than 20. That's less than half. Taishi explained directly that he had paid a price to secure this region. If it held only 20 beasts, the entire team would suffer a loss. They had to turn Sunset Forest upside down today. The team members could not refuse the order and followed. I had no objection either. In my eyes, more beasts meant more experience. We reached the deepest part of Sunset Forest without seeing even half a creature. If we had known there were so few, we would never have selected the area. Wait. Just as Tai Shi and Tai Ying discussed whether to leave, Tai Shan discovered a line of fresh tracks. Everyone looked over and quickly noticed the unusual marks. Tai Shi's eyes brightened, and he said excitedly, "Come on, let's investigate." Following the tracks, we gradually accelerated. Before long, Tai Ying hurriedly stopped and signaled for everyone to slow down. "Something's wrong," Tai Shi asked in confusion. What could be wrong? The high-level creatures were hunted specifically long ago. Whatever we face can't exceed level 25, and a level 25 beast can't break our defenses. He was not exaggerating. They were only slightly above level 20, but their defense truly bordered on invincible. Tai Ying's expression became strange. "Captain, it isn't that I don't trust everyone. There are simply too many of them. About 20 or 30, all gathered together." Hearing the number, Tai Shi issued an order decisively, and everyone became solemn. That many beasts placed considerable pressure on the team. Even so, they had to kill the remaining creatures. Otherwise, traveling here from so far away would have been a waste. "Chen Ming, you'll be under heavy pressure soon. Kill as many beasts as possible, as quickly as possible." Under these circumstances, Tai Shi and the others had to focus even more on defense, leaving all attacks to me. I nodded immediately. "Don't worry. My mana had recovered completely, so I had no need to fear running out." Tai Shi parted the grass, and we reached the beast gathering place. The situation was exactly as Tai Ying described. Every creature had gathered together. "Huh? Look behind them. Is that a cave? Could they be protecting it?" Tai Shan spoke first, his face filled with confusion. His reminder made us notice the bottomless cave behind the herd. Every beast stood between it and us. "Who cares? We'll find out after killing them." Taishi could not be bothered to guess. He raised his defenses and began steadily advancing. The moment the team entered the beast's alert range, the creatures went completely berserk and rapidly lunged at us. "Hold them. Chen Ming, kill the lower-level beasts first." Facing the charge of so many creatures at once, Taishi felt tremendous pressure at the front. The weakest beasts were level 20, and several had reached level 23. Yet when the two sides collided, the defense created by the Steel Team was indestructible. Every person faced 4 or 5 beasts simultaneously without taking a single step backward. I used their defense to unleash everything I had. At a time like this, I had to target the lower-level beasts specifically. The fewer enemies remained, the more Tai Shi and the others could concentrate on the survivors. 3 flame-burst fireballs forced 2 higher-level creatures back several steps. I seized the opening and brought 9 Heavens Thunder slash down on the nearest and lowest-level beast. The level 20 creature never expected to be the first target. By the time it reacted, lightning had already cut open half its body. Seeing a level 20 beast killed in one blow, Taishi laughed. I really did find the right person. An ordinary level 19 damage dealer could never do that. The slaughter before the cave continued for 2 hours. At first, 9 Heavens Thunder slash quickly eliminated the level 20 beasts. The later we fought, the harder it became to penetrate the defenses of the level 24 targets. The 4 Steel Team members maintained their formation throughout, allowing me to devote all my attention to offense. Taishi absorbed frontal charges. Tai Shan filled every crack in the line. Tai Ying continuously reported enemy levels and directions, and Tai Hu knocked every beast that attempted to flank us back into the kill zone. None of the 4 pursued kills. Every attack created a safe opportunity for me. I handled the level 20 and level 21 targets first to reduce the number surrounding us as quickly as possible. Flame-burst fireballs weakened the remaining high-level beasts, and 9 Heaven's Thunder / finished them one by one. A single attempt to rush could have forced the Steel Team's defenses to withstand even more simultaneous impacts. When the final beast fell, their defensive line had also approached its limit. Tai Shan's shield had cracked into several pieces. Tai Hu temporarily could not raise one arm, and Tai Ying's detection skill had begun producing errors from mental exhaustion. Fortunately, no one was severely injured, and the formation never truly collapsed from beginning to end. "We're rich." Tai Shi bandaged his wounds and looked across the ground covered in materials. "This haul is worth 2 months of work." I did not immediately participate in the inventory. After consecutively killing high-level beasts, I had risen to level 18, and the mana restored by the level increase was enough to support another battle. What truly attracted me was the cave they had protected. "Wait for us to enter together." Tai Ying stopped me. "Some energy inside is interfering with my detection. Going alone is too dangerous." I nodded in agreement. Tai Shi and Tai Shan walked at the front, while Tai Ying and Tai Hu guarded the sides, and I occupied the center. Soon after entering, we discovered that the cave walls were not natural. They bore excavation marks from several different affinities. They started digging 3 or 4 days ago at most. Tai Ying touched a crack that had not fully weathered. Definitely less than a week. That timing matched the beast's breakthrough of the forward defensive line. Different species normally did not share territory, yet these creatures had excavated a cave together and guarded it from outside. A common target had to lie within. The walls bore claw marks, places melted by fire, and cuts from wind blades. The herd had not gathered by accident. They had completed the excavation through coordination among different abilities. Whatever lay inside had been attractive enough to suppress their territorial instincts and could only be more valuable than we estimated. An empty stone chamber stood at the end of the passage. As everyone examined the surroundings, Tai Ying and I both heard extremely faint breathing from the center. I approached the mat of grass on the floor and lifted it. There was no trap beneath it, only a black and white cub the size of my palm. It was so thin that almost nothing remained beneath its down. Its eyes were closed, and it could not even raise its head. Food and water brought by different beasts remained around the mat, proving that the guards outside had been keeping it alive. The cub carried no external wounds, but its aura was so weak that it could disappear at any moment. It would not survive much longer if left in the cave. All those beasts were guarding a cat. Tai Shi crouched with a confused expression. The system notification appeared at the same time. Ding. Special energy fluctuations detected. The Moon Demon has issued a commission. Adopt the Soul White Tiger Cub. Anything capable of making the Moon Demon issue a commission on its own could not be ordinary. The system displayed only the words Soul White Tiger, without revealing its rank or skills in advance. I could not prove its value to the Steel Team or expose the Demon Commission. My only choice was to make a clear exchange of interests to secure ownership. "Captain Tai Shi, the cub belongs to me." I directly proposed the exchange. "I'll surrender my entire share of mission materials and official contribution. The 500,000 yuan in private compensation we agreed upon remains unchanged." Tai Shi stared at the cub for a long time. "You recognize it?" "I don't know its exact origin until the system appraisal appears, but I'm willing to accept the risk." Tai Shi confirmed with the other 3 members. The Steel Team did not lack defensive classes, and none of them could identify the cub. The material share I surrendered would give them an additional profit instead. I deliberately addressed the private compensation separately to prevent the 2 settlements from being mixed. The 500,000 yuan was fixed compensation Tai Shi promised when inviting me as a replacement. Mission materials and official contribution were additional gains distributed according to the battle results. "Deal." Tai Shi finally nodded. "The private payment stands, and you receive no other loot. Whether the cub becomes a blessing or a disaster, you'll bear the responsibility." They returned outside to process the corpses while I remained in the stone chamber and attempted to form a beast contract. I cut my fingertip and held a drop of blood before the cub. Although its eyes remained closed, it instinctively leaned toward the warmth and lightly touched my finger with its nose. Only then did the contract pattern light up. A beast contract was not a one-sided brand. The blood merely established a channel. Only after the cub approached voluntarily did the system allow the link to continue forming. If it refused, I could not force the final pattern to close. Blood-colored light closed between us, and a faint but unmistakable connection formed. Once the contract stabilized, the system finally displayed the cub's information. Soul White Tiger Cub. Rank S. HP 10. Spirit 5. Agility 5. Skills none. It was currently so weak that it had almost no combat ability, yet its growth ceiling had reached S rank. 10 HP could not withstand even one attack from an ordinary magic beast. 5 spirit and agility also showed that it was truly in infancy. At this stage, White Knight was not combat power. It was a long-term growth path that needed protection, nourishment, and concealment. Ding! The Moon Demon's mission is complete. Rewards: Crescent Moon Wheel X1, Heavenly Water Bell X1. Crescent Moon Wheel Artifact. Grade Gold. Requirement: LV 20 or higher. Effect: randomly selects one of 5 affinities: thunder, wind, ice, light, or darkness. Releases a corresponding attack or defensive skill with power equivalent to a level 30 awakened. Uses remaining May 5th. Recharge time per use 5 hours. Heavenly Water Bell Artifact. Grade Gold. Requirement: S rank or higher contracted beast. Effect: contracted beast HP plus 500, spirit plus 300, attribute growth plus 30%. Also provides 5 seconds of invincible golden body defense. Cooldown 24 hours. All 5 affinities of the Crescent Moon Wheel were advanced attributes, making it a trump card for fighting above my level. Unfortunately, I could not use it until level 20. The 5 uses were not permanently consumed. Each time one affinity was used, the empty position recharged after 5 hours. As long as I did not exhaust all the charges in a short period, I could use it repeatedly. Its level 30 power also meant that once I reached level 20, I would possess offensive or defensive power far beyond my current 9 Heavens Thunder Slash. The Heavenly Water Bell was designed entirely for the Soul White Tiger. 5 seconds of invincible defense seemed brief, but it could block an enemy's full-force attack at a critical moment. I did not equip the cub immediately. A gold-grade artifact was far too conspicuous in Jiangnan City, and exposing it would only invite trouble. 500 HP and 300 spirit might be basic bonuses for an adult S-rank contracted beast, but they represented a qualitative transformation for White Knight, which currently had only 10 HP. Before using it, I needed to confirm that the cub's body could endure the sudden increase. I could not risk its life for attractive numbers on a panel. I lifted the cub before my eyes. Black and white stripes covered its body, with white down forming the majority. From now on, your name is White Knight. White Knight did not open its eyes and only moved faintly in my palm. I placed it inside the contracted beast space formed by our agreement, then left the cave. The beast space would grow with the size of the contracted creature. At present, it could hold only White Knight, and no other item or living creature could enter. I confirmed that the aura inside remained stable and left clean water for the cub before turning my attention to our return. The steel team had already collected every usable material from the dozens of beasts. As agreed, I did not participate in the distribution and simply waited nearby. We returned to Jiangnan City by car as the sky began to darken. About 3 miles from the gate, a strange team suddenly blocked the road. Taishi stopped more than 90 feet away and politely asked them to move. Instead, the people opposite drew their weapons. Tai Ying reported quietly that their levels were similar to the steel teams, but their numbers were greater. We had just endured a long battle and had no reason to fight again over a so-called toll. Yet if we surrendered the materials, they would only conclude that a team from another city could be bullied. An outside team dares come to Jiangnan City and take our resources? Pay a toll before you leave. Tai Shi and the others immediately got out and formed a defensive line. I left White Knight inside the beast space and stood at the rear of the formation. The opposing leader saw my face in the vehicle lights, and his expression suddenly changed. He compared me to a news photo on his phone several times before putting away his weapon. Footage of the morning's duel remained on the news homepage. Chen Yu knelt on the athletic field while I stood opposite him, and the headline included the words "Special Admission to Vermilion Bird Academy." The leader showed the screen to his teammates, and the raised weapons lowered one by one. A misunderstanding. This was all a misunderstanding. If we'd known Chen Ming was in the car, we never would have stopped you. Clearly, news of the morning's recruitment duel had already spread across the city. Vermilion Bird Academy would collect me tomorrow. If anything happened to me outside the city, no participant could withstand the investigation that followed. The strange team voluntarily cleared the road. Back in the vehicle, Taihu could not resist asking who I really was. The steel team had operated inside its assigned region outside the city and knew nothing about the morning duel. They had judged only from the dungeon record that my output was strong enough. Only now did they connect my name to the person in the news. Vermilion Bird Academy specially admitted me today. The vehicle instantly went silent. Taishi slammed on the brakes and turned around to confirm that I was not joking. Several seconds passed before he started driving again. No wonder your level is low, but your combat power is so outrageous. Once the vehicle returned to the road, Taishi transferred the agreed 500,000 yuan into my account. The transfer note clearly read, "Private compensation for temporary replacement," and remained entirely separate from the mission hall's official settlement. I saved a screenshot of the receipt to prevent anyone from reinterpreting the terms later because of White Knight's value. Only after both sides confirmed it were the accounts for this cooperation truly closed. Private compensation settled. Taishi smiled with great satisfaction. That 500,000 was money well spent. When you make it big, don't forget us. I confirmed the money had arrived and clarified the distribution boundary again. All materials and official contribution belong to the Steel team. You took so many attacks for me today, and I'll remember that favor. If you ever need something within my ability, contact me. That's all we needed to hear. I returned to the hotel late at night, ate a simple meal, and went straight to rest. I had dueled Qin in the morning and consecutively killed beasts above my level in the afternoon. My body and mind had both approached their limits. Before sleeping, I stored the black chess piece, Thunderlight bracelet, Crescent Moon wheel, and Heavenly Water bell separately. White Knight remained asleep in the contracted beast space, and our contract was stable. After leaving Jiangnan City tomorrow, the equipment and cub would become new secrets I needed to hide. I checked every equipment requirement and used status one by one. The Thunderlight bracelet still required level 20 and 500 spirit and could only remain sealed for now. The Crescent Moon wheel and Heavenly Water bell were worth far more than ordinary freshman equipment and could not be exposed without an escape route. The New Moon sword, Wolf Howl bracer, and concealment cloak remained in the most accessible positions so I could respond to any emergency along the way. The 500,000 yuan had arrived in my account. I had saved the transfer receipt, mission number, and material waiver record. White Knight belonged to me. The private compensation had been settled, and the official contribution and on-site materials belonged to the Steel team. All three boundaries were documented, ensuring the cooperation would not create disputes if the cub's value rose later. Early the next morning, Xia Luo woke me from outside the door. "Brother Chun, it's almost time for the meeting Instructor Yen arranged." He had already bought breakfast. During the drive to number 6 High, he told me that Yin Yun contacted the Taoist temple last night. His master formally sent a message that morning approving his enrollment at Vermilion Bird Academy. Xia Luo also described his master's original requirement to clear the 30th floor of the heaven-reaching tower. Yin Yun did not ask the temple to abandon the trial. She promised to incorporate the later training into the academy's arrangements, which was why his master allowed him to enroll first and complete the trial afterward. My master never changes his word. Xia Luo still found it unbelievable. I have no idea how Professor Yin persuaded him. At least the result had been decided. Both of us would leave Jiangnan City with Vermilion Bird Academy's team. When we reached number 6 High's athletic field, Qin Yu and Ding Xin had already arrived. Many Qin family members were present, including several clan elders. They were clearly waiting for Central Apex Academy's group. More media had gathered than on the day of the recruitment duel. The Qin family had heavily promoted the news that Qin Yu qualified for 4 academies. Their banners and interview areas surrounded one side. I had no family supporting me. Only Xia Luo stood shoulder to shoulder with me. We stood on the other side and did not speak with them. With less than an hour remaining before the appointed time, 3 Qin family elders suddenly left the crowd and walked straight toward me. "Xiaoming, we watched you grow up." The leading elder spoke gently. "You've suffered outside these past few days. Come back. Your third grandfather will stand up for you." Another immediately added, "The way your father handled the class truly lacked consideration. If you return to the Chun family, the clan is willing to give you resources as compensation." I looked at them and felt only irony. The entire awakening ceremony had been public when Qin Yu stole my S-rank class. The Chun family elders could not possibly have been unaware. No one stood up for me then. Only now that I had entered Vermilion Bird Academy did they suddenly admit that Qin Yong had handled it poorly. This was not compensation. They wanted to drag someone who had escaped their control but become valuable back into it. I made myself perfectly clear on the day of my awakening. I answered calmly. From that moment onward, I severed all ties with the Qin family. I will not return. The elders' proposed compensation had no specific amount. They did not pursue responsibility for stealing my class or promise to return any resources that originally belonged to me. They had only one condition: return to the Chun family first. If I agreed, they could once again disguise the class theft as an internal conflict that had already been reconciled. The 3 tried to continue persuading me, but I interrupted directly. If you insist on naming the relationship between us, then we're enemies, not family." The expressions of all three elders turned cold, and their auras rose. Xiao Luo stepped half a pace forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with me. As both sides became vigilant, repeated sounds of breaking air came from the distant sky. 3 academy groups arrived at number 6 high simultaneously. Powerful auras covered the athletic field, and the 3 elders immediately withdrew the strength they had just raised. Every camera on the scene turned toward the sky. If they continued pressuring me, they would be threatening a freshman in front of 3 top academies. Central Apex Academy rode a magnificent arc. Black Tortoise Academy's warship broke through the clouds, and Vermilion Bird Academy traveled on an enormous crimson crane whose wings left trails of scorching light. Yin Yun had arrived. No matter how dissatisfied the 3 elders felt, they could no longer act in front of the 5 great academies. Xiao Luo and I looked up simultaneously. The crane circled above the athletic field, and Yin Yun's voice descended clearly. "Chun Ming, Xiao Luo, come over."